A priest performs a glowing ritual on an unconscious young man as onlookers watch with concern. Sigh. While one woman grows impatient, another man taps his fingers, wishing the patient would just die so they could receive compensation, realizing they'll be kicked out if he remains comatose. The group schemes to get their money. Their plotting interrupted by a creak. The woman callously suggests they go for tea, and the group turns to leave as a butler enters the room. Clack! The group exits, casually discussing dessert while the young man remains unconscious on the bed. Slam! The door shuts, leaving him completely alone in the quiet room. Whew! The loyal butler sighs with worry, looking toward the bed and wondering when his master will finally awaken. Drop. He's suddenly so startled that he drops the towels he was carrying. The man in the bed finally stirs, prompting the butler to cry out his master's name in shock and disbelief. Overcome with emotion, the teary-eyed butler expresses his profound relief that his master has finally woken up. The awakened man stares at his hands in confusion, wondering how long he's been unconscious and why his arms are so scrawny. Mumble. He tries to rationalize his weak and unfamiliar body, concluding he must have been hospitalized for several days. Sensing his master's disorientation, the concerned butler asks if he has lost his memories. Ignoring the question, the young man's attention is drawn to a mirror across the room. Dash. He leaps out of bed and rushes toward the mirror, disregarding the butler's frantic pleas for him to be careful. Whoa! He stops dead in his tracks, staring at his own reflection in stunned silence. A memory flashes of a different young man waving goodbye to his friends on a city street at night. He recalls walking home alone on a cold night, shivering, and just wanting to be somewhere warm. Honk! A truck suddenly barrels towards him as he stands frozen in the street. His last thought is the terrifying certainty that he is about to be hit by that truck. The scene shifts to a vast, ethereal cathedral where a single, glowing feather drifts slowly downward. Finding himself in this strange place, the young man touches his head in confusion and wonders if it's all just a dream. A brilliant light emanates from a grand dome as he hears a strange sound and a faint voice pleading for help. Feeling dizzy, he dismisses the voice's talk of a great warrior as a tired cliché from a fantasy novel. Flop. He collapses to the floor, cynically thinking that he could write a better story himself. His consciousness drifts through a beautiful, starry void, his last thought echoing, "A better story than this." A brilliant flash of light bursts forth in the darkness, signifying a moment of profound change. Back in the bedroom, he sees his new reflection, a handsome young man with pinkish blonde hair, and realizes his cynical thoughts were all wrong. He examines his new, slender body, a stark contrast to the one he remembers. Surrounded by a floral aura, he touches his new, beautiful face in absolute wonder. Zing! His eyes widen with sudden, sharp comprehension as he recognizes the situation as a classic web novel trope. As he realizes he's been transmigrated, the anxious butler asks if his master is all right. Stunned by this impossible reality, he turns to the butler and can only stammer an incoherent response. A portrait introduces the body's owner, Eugene Lichtbent Lindweisen, a baron from a noble house who had a difficult life. The narrative explains that his troubles began when he lost his mother at a young age. His father was a useless viscount with a gambling addiction, leaving them deeply indebted to a man named Marquis Taylot. The terms of the loan were ruthless. If the debt wasn't settled, the Marquis would take their entire territory. Grand Duke Ivaleron then intervened, desiring the small territory for its strategic connection to a northern trade port. The Grand Duke offered to pay the debt to acquire the land, but his plan encountered an unexpected problem. According to imperial law, land tied to such a debt could not simply be purchased with money. This legal bind left only one solution: a contract marriage between Eugene and Grand Duke Ivaleron. The contract stipulated the marriage would last 5 years, after which they would divorce and Eugene would receive a generous alimony. The butler finishes his explanation, telling Eugene that he had collapsed while on his way to see His Highness. A brief image shows the original Eugene lying unconscious on the floor after his fall. Phew. Back in the present, the butler sighs, expressing his sincere relief that his master is finally awake. I see. He recognizes the transmigration cliché, and upon hearing the name Grand Duke Ivaleron, realizes he knows exactly which novel he is now in. The novel is titled Where the Star Passed By, a a popular fantasy story notorious for its widely debated ending. He recalls how the story began as a teen school romance before abruptly shifting perspective and becoming a dark revenge plot. The ending was so shocking and traumatic that it left readers feeling betrayed, as if the author was taunting them. Realizing he's the fiancé of the novel's villain, Grand Duke Ivleron, and not a hero, Linweisen screams in terror. After his panic subsides, he calmly asks for confirmation that he is, in fact, the Grand Duke's fiancé. He learns it's a 3-year contract marriage that will end with a divorce and alimony. A butler cheerfully confirms that the alimony payment will even include a mansion. Tilt. Linweisen is confused when the butler mentions a mysterious man named Sir Patrick. Pondering, he asks if this Sir Patrick is supposed to be his patron. He's surprised to learn that Sir Patrick is not his official patron. Smack. He facepalms, realizing Sir Patrick dodged the official title to avoid paying his debts. The butler gravely warns him to be careful of Sir Patrick, calling him an unkind person. Lying on the bed, he processes his new identity as a transmigrated great warrior. He remembers that a great warrior's purpose is to save the world. As he lies there, a crucial thought begins to dawn on him about his new purpose. A divine vision of a smartphone reveals his mission. He must change the novel's tragic ending. Squirm. He thrashes about, overwhelmed by the seemingly impossible task ahead of him. He identifies his biggest obstacle as his own fiancé, the story's destined antagonist, Grand Duke Ivleron. Sigh. He decides to start his world-saving quest with a simple step: exercising. Spring. He leaps out of bed with determination, only to be hit with a dizzy spell. He recalls the common web novel tropes of transmigration and isekai adventures. Following the familiar script, he confidently holds out his hand and calls for a status screen. Flash. A brilliant light answers his command. The scene abruptly shifts to the Grand Duke's grand office. Scritch. Scritch. As the Grand Duke writes, he's informed that Lord Linweisen has awoken. Frown. He looks up from his work, clearly displeased by the news. Back in Linweisen's room, he is seen once more calling for the status screen to appear. Silent. He stares at his empty hands in confusion as nothing happens. He tries again with more dramatic flair, shouting for it in a cool way. For his third attempt, he tries a more seductive approach, whispering in a sexy way. Flop. Defeated, he collapses onto the bed in tears, his dreams of being a great warrior shattered. A doctor checks on him, advising him to be careful as he still has a mild fever. The doctor announces that Madame Ivleron has come to see him, concerned about his memory loss. Lying weakly in bed, Linweisen agrees to meet with her. The visitor is formally introduced as Ludwina Elaine Ivleron. She's revealed to be a formidable woman, a mid-rank knight, and the lady of Heinskin Castle. He realizes she's here to test whether her son's fiancé is still sane after losing his memories. Rise. Deciding to face her, he sits up, determined to get the meeting over with quickly. The doctor recalls that Linweisen was previously too afraid to even look her in the eyes. The doctor says he will inform Madame Ivleron that he is ready to see her. The butler explains to Linweisen that he used to be very afraid of Madame Ivleron. Standing by the window, he asks about his past self and learns he was quiet and reserved. Burst. As he confidently resolves to meet her, a group of people barge in, shocked by the news of his amnesia. Stomp, stomp. A young man storms toward the bed, dismissing his amnesia as ludicrous. Grab. He violently seizes Linweisen's shirt, accusing him of faking his memory loss. A woman tells the aggressive man, Kane, to calm down, casually calling Linweisen a nitwit. Sigh. Addressing him as Eugene, she smugly asks who told him to lie about having amnesia. Swat. Eugene slaps Kane's hand away, telling the rude strangers he doesn't know them. Slap. Enraged by his defiance, Kane strikes him hard across the face. Clutching his stinging cheek, Eugene is threatened by an enraged Kane. An older man enters the room and demands to know what Kane is doing. The man orders Kane to go outside and cool his head, telling the woman Rachel to go with him. As he leaves, Kane glares back with a final, menacing warning to watch his mouth. Step, step, step. The older man helps the weakened Eugene back toward his bed. Slam. As Kane furiously bangs on the door outside, Eugene sits in bed, wondering if his relative is insane, and lamenting his crafty new family. With arms crossed, the older man blames Eugene for the incident, stating he shouldn't have provoked Kane. Jingle, jingle. Eugene rings a small bell, asking what he's doing, but the man demands he stop shouting and asks if he's out of his mind. Eugene retorts that he has no memories, so who cares? Knock, knock, knock. As maids bow at the door, Eugene calmly requests that the physician be called for his swollen cheek. Ticked. The older man realizes Eugene hasn't lost his memories, but rather his sense of fear. He turns to leave, issuing a final warning that he won't forgive Eugene, even if he begs later. Slam. Alone again, Eugene resolves to get rid of these nuisances before he starts his quest to save the world. Creak! He opens a large, ornate door. Clunk! Now dressed in a fine white suit, he confidently enters a long, grand hallway. A man in a dark uniform stands with his back to the door, looking out a large window. Bathed in light, the handsome, dark-haired man turns and acknowledges his arrival. You're here. He recalls that Madame Yves has decided to find him an official patron, and so he decides he will accept her help. Dressed for the meeting, he puts on a pleasant smile. He formally addresses the stern red-haired woman as Madam. The woman points out the bad bruise on his cheek and asks if he's had it checked, but he assures her he's applied ointment. She sits down, remarking that it's impolite to mistreat someone who will soon be family. She instructs a maid named Errol to tell Tenon to bring holy water, and Eugene thanks her. Eugene explains that while he has lost all his memories, he still knows what he needs to do. He adds that amnesia doesn't free him from his duties. Clench. He internally admits that while this isn't his true purpose, he can't call off the wedding. Seeing her reflection in her teacup, the woman agrees they must fulfill their duties and offers her assistance. Eugene seizes the opportunity, asking for her help with something before the wedding, to which she asks what kind of help. Lift! He explains that even without memories of his relatives, he can recognize they are not good people. With a bright smile, he expresses his sincere hope not to experience a day like today ever again. The woman recalls how the old Eugene was timid and unable to speak properly, always keeping his head down. She thinks to herself that it's unbelievable how much he's changed. Smirk. She reveals she was already planning to kick out Patrick and his family, calling Eugene's request perfect. With a sharp grin, she enthusiastically agrees to help him. Beam. He decides to continue his thoughts after enjoying a lavish meal spread before him. Nom, nom. As he eats, he leans over to ask Robert how the eggs can be so fluffy, much to the butler's surprise. Ding! A sudden realization seems to strike him mid-thought. Robert presents him with a glowing, leopard-shaped jewel, explaining it belonged to his father and is his family's last heirloom. Stroke. He strokes the jewel, deciding he might as well hold on to it now that he's stuck in this world. Robert advises him to drop to the ground immediately if he ever feels like he's going to pass out. Haha. Eugene recalls hearing that he fainted the first time he met the Grand Duke and confirms he understands. Flutter. A servant announces that he is ready and may go now. He agrees and stands ready in a fine white cloak. Creak. He opens a door. Looking slightly overwhelmed, the handsome, dark-haired Grand Duke is there to greet him. The narrative describes the star-crossed lovers of the novel, the female lead, a black dragon, and the male lead, a black wolf. By comparison, the story gave few details about the character of Alexis. The man collapses while trying to greet the Grand Duke, calling out Eugene's name as he passes out. Sir Patrick furiously protests being replaced and threatened with a lawsuit, but the Grand Duke punches him before he can finish his rant. Slam. As Patrick lies unconscious on the floor, Eugene thinks that while he planned to get rid of him, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Drag. A guard drags the unconscious man away, as Eugene reflects on the Grand Duke's formidable reputation. Toss. The Grand Duke reviews scattered documents, stating that he has found Sir Patrick and his family have caused trouble, and that document forgery is a particularly serious offense. He declares that under His Majesty's decree, they are sentenced to 10 years of labor in the mines, then asks if there's anything to be said. Eugene looks up with a startled expression. The Grand Duke returns his gaze with a cold, serious look. When Eugene thanks him for his help with Sir Patrick, the Grand Duke asks what he's being thanked for. Eugene internally questions why the Grand Duke seems to be trying to pick a fight with him. Lean! The Grand Duke suddenly moves in close, surprising Eugene. Smirking, the Grand Duke thinks to himself that he sees through Eugene's act. He voices his thought, accusing Eugene of trying to fool him with an act. The Grand Duke skeptically asks if Lord Linwisen is sure he's lost his memories, and Eugene confirms that he has. Spark. Crackle. Eugene inwardly fumes at the novel character, thinking his situation is effectively no different from real memory loss anyway. Step. As the Grand Duke walks away, he chides Eugene for muttering, but Eugene retorts that his thoughts weren't for him to hear. Glint. Reminding Eugene that they are fiancés, the Grand Duke offers to have Sir Patrick exiled from the north if he wishes. Lift. Eugene declines, and the Grand Duke instead offers him a ring. The ring is revealed to be his family seal, which a flashback shows Patrick had been using with his father's approval. The Grand Duke asks Linwisen if he remembers what Sir Patrick did while in possession of his seal. Looking puzzled, Eugene says he only heard that Patrick did whatever he wanted with it. Clinch. Eugene realizes the Grand Duke is toying with him by switching between his formal title and his name. The Grand Duke observes him with a smug, knowing smile. Fume. Turning away in frustration, Eugene is told he must keep a low profile from now on. FWIP. Eugene spins around, insisting he isn't lying about his amnesia, and had to be told his own name by Robert. In a passionate outburst, Eugene explains that his past is gone, and he can only be grateful that others are covering for a stranger's mistakes. Done. His speech leaves the Grand Duke momentarily stunned, as Eugene reaffirms to himself that he is not lying. After a moment of consideration, the Grand Duke apologizes for his rudeness. However, he follows up by calling Eugene a skilled liar he can't trust, which sends Eugene into a silent rage. Realizing the Grand Duke won't listen, Eugene hears that he'll be gone for a month on a monster hunt. The Grand Duke says he hopes Lord Linwisen won't betray the little trust he's decided to place in him. Putting on a bright smile, Eugene promises to keep a low profile, as advised. Slam! The massive doors close, leaving Eugene standing alone. His smile drops into a scowl as he calls the Duke an arrogant prick, but he's interrupted by Robert calling for his master. Robert reports that Cain and Rachel received 10 years in the mines for forgery, and Eugene asks what will happen to Robert himself. Beaming with relief, Eugene reveals that the Grand Duke pardoned him and even returned his seal. The scene transitions to a sprawling, sunlit manor. Murmur. As Eugene and Robert walk the grounds, the Grand Duke watches them from a distant balcony. Standing alone, the Grand Duke contemplates the fact that Eugene really seems to have no memories. He reflects on their contract marriage, recalling that he already knew Sir Patrick was a swindler working with a marquis. His plan had been to use Patrick's corruption to force Linwisen to find another patron, effectively cutting ties. That plan was thwarted, however, when the Baron fell down the stairs and suffered a severe head injury. With Eugene lying unconscious, the priest and physician had declared his condition to be critical. Just as he thought his plans were ruined, Eugene had woken up, albeit confused. The Grand Duke recalls the red-haired woman reporting that Lord Linwisen had truly lost his memories and become a completely different person. While Eugene had fainted from pressure at their first meeting, he didn't even flinch when watching Sir Patrick get arrested. The Grand Duke concludes that if this is all an act, then Eugene is the best fraud he's ever seen. Creak. A subordinate enters, reporting that they've discovered a point of contact. He specifies that the contact was made as Cain and Rachel were being led away in restraints. From a barred window, the Grand Duke orders his man to ensure the prisoners don't cause any trouble. Elsewhere, Eugene smiles and waves from a window, admiring the winter scenery. He looks down at the ground below, cynically thinking about the white trash piling up. Looking around, he notes how similar the continent is to 19th century Europe. He compares two world maps, wondering if he's in a parallel universe. He concludes it's a different world entirely, given the existence of mages and mana stones which make it more convenient than Earth. Finally, he muses on the most surreal part of his new reality, his engagement to Grand Duke Ivalaran. Feeling happy, Eugene thinks he's now important enough not to have to clean up the snow in the garden. Comfortably relaxing, he recalls that the North has a cave where an infinite supply of low-quality but mass-producible mana stones grow. Lying upside down, he reflects that his true purpose is to ensure his powerful fiancée doesn't become the story's villain. Flip. Reading a book, he realizes the novel Where the Star Passed By has a shocking and horrifying ending. He recalls how the novel began with a prince hiding his ambitions at an academy and a female lead traveling back in time to save her family. The story's recap continues, detailing how the prince and female lead were forced to work together, and how the arrival of Grand Duke Ivalaran turned their story into a love triangle. A flashback shows the Grand Duke standing grimly over the bodies of his enemies, a protector in the midst of violence. He remembers that the Grand Duke only became the antagonist after a series of tragic events, the first being a deadly epidemic in the north. The novel said 30 of the population died, and Eugene calculates This means catastrophic casualties for the region's 100,000 people. He remembers the most devastating losses. Among the dead were Ludwina and the Grand Duke's little brother. Troubled by this grim knowledge, Eugene contemplates the dark future he must prevent. His eyes fill with determination as he decides he must do everything in his power to change the story's outcome. Frustrated, he flops onto his bed, recalling that the female lead coughed up blood for trying to reveal the future, meaning spoilers are forbidden. He pictures himself as a tiny character facing an impossible quest to save the world with no powers or intel, complaining about the difficulty level. Bang! He slams his fist on the table, desperately wishing for a status screen and some skills to help him succeed. Sigh! He laments his lack of funds for medicinal herbs, picturing a handcuffed Sir Patrick proudly admitting he spent it all. Realizing his only option is to borrow power, he envisions a gleaming sword surrounded by wealth and authority. Glare. He considers asking the Grand Duke, but doubts he can get help from a man who so clearly distrusts him. Roll. He rolls over in bed, muttering that the arrogant prick would never help him, just as Robert calls for him from the door. Robert requests permission to see Madame Ivleron, and Eugene, seated on the floor, calmly agrees. Striking a confident pose, Eugene asks Robert to buy him medicinal herbs and declares his plan to coax the Grand Duke. Droop. His confidence immediately vanishes as the scene desaturates and he wilts like a dying rose. Flop. He collapses dramatically, explaining he only did it because he felt dizzy on his first day here. He steels himself, vowing to push harder like a ferocious gamecock. Startled, his thoughts are interrupted by a young boy and a woman peering into his room, and he thinks he recognizes the child. Shout! Having seen him around, the boy excitedly greets him as Lord Linwisen. The boy blushes as Eugene kindly addresses him as Lord Lian. Lord Lion stands shyly, with his hands clasped before him. Eugene explains his amnesia, and Lian reassures him that this is actually their first time meeting. Lian explains that he had a cold on the day Eugene arrived, and Eugene expresses his gladness that he's well now. Jolteon worries he's interrupting and offers to leave, startling Eugene with his consideration. Sweat. Stammering, Eugene insists he's not interrupting, sensing what the boy really wants. Beam. At Eugene's unspoken understanding, Lion's face lights up. Eugene asks if Lian would like to take a walk with him, and the boy happily accepts. As a woman praises Lion, Eugene thinks that dealing with children is easy, as the boy reminds him of his own family. He strategically notes that Lion is the Grand Duke's only sibling, making it wise to get on his good side. When asked what he'd like to do, Lian shyly asks if they can walk together again tomorrow. Eugene happily suggests tea time, and Lion eagerly agrees, receiving a promise that Eugene will visit whenever invited. He smiles warmly at the boy, offering to come get him for their next meeting. Swoosh! In a blur of motion, he reaches for a small service bell on the table. Ding! He looks slightly surprised by his own speed in ringing the bell. Haha. The two laugh as Lion declares Eugene has lost their game again. He reflects on how he tried to think of something a 7-year-old would enjoy. He recalls creating a simple card game with Lian, and how they ended up playing together with Lian's nanny, Sarah, and his tutor, Killian. The memory of them all playing together moves him to tears. Ding! The bell rings, bringing him back to the present moment of their game. He throws his arms up in victory as Lion announces he has the most cards, and he's congratulated. Dressed smartly for a celebration, he gives a mock acceptance speech, thanking them for letting him win. Toss. Laughing, he suggests they end their playtime, reminding Lord Lion about his homework. As Lyra explains his assignment is to learn what others find important, Eugene internally scoffs at Killy for giving a child such a profound task. Eugene tells Lion that people are the most important. He clarifies he means family and friends, gesturing to a portrait of Lion's family. Leaning in, Eugene asks what the second most important thing is. He dramatically declares money, imagining a giant pile of gold coins. As Eugene explains its necessity for survival, Lion nods thoughtfully. Lian thanks him for the homework help, and cheerfully says goodbye. Wave. Eugene waves back, thinking he needs money for life after saving the world. He calls out to Killian, who politely acknowledges him. Step. Walking alongside Killian, Eugene asks about the merchant company contract. Killian explains that he saw commercial value in the games Eugene created. He reveals the company wants to sign a deal for all 3 games, shocking Eugene. Killian adds that the trusted Bertu Merchant Company will also help patent them. When asked what he needs from the upcoming meeting, Eugene requests an explanation of patents and contracts, and Killian agrees to arrange it. Eugene fantasizes about becoming filthy rich, lounging on gold and firing a money gun. Murmur. He daydreams about making even more money by creating Monopoly. A procession of people on foot and horseback arrives at a grand estate. A woman praises the Grand Duke's trustworthiness, but Eugene scoffs at the threatening prick. The scene transitions to a sprawling, magnificent manor at sunset. Step. Walking through the estate, Eugene mutters about his own clumsiness. He worries he left a book behind, and that it might have been put away. Peeking through a doorway, he's surprised to find someone is there. Inside, a weary Grand Duke reclines, faintly calling out Lord Linweisen's name. Looking feverish, the Grand Duke weakly calls for Lord Linweisen again. Rise. Eugene stands up and greets him, annoyed at the unexpected encounter. He notices the Grand Duke seems unwell and breathes heavily. Lift. Eugene apologizes for the intrusion and picks up his book to leave. Annoyed at his own concern, Eugene says he will see himself out. Thud. As he walks away, a sudden sound makes him pause. He turns to see the Grand Duke has collapsed onto the floor, shocked. Eugene rushes toward him, calling out, "Your Highness." A flashback shows a regal, faceless figure in a fur-collared coat. A demon god's curse was passed down for generations after being sealed away. The curse killed many in the Ivy family and made survivors unable to touch others. A man named Alexis was born near the end of the 1,000-year curse. The previous Grand Duke became obsessed with an heir after the curse manifested in his son. He abused Alexis for being unfit and forced his wife Ludwina to have a child with his policeman Jenian. The Grand Duke justified this twisted plan by thinking an heir from the same family would be easier. The narration explains that this is how Lion was born. After Jenian's death in childbirth, the curse-free Llewellyn was appointed heir. However, the Grand Duke died of a heart attack when Lian was only 2. A somber funeral is held in the falling snow. A young Alexis stands alone at the grave, looking desolate. Back in the present, Eugene checks the Duke's pulse and finds his body is strangely cold. Twitch. Realizing the curse is the cause, Eugene feels a flicker of sympathy for the suffering Duke. Blink. As Eugene wonders if the Duke forgot his blessed relic, the Grand Duke's eyes open. Oh! Eugene offers to get help, but the Grand Duke tells him not to. Lying on the floor, the Grand Duke asks him to just stay for a moment. Grip. Eugene thinks the Duke is being ridiculous, but finds himself unable to break the man's surprisingly strong hold. Flinch. Eugene flinches as he remains trapped in the Grand Duke's grasp. Rise. As Eugene stands, the Grand Duke asks if he is a man of faith, and Eugene denies it. Shalala. The Grand Duke takes Eugene's hand, saying he's brought what he needs as Eugene beams. Slam! An attendant quickly tells them to have a good time before shutting the door, leaving Eugene alone on the floor. Grabbing the Grand Duke, Eugene dismisses the attendant's words, while the Duke tells him he can leave now. The Grand Duke gently strokes Eugene's hand, asking if he feels better just from their touch. Eugene confirms that he feels much better now, prompting the Grand Duke to address him as Your Highness. Rise. Standing up, Eugene insists the Grand Duke should still call Tenon for a checkup. Step. Step. Eugene turns and walks away from the Grand Duke. Outside near a grand conservatory, Eugene reflects on how startled he was. He walks through the gardens, worrying that the Grand Duke's strange questions meant he'd discovered his true identity. Sigh. He lets out a weary sigh as he continues his walk alone. Looking up at the sky, he reaffirms his identity as Eugene Linweisen and his plan to feign amnesia. He feels like an outsider walking on pins and needles, then shivers, imagining his friends cringing at his melodrama. Oh, he stops abruptly, struck by a sudden important thought. Dash. He realizes the Grand Duke touched him without gloves, despite his curse, just as Robert rushes toward him. Robert explains that he's been looking everywhere for him, and Eugene apologizes for being away. Eugene quietly considers that nothing happened when the cursed Grand Duke touched him. The Grand Duke is shown holding up a simple silver ring on a chain, offering it as a blessed relic. An attendant named Sheridan apologizes profusely to the Grand Duke for losing his blessed relic. The Grand Duke reflects that the relic isn't what's weakening his curse. It was Lord Linweisen holding his hand. While holding the relic, he muses that Eugene is likely unaware of his own power. A wave of holy light radiates as he concludes that Eugene possesses sacred power. In his mind's eye, he sees an image of Eugene overlaid with the glowing blessed ring. He considers that, officially, Lord Lindweisen is just a member of a ruined noble family. The Grand Duke smirks, thinking that a pretty face is all Eugene seems to have. Sheridan asks if the Grand Duke is okay now, and he confirms he is, much to the attendant's relief. Winking playfully, Sheridan gives a thumbs up and teases the Duke for holding hands with Lord Lindweisen. The Grand Duke coolly retorts that Sheridan must have missed the part where he had collapsed on the floor. He explains he passed out, which was why he allowed the physical contact he normally detests. A handsome man named Sheridan teases that he assumed the Grand Duke had fallen for the Baron's beauty at first sight. The Grand Duke glares menacingly at Sheridan, threatening to show him no mercy regardless of his years of service. Whoosh! He warns Sheridan that any false rumors will earn him a transfer to the northernmost fortress, and the terrified attendant quickly agrees. In an office, a woman states that documents have arrived for the Grand Duke. Pass. The Grand Duke hands her a newspaper, noting he's handled the other documents but she should double-check them. Flap. The red-haired woman scoffs at the tabloid article, dismissing it as predictable sensationalism. She insists they must squash the false rumors immediately before the king can use them against his marriage. She explains the king knows of their dealings with Lord Lindweisen and will use it to bargain for his marriage approval. Creak! Leaning back, the Grand Duke calls the king greedy and warns they must also be wary of Marquise Taylot. Raise. A hand raises a red opera ticket, announcing the last performance is in 10 days. Frown. The red-haired woman tells the reluctant Grand Duke to attend the opera with Lord Lindweisen to silence the rumors. He agrees and decides to take Lord Lindweisen to the temple's purification rite as well. The woman cautions him not to let Lion get too attached, but the Grand Duke says goodbyes are a part of life. He argues they should be even more courteous to Lord Lindweisen precisely because his time with them is limited. Looking at his reflection, the Grand Duke fumes that after his monster hunt, everyone, including Lion, is taking Eugene's side. He recalls Eugene's help, but remains uncertain if the man can truly be trusted. Wondering how to keep Eugene away from Lion, he departs, telling the woman to take care of his guest. Dressed in a fine suit, Eugene looks up with a surprised expression. As Robert adjusts his suit, he asks if he has ever left the castle before, and is told this is his first time. Eugene looks puzzled, wondering why the Grand Duke suddenly wants to visit the temple with him. Eugene imagines the Grand Duke asking him if he'd ever wanted to be a priest. He panics, worrying the Duke has discovered his secret and might mistake him for a prophet, recalling the Duke's father was abused after being tricked by a fake one. He remembers that in the novel, the Grand Duke mercilessly slaughtered anyone who pretended to be a prophet. Creak. Fearing death, he's startled when the Grand Duke calls his name from the doorway. Framed by blue roses, the dashing Grand Duke asks if he is ready to leave. Bow. Eugene formally greets His Highness, who gives a silent nod in return. As the Grand Duke walks away, Eugene internally fumes, demanding to know why they are going to the temple. Step. Walking alongside him, Eugene asks why they are suddenly visiting the temple, but the Duke just asks why he needs to know. Glare. The Grand Duke threatens him with a look, asking if he'll refuse to go. Eugene feels he can't say no. As they walk, the Grand Duke asks about their relationship, and Eugene defines it as a convenient marriage and divorce. Eugene explains that this arrangement allows him to be of help. The Duke finds Eugene's mind unreadable, and Eugene retorts, asking if the Duke always speaks so freely. The Grand Duke explains there's no need for him to be careful around Eugene, leaving him confused. With a charming smile, the Duke declares it's because they're two people who have held hands. Stunned and blushing, Eugene stares in disbelief at the Duke's romantic declaration. Completely flustered, Eugene sputters that holding hands doesn't mean they must be devoted forever. The Grand Duke grins as Eugene awkwardly backpedals, stammering about their marriage arrangement. The Duke realizes Eugene is unaware of his own power, while a baffled Eugene wonders what he's implying. The Grand Duke stops and finally offers to explain the reason for their outing. He reveals they are going to the temple because of a scandalous newspaper article titled, Grand Duke of the North imprisons fiancé. The Duke explains that rumors are circulating about him keeping Lord Lindweisen imprisoned. Dadan. A horrified Eugene imagines himself locked away in a dark tower as lightning flashes. He touches his chest in shock, questioning if he is really being kept imprisoned. The narration explains the rumors could give the king a reason to oppose their marriage, so they must show Eugene is safe. Looking slightly abashed, Eugene mutters an understanding, "Aha!" The Grand Duke asks if he understands now, and Eugene confirms that he does. The Grand Duke compliments him, saying he is more perceptive than he'd thought. Step. As they walk, the Duke asks for his guess on who's behind the rumors, and Eugene suggests it's someone who dislikes him. The Duke names Marquis Taylot, the creditor of Eugene's family, who is now opposing their marriage more fiercely. Eugene realizes he had forgotten about him. Eugene wryly notes the classic noble conflict he's now part of, as the Duke vows not to let the Marquis succeed. Approaching the main doors, Eugene asks if the Duke is going to get revenge, and the Duke asks if he's against the idea. Eugene's eyes flash with determination as he firmly states that the Duke absolutely should get revenge. Ramble. He passionately argues for repaying grudges and kindness alike, an eye for an eye, which leaves the Grand Duke looking surprised. Standing on a magnificent balcony, Eugene suggests starting a rumor that Marquis Taylot is impotent. Step. Walking down the steps, the Duke remarks on Eugene's vengeful nature, but Eugene thinks his suggestion is merciful. The Grand Duke smiles and extends his gloved hand, agreeing to follow Eugene's suggestion. Gaze. As the Duke holds a carriage door open, Eugene notices that they are being watched by many onlookers. The Grand Duke urges him to take his hand and get in, teasingly asking if he wants to make him look rude. FWIP. With a cheerful smile, Eugene reaches out to accept the offered hand. He places his hand in the Duke's gloved one, sighing in mild resignation. Rattle. Clip-clop. The ornate carriage pulls away through the grand estate gates. Riding in the carriage, the Grand Duke mentions that Eugene had passed out the day before. Eugene assures him he's fine, and the Duke says it's thanks to him, leaving Eugene puzzled. Rattle. Eugene muses that he's glad they're closer, revising his opinion of the Duke just as his eyes widen at the view outside. He gasps, "Wow!" at the breathtaking sight of the sprawling, snow-dusted city and castle. When the Duke asks what he sees, Eugene explains he's just admiring the beautiful buildings. He continues gazing out the window, blaming his amnesia for his fascination with the architecture, especially Heinsken Castle. Admiring the castle from afar, Eugene notes it looks even more incredible from the outside, and can't believe it's 700 years old. The Grand Duke agrees the castle is an exceptional piece of architecture, and Eugene notices he seems happy about the praise. Seeing a mother and child, Eugene concludes that the Duke's care for his territory is why the people love him, finding the thought cute. Eugene waves, hoping his public appearance will be enough to silence the rumors, but the Duke thinks otherwise. The Grand Duke announces they will also attend the opera in 10 days, and Eugene asks if they'll go to other events. With a bright smile, Eugene eagerly suggests they attend the Star Festival. He pretends it's only right for him to go, but internally admits he is lying. He recalls that during the annual Star Festival, the burial chamber opens, revealing the lost treasure he plans to gift the Duke. Throb. As Eugene begins to mention the lost treasure Leon told him about, a sharp pain pulses in his chest. Gasp! He clutches his throat, feeling like he's being choked, as the Duke calls his name in concern. He realizes the gods don't allow spoilers, and warns himself that another word will cause him to vomit blood. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Eugene changes the subject, asking if the Duke's many relatives gather for the festival. Rattle. Rubbing his neck, Eugene feels relieved the Duke isn't questioning him, thinking a tiny spoiler was okay. Flinch. The Duke says they can discuss the festival later, but Eugene insists it's fine to talk about it now. Creak. The Grand Duke announces their arrival at the temple, saying they must take care of business first as Eugene steps out. Eugene jumps out of the carriage, surprised they've arrived so quickly, as the Duke offers his hand. Standing before the grand carriage, Eugene stares silently at the Duke. The Duke smirks, noting Eugene's vengeful nature is his way of shaming him, but Eugene insists it wasn't intentional. The Duke teasingly asks if he'll refuse to be escorted, and Eugene begs him to stop. Creak. The carriage door opens, and the Duke stands beside a startled Eugene. Eugene looks on with a determined expression as they prepare to enter the temple. They stand before the grand doors of the temple, where a priest welcomes them as his brothers. An ornate temple is shown as the narration explains the purification rite is like a vaccination. The narration continues that while it's not an issue for civilians, knights are often exposed to dangerous monster blood. A priest stands ready as the text explains that since monster blood is harmful, purification rites are necessary. The Grand Duke stands before a holy statue, surrounded by other knights participating in the rite. A priest prays before the crowd, and Eugene watches in awe. Looking at the priests and the Duke, Eugene marvels at the impressive sanctuary they've created. Glance. He remarks that divine blessings are called miracles, and now he understands why. He finds the ordinary-looking light strangely comforting and feels touched by it. He dismisses the feeling, thinking it's not that significant, as the glowing statue seems to look hurt. Glare. He glares at the statue, complaining that if gods exist, they could at least give him a status screen. As the Duke approaches, Eugene muses that with a million gods, not one is willing to help him. The Grand Duke looks at him coolly, stating that he should be praying too. When Eugene asks if he must, the Duke replies that all believers do, chiding him for losing his common sense with his memories. Trudge. Eugene reluctantly agrees and follows the Duke, internally adding another point to his jerk-face jar. He fumes that, even though they've grown closer, the Duke still speaks to him so coldly. Eugene places his hand on a holy book, his shadow appearing dark and ominous beneath it. He considers that if he were cursed like the Duke, he would resent the gods too, but knows the Duke can neither fully resent nor believe. Creak. He understands the Duke chose freedom by discarding both options. Glance. Eugene realizes the Duke is simply performing his duties, not showing any real faith. Thinking the Duke is devoted to his land, Eugene watches him until the Duke gives him a sharp look, silently telling him to face forward. Knowing the Duke's character from the novel doesn't help their relationship, so Eugene decides to just get the prayer over with. A prayer for a quick response floats over a view of the magnificent snow-covered temple. As they leave, a knight calls out to the Duke, and Eugene wonders what to do since he found no answers. Crying. He worries that at this rate, he'll never be able to save the world as a ringing sound starts and his eyes widen in shock. Grab. He suddenly grabs the Duke's suit jacket and arm, much to the Duke's confusion. Reeing. The Duke asks what's wrong, but Eugene clutches his head as a painful ringing fills his ears. Zing. A knight calls out his name in alarm as Eugene feels overwhelmingly dizzy and about to pass out. Swish. Bang. The world spins violently as Eugene feels dizzy, blood splattering across his vision. Flop. He wonders what is happening as he collapses against a backdrop of splattered blood. His vision blurs as he looks up at the grand temple architecture. Rise. As his body begins to glow with light, Eugene pushes himself up from the marble floor. A young man with blonde hair laments his weak body as a strange sound fizzes nearby. Faint murmurs surround him, and he realizes someone is speaking, but he can't hear them. Frustrated, he demands the unseen voice speak louder about the important matter at hand. A disembodied voice exclaims in exasperation, calling out for Lord Linweisen. Waking in the arms of a black-haired man, Linweisen wonders if he passed out. Disappointed, he heard nothing. The man asks if he is okay. The black-haired man holds Linweisen securely, asking if he is hurt at all. Flustered, Linweisen looks away as the man turns toward him, quickly insisting he's fine. Linweisen asks to be put down, but the black-haired man clutches him closer, telling him to stay still for a moment as guards watch them. Still holding Linweisen, the man looks down at a crumbled staircase with a thud and gravely announces there was an attack. He repeats his grim declaration. There was an attack. Linweisen gasps, his eyes wide with shock. A sudden memory of a swish and a loud bang flashes through his mind as he wonders if he heard a gunshot before collapsing. Linweisen questions if guns are useless against knights, like the man holding him, who he addresses as Your Highness, as a shadowy voice explains the assassins used a mana gun. The black-haired man explains that unlike normal bullets, those made of mana stones are effective against knights. Linweisen's face turns pale with fear. The black-haired man reassures him that a skilled knight could dodge it, but adds that these shooters were quite clever. Calling him Lord Linweisen, the man apologizes and swishes around to face him. The man tells Linweisen not to worry, revealing that many people want to kill both of them, much to Linweisen's surprise. Linweisen explains his precarious position as the last of his house. If he dies, the territory of Linweisen reverts to the monarch, which the Marquis would then try to seize. Given the rarity of the mana gun used, he deduces that someone was sent to assassinate both of them. From off-panel, a voice states they must find out who is responsible, and Linweisen looks up in question. Linweisen listens intently to the man's words. The black-haired man explains that identifying their enemy is necessary for revenge and preparation. Looking up with grim determination, Linweisen confidently declares that he knows all of his companion's enemies. He begins to list them: northern relatives seeking independence and conspirators plotting to frame the man for treason. He continues, mentioning a final boss his companion will eventually be forced to fight. Lin Weisen recalls how the man became a villain in the novel, but vows that with him here now, things will be different. When Lin Weisen asks why he's laughing, the black-haired man admits it's funny that Lin Weisen is more upset about the attack than he is. After being plopped down in a carriage, Lin Weisen affirms he remembers the man's lesson about repaying debts, and the man adds that sword wielders must be ready to be struck themselves. Inspired, the black-haired man smiles, vowing to face his foes by any means necessary, and Lin Weisen mirrors his determined smile. Saying he needs a moment, the man reaches toward Lin Weisen's chest. He lifts the fabric of Lin Weisen's shirt, revealing a bloody wound where blood has seeped through. The man states that a bullet definitely grazed him, but Lin Weisen finds it strange, as he didn't feel any pain. A minor graze is easily healed with holy water, a luxury demonstrating the Grand Duke's wealth and care for his fiancée, leaving Lin Weisen feeling all better. Staring at the magnificent estate at night, Lin Weisen realizes he needs a ruthless mindset to survive this world. A sudden rattle startles Lin Weisen, and he blinks his eyes open in bed. A whoosh of wind rattles the window again as he wonders about the fierce sounds outside. He reflects that being upset about not understanding the gods is worse than nearly being shot. Lying awake, he muses that the gods probably summoned him because he kept demanding a status screen. With a pow, he punches his pillow in frustration, wishing the gods had been clearer. Huffing, he gives up and sprawls across the bed in defeat. A brilliant light suddenly shines in his room. He rolls over in bed, drawn by the light. Sitting up, he stares in confusion at a glowing blue crystal hovering over his bed. He screams in disbelief as a fist-shaped constellation appears in the sky. Guess the gods are ready to throw hands. Kneeling in awe, he realizes a real status screen, just like in webcomics, has appeared before him. He understands now that the gods summoned him to deliver this gift. A beam of light shoots out from the glowing screen. The system reveals his first official quest, save the world. He pokes the screen repeatedly, disappointed that it's only telling him things he already knows. Staring at the glowing screen, Lin Weisen complains that a status screen should show stats and items, not just a simple quest. With a flop, he falls back into bed and grips the sheets, vowing to be as vengeful as the Grand Duke. He decides to go his own way, swearing off temples and planning to use his unique card games to fund his retirement. He realizes the only thing he can truly trust now is a mountain of money. Squeeze! He clutches his pillow in frustration, vowing to never seek the gods' help again. A smiling man with glasses explains they took great care in choosing the material for his word cards. The man confidently predicts the new items will be a kingdom-wide sensation, but Lin Weisen appears uncertain. Appearing gaunt, Lin Weisen's tired expression prompts the man to ask if he's feeling unwell, to which he simply replies, "Pardon?" The man apologizes for overstepping, but points out that Lin Weisen looks pale. Lin Weisen lies, blaming his lack of sleep on his excitement for the opera with His Highness. With a placid smile, Lin Weisen internally admits, "Of course, I'm lying." Chirp, chirp. With a pow 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 pow, he punches his pillow, fuming that his sleepless nights are due to his useless status screen. He looks proudly at his growing stack of cards and documents, pleased that his retirement funds are accumulating as planned. He muses about becoming a rich loafer instead of a warrior until a knock-knock and a call of, "Master," interrupts him. Creak. A servant announces the carriage is ready, prompting the man with glasses to conclude his report. The man wishes him a pleasant time with His Highness, and Lin Weisen offers a simple, "Thank you." Swish! As the man drapes a cloak over Lin Weisen, he expresses hope for more good news next time. Clip-clop, clip-clop. A grand carriage awaits them on the stone path. Rustle. The black-haired man offers a gloved hand to help him, saying, "Here." Reading a scandalous paper about Marquis Mustache, Lin Weisen lets out a surprised PFFT. Lin Weisen asks if the Marquis Mustache in the paper is Marquis Taillet, and the black-haired man confirms Taillet's pride in his facial hair. Quiver, quiver. Barely suppressing his laughter, Lin Weisen remarks on the blow to the Marquis's pride and asks if he's actually impotent. The black-haired man clarifies that the Marquis is just a miser, which confuses Lin Weisen. The man explains that the Marquis only pursues his maids to save money, prompting a disgusted Lin Weisen to crumple the paper and declare him a scumbag. Lin Weisen announces he'll keep the crumpled paper for memorabilia, and with a haha, the black-haired man tells him to suit himself. Rustle. As he reads, Lin Weisen reflects on the prevalence of nobles having mistresses, a new concept for him. He he continues to ponder the document, struggling to understand the noble lifestyle of openly having affairs. The black-haired man gently takes Lin Weissen's hand in his own. The black-haired man stands closely behind Lin Weissen, holding his hand as they arrive at a grand location. Feeling the man's hand on his shoulder, Lin Weissen notes that everyone is watching them. Taking in the massive, crowded opera house, Lin Weissen expresses his surprise at its scale and addresses His Highness. After they are seated in a private box, Lin Weissen tells the black-haired man he has something important to say. Lean. He leans in close, preparing to whisper in the black-haired man's ear. He whispers his request. If he dozes off during the opera, please wake him up. Murmur, murmur. The black-haired man sits up stiffly, stating he wouldn't want to do that in his presence. Spring. He suddenly leaps to his feet, catching the attention of the silent audience below. Turn. As he sits back down, the audience begins to murmur, wondering about his strange behavior. The black-haired man reassures a flustered Lin Weissen that he's done nothing wrong. Murmur. He leans in extremely close, causing the audience to gasp in surprise. Chuckle. Lin Weissen whispers that the man is quite popular, noting how surprised everyone gets when he acts intimate. Lin Weissen observes that the man consistently ignores his cold treatment. And he adds in his thoughts, the man also relieves his curse. The black-haired man thinks to himself that everyone must be aware their marriage is simply for mutual benefit. Flinch. The audience visibly reacts, and the man notes that even he is taken aback by his own forwardness. The man gets even closer, prompting Lin Weissen to question him with a surprised, "Your Highness?" The man explains he's just experimenting, since the crowd gets more excited the closer he gets, which is confirmed by murmurs from the audience. With a playful smile, the man tells Lin Weissen it's because he's popular, but Lin Weissen suggests there are other reasons. Flick. The lights dim, and the man remarks that the opera is starting. The black-haired man reflects that while he didn't need to act, he's enjoying the situation, crediting Lin Weissen's influence. Grin. The man decides his mysterious companion isn't so bad, while Lin Weissen hopes the false rumors will finally die down. Lin Weissen imagines himself as a heroic figure, walking toward a brilliant, divine light. A man describes the beautiful actress playing the goddess of victory. Eugene looks on from the audience, his expression slightly flustered. Completely captivated by the actress's performance, Eugene blushes deeply. Blush. The Grand Duke turns to a blushing Eugene, questioning his reaction. The Duke teases that the actress is out of his league, but a blushing Eugene insists that's not it. Eugene clarifies he's just in awe, and the Duke jokes he'd considered imprisoning him out of jealousy. Kya! Thinking the Duke sounds serious, Eugene is startled by a piercing scream as the Duke grabs his shoulder. Crash panic erupts in the theater as someone shouts that a man has drawn a bloody knife. Chills. A terrified woman held hostage by a man desperately begs for help. Shout! The Duke warns everyone away, identifying the attacker as a lost follower. Kaya! With glowing red eyes and fangs, the frenzied lost follower holds the hostage at knife point. Eugene stares in confusion, wondering what a lost follower is. Lost followers are servants of demon gods who fail to become benevolent deities. These demonic beings possess people who have fallen into despair, robbing them of their reason. As the follower holds his hostage, the narration explains their danger is more than just mindless killing. Their corrupting energy can cause flesh to rot and is lethal on contact, making them extremely dangerous. The Grand Duke quickly covers Eugene's eyes with his gloved hand. Eugene pushes his hand away, insisting that saving a life is what's important. Whoosh! To the Duke's shock, Eugene leaps over the balcony railing. Shout! Eugene leans over the railing and taunts the attacker, calling him an impotent loser. He furiously denounces the man as a coward with no honor for taking hostages. Yell! Eugene boldly challenges the lost follower, daring him to come after him instead. Grah! Enraged, the follower tosses the hostage aside and charges toward the balcony. Yank the Duke pulls Eugene back to safety as Eugene protests that his taunts were justified. As the Duke covers Eugene's mouth, a knight observes that Lord Lin Weissen has further enraged the follower and prepares to subdue him. Ack! The Duke holds a wide-eyed Eugene tightly in his arms. Crack! The lost follower violently attacks the knights, his body twisting and snapping in a demonic rage. Swish. In the chaos, the follower retrieves his fallen knife. Stab! He then turns the knife on himself, plunging it into his own chest. Thud. The lost follower collapses to the ground as knights surround his body. They watch the silent aftermath from the balcony above. Glance. The Duke warns Eugene not to look so inquisitive about what just happened. He explains the follower, a lunatic driven mad by Eugene's taunts, simply killed himself in a rage. With a serious expression, the Duke tells Eugene that he just got lucky this time. The Duke warns him never to underestimate a lost follower's demonic energy, and Eugene promises to be careful. Noticing Eugene is warm, the Duke shows concern, but Eugene brushes it off as fatigue from shouting. Eugene offers the Duke a piece of candy, explaining it helps him recover faster. The Duke declines, and Eugene smiles, happily accepting his refusal. As the knights carry the follower's body away, the Duke quietly observes Eugene. Looking out at the empty theater, the Duke admits to himself that he likes the spark in Eugene's eyes. Step. The Duke returns to his estate late at night and is greeted by an attendant. Creak! He explains a lost follower caused a delay, and the attendant asks if he escorted Lord Linwisen home. FWIP. The Duke impatiently cuts her off and tells her to get to the point. Click. A man identified as the Intelligence Bureau chief smiles, asking what brings the Duke so late. A bloody pocket watch is shown as the chief reveals he has found who was behind the recent attack. He confirms his investigation into the temple attack is complete, and he's identified the culprit. The Duke's expression darkens as he asks if it was Sir Lucanart. He muses that as the Grand Duke of the North, he has many enemies, including his own relatives. An image of a ring being passed down illustrates the kingdom's tradition of leaving all assets to the eldest son. His ancestors built a powerful legacy, acquiring numerous businesses over generations. The Duke thinks he can tolerate a certain level of corruption from greedy people. A faceless man in a suit stands confidently as gold coins rain down around him. He is identified as Sir Lucanart, who believes his house should become independent. The Duke explains that Lucanart uses his family's power as a reason to defy the royal court and criticize him. He had ignored Lucanart before, but now suspects he might hire an assassin to achieve his goals. The Duke speculates that Marquis Taillat could also be the culprit, or perhaps the two have joined forces. Swish. The Intelligence Bureau chief confidently states that it is neither of them. Raise. He presents a golden pocket watch, referring to it as a rotten apple he has acquired. A narration explains that a rotten apple is an item that confirms the identity of a guild requester. The chief continues, noting the importance of the watch's design. The Duke recognizes the roaring lion as the symbol of the royal family, and also sees two swords. He wonders if the crest could belong to the house of Duke Clordaeon. Realization dawns as he concludes that the culprit must be the king himself. The Duke muses on the king's close relationship with Duke Clordaeon and poor relations with his own house, questioning the reason. He recalls his youth, when the king tormented him with women and drinking. The chief adds that the king likely tried to manipulate the young duke into handing over the family's valuable Manastone mine. The chief playfully asks for the duke's response, and a flashback shows him flatly refusing the king's request. Rattle. The chief reminds him that he also opposed the tax increase proposed at the aristocrats' meeting. The Duke defends his actions, stating that the king's extravagant spending had exhausted state funds and that all nobles opposed the irreversible tax hike. After admitting he gave the king money from special funds, the Duke is annoyed when the chief laughs at how he's lost the king's favor. The Duke coldly orders the chief, Yol, to dig up every weakness and secret of the king, no matter the cost. Raise. Yol reveals the Duke's initial assumption wasn't entirely wrong as he presents a document. Pass. He hands over the document, which is proof that Sir Lucanart commissioned the assassination request. Yol smirks, explaining that Lucanart doesn't know the Duke took control of all his secret businesses upon ascending. While Yol praises the Duke's omniscience, the Duke silently scoffs at Lucanart's stupidity. Crumple. The Duke crushes the document, dismissing Lucanart's ambition as a mere pipe dream. He grimly notes that if the king discovers this plot, they will all be labeled as traitors. Bow. He instructs Yal to be on standby to take the king down if necessary, and Yal obediently agrees. Holding the crumpled paper, the Duke stands in thoughtful silence. He recalls a principle he lives by: both grudges and kindness must be repaid. The Duke remembers Eugene's determination to find the culprit and his selfless courage at the opera. He flashes back to Eugene's fierce challenge to the lost follower. The Duke thinks to himself that he's all for his fiancée being a brave and righteous man. A faint smile plays on his lips as he considers this turn of events. Snore. He hopes they can become friends. Watching over a peacefully sleeping Eugene, The scene shifts to a sunny town square, one day before the Star Festival. Chatter. Amidst the crowd, people gossip about the lost follower who appeared at the opera house. Whoa! A woman passionately defends Eugene against rumors, stating he saved people's lives. He recounts how Madame Hainault, a prominent merchant, personally confirmed that Eugene saved her when she was taken hostage. Eugene is imagined in a glowing, saintly light, his hands clasped in prayer. Ha ha ha. The townspeople laugh, sharing the rumor that Eugene's insult enraged the follower because it was true. An attendant expresses concern for Eugene, whose fever persists, but Eugene dismisses it as simple fatigue. While walking outside, Eugene insists he needs to keep exercising regularly, even in the chilly weather. Warm, he smiles brightly, enjoying the pleasant warmth of the sun on his face. Looking over the estate, Eugene notes the festival is tomorrow and thinks he's halfway through his divine mission. His thoughts turn to the Duke, anticipating the day the arrogant man will finally thank him. Wham! He's suddenly knocked off balance as someone collides with him, much to his attendant's alarm. A flustered Eugene apologizes for being distracted and turns to see who he ran into. A handsome, brown-haired man steps forward, complimenting Eugene's appearance, causing him to retreat slightly. The charming stranger smiles warmly, asking where Eugene came from as yellow roses bloom in the background. The charming stranger smiles warmly, asking where Eugene came from as yellow roses bloom in the background. Wary of the drunken noble, Eugene introduces himself as Baron Lindweisen and asks for the man's name. The stranger insults Eugene by saying he's not as dumb as rumored, angering Eugene's attendant, Swish. The attendant steps between them to protect his master as the stranger continues his odd compliments. Pow, crash. The stranger violently strikes the attendant for daring to speak to a noble. Grab. As Eugene rushes to his attendant, Robert, the stranger grabs his shoulder to stop him. The man pulls a frightened Eugene close, smirking that they aren't done talking yet. Ticked, Eugene demands to know why he must speak with an idiot who won't even introduce himself. Pull. Suddenly a black-gloved hand pulls Eugene away from the stranger's grasp. Clench. The Duke stands protectively behind Eugene, ordering the man to get his hands off his fiancée. Startled. FWIP. The brown-haired man throws his hands up, nervously greeting the Duke as Alexis. The Duke insists the man introduce himself before speaking to his fiancée, while Robert notes the man had asked for the Baron. Accusing the stranger of being a liar, the Duke's cold words leave the man stunned. Ugh. The Duke continues his verbal assault, questioning the man's chivalry and sense of shame. Bow. The man formally bows, introducing himself as Sir Hidmilon de Conte y Villaron. Eugene internally reflects that being on the receiving end of the Duke's foul attitude was awful, but now that the Duke is on his side, Eugene admits he appreciates it. Eugene cheerfully greets Sir Hidmilon, admitting he almost mistook him for a weirdo, and Hidmilon agrees the feeling was mutual. Sir Hidmilon bids the Duke farewell, telling him to enjoy the time with his pretty fiancée. Stomp. Eugene watches him leave with a serious expression. Stomp. As Hidmilon storms off, Eugene senses his anger, but decides he doesn't care. Eugene turns to thank the Duke for his help, admitting he feared the man would become violent. The Duke explains he came because he heard Eugene's voice, much to Eugene's surprise. The Duke points to a grand building, identifying it as his office, which confuses Eugene. Learning the Duke jumped from the third-floor window to reach him, Eugene is stunned, but the Duke reminds him that he is a knight. A smile crosses Eugene's face as he remembers the Duke's knightly status. He thinks to himself that reading about the Duke and seeing him in person are very different experiences. A narration explains that, in the novel, the Grand Duke is one of the strongest people alive, so such a jump is trivial. Gaze. Eugene glances at the Duke, thinking it will be even more impressive to see him in action. Flinch. Caught staring, Eugene grows awkward as the Duke correctly assumes he wants something. Hesitantly, Eugene prefaces his idea by telling the Duke it is okay to refuse. He asks for permission to watch the famed Ivilaron Knight's sword training, which he has never seen. Though the Duke finds the request odd, he agrees, seeing no particular reason to refuse. Delighted by the easy approval, Eugene lets out a surprised, "What?" The Duke leads the way to the training grounds, noting it's time for the afternoon session anyway. Arriving at the grounds, the Duke calls for 6 volunteers from the assembled knights. He announces one-on-one duels with wooden swords, offering a bonus and a holiday to the winner. When the Duke asks for takers, the knights eye each other uncertainly. Suddenly, all the knights eagerly volunteer, forcing the Duke to angrily shout that he only needs 6. Whack! Clack! The duels begin as Eugene and the Duke watch from their seats. The Duke watches Eugene, surprised that someone so feeble would enjoy watching knights train. He recalls Eugene's perception of him as foolish and violent, thinking he didn't intervene just to be nice. As the duels continue, the Duke wonders how he ended up here, having had no obligation to agree to the request. He smiles to himself, concluding that perhaps it's because he wants to become friends with him. 2 knights gossip, praising Eugene as a real man for liking duels, assuming he can't hear them. Stop. They continue to speculate, wondering if the Duke is with Eugene because of the imprisonment rumors. One knight suggests the Duke is introducing his fiancée to them, though another dismisses the idea as naive. Having overheard everything, the Duke thinks to himself that since they're creating reasons for him, he may as well play along. Crash. Spring. As a duel ends, an excited Eugene springs up from his seat. Wow. The knights cheer loudly for the winner of the duel, Jamie. Eugene excitedly praises the duel's amazing fighters. Inspired, Eugene wants to wield a sword, amusing the Duke. The winning knight, Jamie, grins and praises the Duke's legendary skills. A narration reveals the knight's praise as a challenge for the Duke to fight. As the knights egg him on, the Duke sternly tells them to stop. The Duke declines to fight, much to Eugene's visible disappointment. Done. With twinkling eyes, Eugene innocently asks if the Duke can really win with his fists. Amused by the question, the Duke smirks, as his knights cheer him on. Eugene stares in wide-eyed, sparkling admiration. Done. The Duke pauses, intrigued by Eugene's unexpected reaction. The Duke clarifies he can manage a fight with a sword, making the knights flinch. As punishment for instigating, the Duke assigns the knight Sheridan to market patrol. Sheridan protests his punishment, but the Duke dismisses him with a turn. Eugene silently apologizes to the punished knight on behalf of his boss. Step. Walking away, the Duke prompts a quiet Eugene for his thoughts. Internally, Eugene gushes over the Duke's coolness, deciding to stick with simple flattery. Beaming, Eugene says he got goosebumps, and the Duke asks if he wants to learn. The Duke offers to find a suitable teacher, leaving Eugene stunned. While privately miffed, Eugene graciously accepts the Duke's offer. Eugene nervously wonders if his flattery was too transparent. Learning Sir Hidmillan will be at the banquet, Eugene asks the Duke for a favor. Eugene looks shocked and worried after making his request. The Duke agrees to keep him away from Hidmillan, earning a grateful thumbs up. Bottom. The Duke is struck by Eugene's bright, happy smile. Nod. He thinks to himself that Eugene's smile reminds him of his younger brother, Lion. The scene transitions to a grand mansion under a beautiful night sky. Inside, the Duke hosts a formal dinner with Eugene and other nobles. Eugene eats peacefully, then notices the Duke's trembling hand. Eugene asks why the Duke's arm is shaking so much. A flashback reveals Eugene's arm is sore from trying to swing a heavy wooden sword the Duke had gifted him. Laughing, Eugene admits the sword was heavy, and the Duke notes a real one is heavier. The Duke watches Eugene with a soft, pleased expression. Ticked. Eugene realizes the Duke's gift, addressed to our future knight, was a tease. Deciding to focus on dessert, Eugene brushes off his annoyance. The conversation turns to the lost follower, with Sir Hidmillan noting their increased appearances. Eugene realizes Hidmillan was just waiting for an opportunity to stir up trouble. Slam! An older man slams the table, angrily accusing the Duke of giving his enemies an excuse to attack. The Duke calmly confirms the increase, prompting the man to question his leadership. A tense, cold atmosphere settles over the dining table. Eugene feels trapped, comparing the situation to being grilled by annoying relatives. Bang! The older man slams the table again, pointing out that lost followers signal war. The Duke remains silent, his expression cold and unreadable. The Duke agrees with his father that the followers signify a problem in their territory. Sir Hidmillan smirks, turning the conversation and putting Eugene on the spot. Flinch. Caught mid-bite, Eugene freezes under the sudden attention. Glare. Eugene inwardly fumes, realizing Hidmillan is trying to use him to insult the Duke. He laments that terrible older cousins seem to be a universal constant. Smiling politely, Eugene states that both men are blind to the kingdom situation. Bang outraged by the comment the older man slams the table, Eugene calmly explains that the lost follower problem extends beyond their territory to the entire kingdom. Eugene explains that 20 lost followers were found in the king's city, forcing an emergency meeting. Ugh. He chides the men for not reading the newspaper, which angers the older noble. The older man furiously asks if Eugene is referring to the Daily Standard newspaper. Halt! The Duke interjects that he read it too, then turns and sternly calls Hidmelan's name, making him flinch. Lift! The Duke lifts Hidmelan by his collar, seething that he's embarrassing House Villaron, while Hidmelan insists he reads newspapers. Glare! The Duke coldly remarks that he didn't realize tabloids were considered newspapers now. Flush! As the Duke tells him to read proper sources, a humiliated Hidmelan flushes with anger. Crash! Hidmelan furiously kicks his chair over. Turn. As he storms out, the older man shouts his name. Hidmelan! Slam. The older man yells for Hidmelan to compose himself before the door slams shut. HMPH. Eugene internally scoffs at Hidmelan, calling him a freaking loser. He then glances over at the Duke. Eugene is inwardly shocked and pleased that the uptight Grand Duke actually took his side. Flick. Beaming, Eugene gives the Duke a thumbs up, thanking him for his help and feeling much better. The Duke watches him with a soft, pleased smile. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a grand estate on April 15th. As the days grew longer and the sun began to warm the earth, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The villagers spoke of the approaching festival, a time to bid farewell to winter's chill and welcome the vibrant embrace of spring. Preparations were underway, with colorful decorations adorning every home and the aroma of festive foods wafting from open windows. Children's laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets as they eagerly awaited the storytelling and dancing that would mark the occasion. The heart of the village, the ancient oak tree, stood as a silent guardian, its bare branches soon to be adorned with blossoms, mirroring the joy in the hearts of the people. The temple is set to hold its annual Star Festival. A priest announces that blessings will be offered, allowing everyone to experience holy power. Standing with the Duke and a small boy, Eugene muses about experiencing holy power. Done. A system window suddenly appears with the quest, Save the World. Whoosh. When the priest asks if he's alright, Eugene waves him off, telling him to continue. The priest explains that the magically sealed chamber before them stores the Villaron family relics. Thud. As the priest notes the chamber's high security, Eugene recognizes it from the novel. A narration describes a statue of a roaring lion in the innermost area of the former Grand Duke's resting place. Eugene recalls that in the novel, the Duke's sword was switched, but he is determined to acquire the real one himself. A shadowy figure vows to find the sword today. Step. The group proceeds down the hallowed halls of the temple. The Duke turns to look back at a silent Eugene. He calls out to Lord Linwyson, getting his attention. Flinch. Caught off guard, Eugene nervously holds up a stone apple, claiming he just found it pretty. Rattle. He shakes the apple, commenting on the interesting worm coming out of it. Rattle. Knowing from the novel that he must press the worm, Eugene marvels at the intricate mechanism. Click. Ignoring the Duke's warning, Eugene sweats nervously but presses the worm, thinking, I did it. Rumble. The chamber begins to shake as the Duke grabs Eugene, asking if he's okay. Eugene admits he must have pressed something, confusing the Duke. Flinch. The Duke turns, his eyes widening in shock. The boy looks up in absolute wonder, letting out a whoa. A massive, dark sword pulsing with red energy, inversion, is revealed. Shing! The Duke grasps its hilt, and the blade transforms into a radiant holy sword. Done. He stands resolutely, holding the glowing, transformed weapon. Murmur. As the guests whisper in shock, Eugene smirks, satisfied with their reaction. The legendary sword Inversion, the symbol of Villaron lost for 300 years, has been found. Clench. Overcome with joy, Eugene cries tears of relief, envisioning a happy future as a hero. The Duke remains silent, his expression unreadable as he studies the sword. Rumble. He internally questions the Baron's awkward behavior, wondering if he knew the sword was here. Bang! A sudden explosion echoes through the chamber, making the small boy cry out. Eugene comforts the boy as a man announces that fireworks in storage went off, urging everyone to evacuate. Murmur. The crowd begins to leave, whispering about the recent events. As the Duke walks away, a pensive Eugene watches him. Eugene calls out to the Duke, asking for a favor, which surprises him. The Duke agrees to help if it is within his power to do so. Rumble. Eugene suggests they concoct a story. The fireworks explosion revealed a secret area where the Duke, Tada, found Infertion himself. The Duke points out that Eugene actually found it, but Eugene thinks his own idea is more believable. Dizzy. As Eugene muses about being rewarded with money, he suddenly feels faint. Wobble. Stumbling, Eugene clutches his head as the Duke calls his name in concern. Chatter. The scene shifts to a bustling pub, where a patron asks how the legendary sword was found. A hooded man overhears that Infertion was found, angrily imagining the Duke getting all the credit and calling him an annoying bastard. Grit. Seething with rage, the hooded man clenches his jaw and vows revenge. At a grand estate, an aide asks for Hidmillen's whereabouts and is told he's at a pub on Vagrant Street. The aide suggests they should eliminate seditious people like Hidmillen and his father, an idea the Duke quietly considers. The Duke correctly deduces their true goal is the independence of the North. He recalls the king ordering the ambush at the temple, realizing his enemies now intend to deliver his head to the monarch. Mumble. Thinking of their plot, the Duke quietly scoffs at how foolish they are. He instructs his aide to simply watch them for now, noting that a conveniently timed father-son funeral would be too suspicious. The aide reports that the king intends to summon both the Duke and Eugene. Aha! He explains that the king wants to personally verify their relationship before approving their marriage. Ponder. The Duke internally doubts Eugene would say anything unfavorable, recalling his adoring gazes. Halt. The Duke reconsiders, recalling that a greedy ancestor hid Infertion, a fact unknown to his family, yet Eugene found it by fiddling with an ornament. The Duke stands alone, wondering if Eugene's discovery was simply a stroke of luck. He then considers that it could have been Eugene's unawakened holy power, recalling Hurion's previous assessment. Huff, realizing this would also explain the relief of his own curse. The Duke reaches for a feverish Eugene but stops, concluding it makes sense. He looks at his gloved hand, admitting to himself that a final bit of doubt remains. Clench. He orders his aide to watch Lord Linweisen and his contacts closely, and the aide agrees. The aide further reports that Marquis Talat had a private meeting with the king. Smirk. Looking out the window, the Duke smirks, realizing his enemy has set the stage perfectly for him. Rustle. Outside, the hooded man from the pub lurks near the estate walls. Smirk. He grins menacingly under the night sky, ominously stating, "I told you." Da done. A wave of dark energy emanates from the sinister figure. The next morning, Eugene looks out the window, feeling refreshed and amazing. He smiles brightly, deciding he needs to thank Hurion for his help. An attendant named Robert informs Eugene that guests from the temple, including Lord Lion, have sent pricey recovery gifts. Sipping his tea, Eugene casually explains it's because they know he's the one who found the legendary sword, Infertion. Robert is stunned by the revelation, while Eugene smiles, pleased with himself. Robert asks why he would keep such a huge achievement secret, his expression one of pure shock. Robert then reports that Sir Lucanart died in an accident, and Sir Hidmillen was caught trespassing, now destined for prison. Spring Eugene leaps from his chair in shock, shouting, "Really?" As Robert speculates Hidmillen was trying to create a scandal, Eugene laments that the man truly dug his own grave. Reach. A gloved hand lands on Eugene's shoulder with a tap, startling him as the Duke asks if there is more to report. That done, the Duke notes Eugene's pale face and teases him for being so easily startled, advising him to rest. Da done. The Duke gazes at him, a serious look on his face. Ticked. Eugene argues that anyone would be scared by someone sneaking up on them, then blames his overreaction on his own frailty. He quickly changes the subject, asking if the Duke has something to tell him. With eager, puppy dog eyes, Eugene flashes an OK sign in anticipation. The Duke smirks, amused by Eugene's enthusiasm, and considers his reward. As a reward, the Duke offers him a manor in Heinscan and a pension contract to cover all its costs. Eugene holds the documents, shocked to learn the reward is worth about 20 million United States dollars. Overjoyed by the prospect of a stable home and a pension, he blushes with delight. Kneel. The Duke kneels before a stunned Eugene, vowing to always be his most powerful and trusted ally. Eugene vows to be a peaceful ally, much to the Duke's surprise. A blushing Eugene smiles. Overjoyed by the Duke's gesture, he happily prepares to sign the contract with a feather quill. Eugene sits happily with the Duke, as an attendant accepts a new duty. He tells the Duke that he trusts anyone he recommends for the job. As Eugene smiles warmly, the Duke turns away with a faint blush, The Duke thinks about how Eugene prevented Hidmelin from causing a pre-wedding scandal. Baitum. Eugene clutches his chest, his heart racing, as he wonders if he's still sick. He wryly comments to the Duke that many people seem to oppose their marriage. The Duke grins, cryptically stating they have even more opponents now, which confuses Eugene. Flinch. Eugene is shocked to learn the king has summoned them both to the capital. The Duke explains that strange rumors about them are spreading due to Infertion's discovery. An ominous, distorted image shows the back of the king wearing his crown. Sweat. A nervous Eugene forces a smile, realizing he's in trouble. At a grand train station, Eugene grimly accepts that the trip is really happening. On board the train, he puts on a brave but uneasy smile. He recalls how Marquis Taylot is manipulating the king to oppose the Grand Duke's marriage. Overwhelmed, Eugene clutches his head, shouting that it's all terrible news. He panics, realizing that if his holy power is discovered, he'll be forced into the priesthood. He remembers that a man named Alexis invited him to see the Eveleron promotion matches. The Duke and Eugene share a serious, uncertain glance. The Duke sits alone, looking out the window in deep thought. Wobble. As the train sways, the Duke calls out to a stumbling Eugene. The Duke asks if he's feeling better, but Eugene admits he is not. Eugene asks to sit beside him, and the Duke quietly agrees. The two sit opposite each other as the train journey continues. Rattle. Eugene laments his weak body, now afflicted with motion sickness. He tearfully asks the Duke to just knock him out, but the Duke refuses, fearing he'd get a bruise. To ease his nausea, the Duke offers him something sweet. Whimper. A suddenly puppy-eared Eugene meekly accepts the offer. Rattle. To pass the time, Eugene decides to ask the Duke a question as they travel. He asks bluntly why the king won't approve of their marriage. The Duke explains that the king holds a grudge against him. He reveals the king tried to force him to sell his Mana Stone mine, and he refused, leaving a tiny Eugene speechless. Grumble, grumble. Eugene angrily calls the king a shameless Scrooge. Flinch. The Duke cautions him against such talk, and Eugene panics about being punished for treason. The Duke gently touches his cheek, silencing his worries. Eugene looks up at him, as the Duke gazes back with a serious expression. Bang, the Duke suddenly grabs Eugene, shielding him from an unseen threat. Burst! An attendant bursts into their car, announcing that train robbers are on board. Rise, with a sigh. A slightly flushed Eugene rises to his feet. The Duke orders his aide, Sheridan, to protect Lord Linwyson. Slam after the Duke leaves, Sheridan and a worried Eugene are left alone. Sheridan sighs that the robbers are unlucky, which confuses Eugene. The aide seems surprised that Eugene is unaware of the Duke's reputation. He explains the train is a frequent target because it carries Mana Stones, but the Duke put a stop to it. Boom. Glare. As a flashback shows the blood-spattered Duke, Eugene laughs nervously, questioning Sheridan's meaning. Bang. Pow. Sheridan calmly explains that His Highness doesn't leave his enemies alive as sounds of fighting erupt outside. Crack. Crash. With a menacing grin, Eugene realizes what getting rid of them truly entails. His eyes glowing red, a blood-splattered Duke returns, asking if they are all right. Eugene expresses his shock at how quickly someone was dealt with, which his attendant confirms. A sudden wave of nausea hits Eugene. Amidst bloody splatters, Alexis asks his attendant if everything is okay, receiving a swift confirmation. Overcome with dizziness, Eugene looks pale and unwell. Clutching his mouth, he fights back another wave of nausea as someone calls his name, Lord Linwyson? Alexis approaches the seated Eugene, asking if he feels sick, to which Eugene admits that, while he's physically fine, something is wrong. Alexis questions his attendant Sheridan, who nervously insists that nothing at all has happened. Stagger! Eugene stumbles into Alexis, who notices a blood stain on his shoulder and asks about the smell. Holding the unsteady Eugene, Alexis offers to get a potpourri pouch, while Eugene internally laments his weak constitution. Left to Eugene's complete surprise, Alexis suddenly sweeps him up into his arms. Stunned and blushing, Eugene can only stare in disbelief. The journey concludes as they finally arrive in Wiesta, the capital of Kinhar. Their destination is Grand Duke Ivleron's impressive townhouse, located in the old part of the city. Exhausted from the trip, Eugene rests in his new bed. Creak! He sits up, deciding to organize his thoughts and assess the current situation. A flashback shows Alexis has successfully dealt with the troublesome baronet and his son. With that problem solved, all that remains is to get the king's permission for the marriage. Back in the present, Eugene feels satisfied that everything is proceeding according to his plan. Mumble. He sighs, acknowledging that his frail body remains his single biggest obstacle. He reflects on his situation, realizing his holy power might be useful, but that his weak body is a liability and considers special training. Knock knock, his contemplation is interrupted by a sharp sound. Wondering about the noise, he gets out of bed, realizing it's coming from the window. He approaches the glass to find a grim-faced Alexis outside, who calls out his name. A jolt of shock runs through him. He stares at Alexis, momentarily speechless. Hiccup. A gasp of surprise escapes him. Now inside, Alexis leans against the balcony and asks if Eugene has fully recovered, prompting Eugene to silently blame him for his state. Point. He gestures accusingly at the Grand Duke. Rummage. He scolds Alexis for entering his room so late, calling it unacceptable, while Alexis searches for something. Alexis hands him a small box, revealing it's a scented candle to help with the unpleasant smell. He explains that the candle should smell even better than a potpourri sachet. Glare. Feeling the intensity of Alexis's stare, Eugene nervously decides he'd better light the candle immediately. Changing tactics, Eugene asks Alexis for a favor. Baffled, he requests a bit of liquor, leaving Alexis completely perplexed. Eugene explains that he's afraid of having nightmares and needs alcohol to sleep. Alexis raises a finger, assuring him that nightmares won't be a problem. He explains that Eugene's holy power will ward off any evil, ensuring peaceful sleep, but Eugene begins to sweat under his intense gaze. Flinch. Eugene insists he just wants a relaxing drink before bed. Twinkle. He turns on the charm, looking up at Alexis with pleading, sparkling eyes. Halt. Just as Alexis seems to relent, Eugene stops him from leaving. Clack. Annoyed, Alexis sets down a bottle of wine, warning him to drink only a little. He tells Eugene to drink up and go to bed. As Eugene holds his glass, he can't quite believe he's casually spending time with Alexis like this. Alexis wishes him a good night and turns to go, but Eugene offers to see him out. As he departs, Alexis quietly hopes that his gesture will help more than the brandy. Kiss. He leans in and gently kisses a stunned Eugene on the forehead. Standing under the night sky, Alexis smiles, calling it his goodnight kiss. Blush. Eugene touches his forehead, completely flustered and confused by the sudden affection. Chirp. The next morning, he awakens to find a note resting on his pillow. Lift. He picks up the mysterious note, his expression unreadable. The Duke holds a golden card, scoffing at its contents. The Duke apologizes to Eugene for the servant's lapse, but Eugene graciously says it's okay. Insisting this is serious, the Duke tells Lord Linweisen they cannot ignore the incident. He warns Eugene that compromised security could lead to an assassination attempt next time. Tremble. Holding the card, Eugene internally admits that even though he expected danger, it's unsettling to be the target. Sigh. Eugene asks if this is related to their audience tomorrow, confused by the sender's offer to save him. A serious Eugene internally debates whether he should tell the Duke the full truth. He recalls the Duke previously stating that he didn't want to marry him. The Duke looks on with a thoughtful, serious expression. Eugene is stunned into a flustered silence. The Duke grins, remarking that Eugene is always one step ahead of him. He deduces the note was a classic, sophisticated threat disguised as a request. The Duke reveals that his informant expects the king to make a move tomorrow. Eugene angrily calls the king a despicable idiot, but the Duke quickly covers his mouth, warning him to be quiet. A determined Chibi Eugene clutches the Duke's hand, vowing to shout his desire to marry him to the king. The Duke gently pats a winking Eugene's head. As he caresses Eugene's hair, the Duke internally admits that this beautiful, brave man has captured his heart. He thinks about their eventual divorce, but vows to protect Eugene from assassination by maintaining an amicable relationship. With his hands clasped behind his back, Eugene resolves that he cannot fully trust the Baron before meeting the king. The Duke clears his throat while leaning close, making a blushing Eugene look up at him. The scene shifts to a lavishly prepared dinner table. Over dinner, Eugene admits he prefers spicier food, prompting the Duke to worry it might make his frail body sick. Nom! Eugene happily takes a bite, insisting he loves the intense burn. Proudly, Eugene imagines starting a K-food business in this fantasy world with kimchi and fried chicken. The Duke reminds the frail Eugene not to eat too much, and he happily agrees. Staring. Noticing Eugene's intense gaze, the Duke asks if he has something to say. A blushing Eugene admits there is indeed something on his mind. While the Duke sips his wine, Eugene points out they don't technically have to get married, earning a sharp glare. Grrr. As a menacing aura surrounds the Duke, a panicked Eugene begs him not to glare and to let him finish. Eugene explains that while the railroad through his territory was the main reason, it's not the only route. The Duke questions this, but Eugene reminds him they have a high-class knight who can forge a new path. He cheerfully suggests the Duke can just break through a mountain, revealing a spoiler from the novel where Eugene dies. He recounts how a rage-filled Alexis, denied passage, chose to tunnel through the mountain rather than give his mind to the king. Alone Alexis stands at the entrance of the railroad tunnel he carved through the mountain. Eugene reflects that with him still alive, he doesn't want to put Alexis in such a difficult situation. The Duke calls the mountain tunneling idea something only a reckless fool would attempt, with an arrow pointing at Eugene. Poke! Changing the subject, Eugene pokes at his fish. He offers the Duke a bright, cheerful smile. Eugene continues to smile, resting his chin on his hand. Very well, the Duke says, sliding a slice of cake over to Eugene. A notice reveals their public audience with the king has been changed to a private one due to scheduling. Before the royal doors, the Duke notes the king is intentionally making things difficult, but he already expected it. The Duke asks Eugene if he's nervous, and with a sigh, Eugene admits he is. He thinks about his democratic origins, admitting he never imagined he'd have to meet a real king. The Duke reassures him he'll do great as the grand doors creak open. As they enter the hall, nobles murmur about the handsome Duke and his pretty partner, concluding the marriage must be allowed. A courtier wonders about the Duke's mana stone mine, when another suddenly points toward the throne in shock. On display is the legendary sword, Infertion, its red gem glowing ominously. Bow. Alexis and Eugene formally introduce themselves and bow before the enthroned king. The king smiles, sarcastically welcoming the lovely couple who desperately want to marry. Internally, Eugene scoffs at the king's welcome, thinking he's far from a kind monarch. He recalls the king's history. Once an intelligent ruler, his pride was shattered when he failed to produce an heir. To keep his throne, the king began tormenting his younger half-brother Christopher, the novel's male lead. Eugene realizes that now it's Alexis being tormented as the king declares them a good match. The king states that he was worried about recent rumors, but now sees it was unnecessary, getting straight to the point with Grand Duke Yvelarin. He bluntly asks the Duke if he truly wishes to marry Lord Lindwysen. A soft, romantic memory of a gentle touch flashes through Eugene's mind. The king then turns his attention to Lord Lindwysen, asking for his answer. Flutter. With a calm, beatific smile, Eugene prepares to speak his mind. Clench. The king clutches a scroll, internally noting that Marquis Tailot predicted Eugene would faint from nervousness. The king recalls the Marquis' plan to use Eugene's supposed weakness against them. A voice suddenly cries out, pleading for the king to listen. Marquis Dylan Grey Taylor of the North interrupts the proceedings with a deep bow. The Duke scolds the Marquis for his disrespectful interruption. Smirk. The king allows the interruption, telling the Marquis to explain what he thinks is so important. Frown. The Marquis accuses the Duke of framing Lord Lindwysen's patron, Sir Patrick, and sentencing him to the mines. Eugene internally mocks the absurd accusation, noting Abeta's tendency to believe any complaint without fact-checking. Trickle. As the Marquis puts on a show of fake tears, Eugene internally critiques his act as complete nonsense. Glance. Eugene looks toward the nobles, deducing this clumsy tactic couldn't have come from the Marquis' mind, and identifying Count Rito as the real culprit. He recalls that Rito is the secret priest of a nameless demon god. Eugene remembers from the novel that Count Rito was the evil mastermind who manipulated the king and framed the Yvelarin family. Determined to ruin their plot, Eugene internally rejects the Marquis' lies, affirming he chose this marriage of his own free will. He clarifies that while Sir Patrick was his guardian, he was never his legally or religiously approved patron. Murmur. Eugene reveals that Patrick falsified documents to steal land, among other shameful acts. As the court gossips, he looks lovingly at the Duke, declaring that His Highness saved him and is his true savior. The Duke internally praises Eugene's performance, thinking he's a natural. The king declares that due to the conflicting stories, the marriage will be postponed until the truth is revealed. Hiding behind the Duke, Eugene thinks that Abeta is pathetic to the end, before the Duke addresses His Majesty. Flinch. The Duke asks why there is a need to wait, since the king has already confirmed their wishes. The Duke coolly reminds the king that marriage is the inherent right of any household. Eugene realizes the Duke is playing hardball, refusing to comply with the king's demands regardless of the marriage approval. Whisper. The nobles begin to agree with the Duke, acknowledging that marriage is a household right and the king's approval is merely a custom. Glare. The nobles murmur that His Majesty is interfering too much, worried he might do the same to them. Babble. Flustered, the king makes excuses, claiming he was just worried about one of his subjects being wronged. The Duke and Eugene stand together, united and resolute. Eugene gives the Duke a confident, appreciative glance. Gah! An attendant weeps with joy, proclaiming the heavenly taste of crispy fried chicken, while a butler cries out in despair. Weep. The butler tearfully scolds Eugene for doing such an arduous and dangerous task as slaughtering a chicken himself. Crunch. He continues his lecture about the dangers of hot oil while simultaneously munching on a piece of chicken. Eugene dismisses his butler Robert's concerns with a dark grin, thinking he can't exactly fry the king. Sizzle. As fried chicken cooks, Eugene explains the king is delaying their license under the pretense of investigating Patrick's case. He concludes the message is clear. The king and the mastermind want to grill, roast, and fry Alexis. Steam. Crunch. While eating, Eugene muses that once Christopher returns from the academy, the king's focus will shift and they'll be fine. The Duke stands in a grand hall, greeted by an unfamiliar man. Bow. The man introduces himself as Count Rito, His Majesty's personal stylist. Rito explains the king is still out on a morning hunt, having ordered Rito to receive the Duke with care, earning a scoff from Alexis. The Duke recalls the rumors of a falling out and realizes the king sent for him only to make him wait. Grit. He thinks about how the king is intentionally wasting his time by not showing up. The Duke cuts to the chase, demanding Rito tell him what the king wants. Rito smiles smugly, replying that he's sure the Duke already knows. Rito explains that the royal Manastone mines were shut down long ago. Sigh. He elaborates that due to the court's high consumption, the king wants the Duke to make a decision, prompting the Duke to realize he's being asked to give up his own mine. Count Rito maintains a placid, smiling facade. The Duke internally dismisses Rito as a mere servant, not a royal like Duke Clardelon. He reflects on the king's recent extravagant spending, realizing he'd wrongly assumed Rito was just another sycophant. The Duke concludes that Rito must have far more of the king's trust than he first thought. Having already researched the king's other men, the Duke resolves to investigate this one much more deeply. He recalls the advice given to him by his wise fiancée, Twitch. The memory of Eugene suggesting he doesn't necessarily have to get married makes Rito's eye twitch. The Duke continues, explaining Eugene's plan to have a high-class night simply carve a new path through the mountains. Clack! Finding his fiancée's idea bold and brilliant, the Duke turns and opens the doors to leave. Twitch! He coolly instructs Count Rito to pass his message along to His Majesty. Slam! The grand doors are shut with finality. The Duke walks alone down a long, opulent hallway. He worries that since the king can't target him directly, he may consider killing Lord Linweisen to stop their marriage. He concludes that even if he carves down the mountain, the king might kill the Baron in revenge, making marriage the only way to protect him. The memory of Eugene's words, "We technically don't have to get married," echoes in his thoughts. The Duke thinks that he's sorry, but it's too late for Lord Linweisen to back out now. He summons his aide, Sheridan, ordering him to message his mother in Heinscan and to prepare the knights for battle. The Duke gives his orders with a look of grim determination. Wearing a fluffy white hat, Eugene is surprised to hear the Duke wishes to have an outing with him. A tranquil moment shows Eugene's hand resting on a book amidst yellow flowers. An attendant informs Eugene that his dance lesson with the Duke is about to begin, urging him to go. Eugene considers the upcoming debutante ball and the Queen's party, two major high society events. A chibi montage shows Eugene's busy schedule, getting suits tailored, practicing dancing, checking finances, and answering letters. He despairs over why two huge social events must happen back to back. Clip clop. A luxurious green carriage makes its way through the city. Rattle. Inside, Eugene asks the Duke if something bad happened at the palace, but he denies it. The Duke explains that he never met the king, but was instead told by an attendant to give up his Manastone mine. Seeing Eugene's suppressed smirk, the Duke knowingly asks if he's trying not to swear. The two share an amused, conspiratorial look by the carriage window. Reach. Eugene asks how they can proceed without a letter of approval, prompting the Duke to reach into his coat. Flap. The Duke pulls out a document, stating they can simply get approval from someone else. Eugene stares in wide-eyed shock at the paper. He recognizes the temple's seal on the document and realizes its implications. Eugene asks if this is okay, and the Duke confidently reassures him that it is. The Duke explains that in Kinhar, the Archbishop's approval of a marriage license is considered just as valid as the King's. He holds the official-looking document out for Eugene to see. Rattle. A worried Eugene realizes this move makes the King his enemy, a fact the Duke casually confirms is probable. Clip-clop. The Duke declares it's better to cause a mess and clean it up later, confident he can handle the King's rage, leaving Eugene to question how. The Duke explains he'll use money, certain the King's recent shortage will make him accept. Eugene concludes that money is the best solution in any world. Rattle. Eugene stares thoughtfully out the carriage window. The Duke calmly states that he is also looking forward to it. He then clarifies with a smile that he means the alimony, much to Eugene's delight. Rattle. The Duke scoffs at Eugene mentioning alimony on their wedding day, but confidently promises to provide even more than he expects. Laughing happily, Eugene declares his hopes are as high as the sky as their carriage arrives at a magnificent building. Stand! Attendants frantically organize the wedding guests like military units, confused over which of the two grooms' sides to handle first. Wave. Madame Ivaleron, Sir Wilhelm, and a young Lord Lion wave happily at the arriving couple. Sir Wilhelm formally greets Eugene, then reveals the invitation is actually a letter outlining the plan to push the marriage through the High Temple immediately. Swish! Eugene asks if all weddings are like military operations. The Duke, a military man himself, admits he has no idea as he's never been married either. Tap. The Duke gently pats Eugene's head as they share a loving gaze in their white wedding attire. In the light of a grand temple window, their full names are presented: Alexis Mikhail Ivalaran and Eugene Lichtbent Lindweisen. Before the Archbishop, Alexis and Eugene hold hands, ready to be joined in matrimony. Sigh. Eugene closes his eyes in relief, thinking the ceremony is finally over now that they've exchanged rings and vows. He suddenly opens his eyes, a look of dawning realization on his face. The Archbishop announces they may now seal their vows with a kiss, catching the Duke completely off guard. The Duke gently cups Eugene's chin, lifting his face towards him. Whisper. Panicked, Eugene asks if this is a joke, but the Duke quiets him, warning that the Archbishop will hear. Flinch. The Duke's gloved hand lifts Eugene's veil. Kiss. Clap. Promising not to actually kiss him, the Duke proceeds to kiss him anyway as the guests applaud. Clap. Sir Wilhelm happily pronounces them married before God, while Robert and another attendant clap enthusiastically, one weeping with joy. Glance. The Duke pulls away, giving Eugene a sly, satisfied look. Blush. Completely flustered, Eugene turns bright red beneath his veil. The wedding reception is a joyous affair, with tables overflowing with food and lively music filling the hall. Eugene reflects on the strangeness of the situation, admitting to himself that he doesn't hate it. Chug. Deciding to view the wedding as an initiation ceremony, Eugene downs his drink, rationalizing he simply got married instead of going through customs. Grab. The Duke takes the glass from Eugene, noting his red face and telling him not to drink anymore. Eugene protests he's fine, having only had half a bottle of champagne, but the Duke thinks that's still too much for his health. A man with gray hair urgently suggests to a man with dark blue hair that they should leave. Yoo-hoo! As the couple leaves, their friends cheer them on for their wedding night, earning a shut-up from the Duke while Eugene laughs. Chirp. The newlyweds walk out onto a quiet, moonlit balcony. Eugene tentatively asks if he can call the Duke honey, leaving his new husband momentarily speechless. Shudder. The Duke insists they just use each other's names, and Eugene quickly agrees, thinking he cringed so hard at his own suggestion. Under the bright full moon, Eugene bluntly asks if they're sleeping together that night. Robert and another attendant are shown sweating profusely, horrified by the implication. Rub. Feeling drowsy after a warm bath, Eugene sits on the bed, recalling Robert's instructions to wait for the Duke. As the Duke stands grimly nearby, Eugene muses that even contractual marriages in this world involve a wedding night, finding the grand bedroom both sweet and strange. An attendant on his way out is stopped by Eugene, who asks a question. Wishing him a pleasant evening, the attendant leaves Eugene all alone in the vast bedroom. A sudden realization hits Eugene as he recalls the romantic implications of a wedding night. He remembers Robert vigorously scrubbing him in a bubble bath and understands it was all in preparation for this. Flop. Eugene falls back onto the bed, reasoning that he has nothing to worry about since the Duke avoids physical contact due to his curse. Looking at the ring on his finger, he ponders the nature of a person like the Duke. Lying in the warm light of the room, Eugene continues his quiet contemplation. Clack. Creak. The bedroom door opens, and Eugene sits up as the Duke enters. Eugene asks the Duke which side of the bed he'd prefer, and he coolly replies, "The opposite side of yours." Lying down, Eugene asks if the Duke has trouble sleeping near others, reassuring him that he's a quiet sleeper. Grit. The Duke struggles to maintain his composure, telling himself this is merely an act of chivalry to avoid rumors. TS's. He extinguishes a candle, thinking he can't afford any more negative gossip about his marriage. The Duke agrees to show Eugene around the mansion, prompting Eugene to eagerly request a tour of his rooms in both residences. He sheepishly admits that the mansion is so grand he's afraid to touch anything. The Duke promises to make time for a tour but urges Eugene to sleep, since he seemed tired earlier. Giggling, Eugene says he's just excited because being with the Duke feels like a vacation with a friend, before wishing him good night. Snooze. While Eugene falls asleep instantly, the Duke lies awake beside him. Sigh. Stroke. The Duke sighs, thinking Eugene is oblivious to his feelings, and gently strokes his hair. He reflects on their contract. They'll live separately for 3 years, after which they will divorce. Lying beside the sleeping Eugene, the Duke admits his true desire is to hold him, kiss him, and stir his indifferent heart. He wishes to make Eugene's heart race until he can't sleep, finding it unfair that he's the only one fighting his feelings, before opening his eyes with resolve. Chirp. The morning sun rises on a new day. Blink. Eugene awakens to see the Duke already dressed, sitting in a chair reading and enjoying a cup of tea. Yawn. Groggy from sleep, Eugene sits up in bed and asks what time it is, while the Duke, already holding a cup of tea, tells him it's 6 and that he can sleep more. At a table, the Duke asks Eugene why he's so languid, wondering if yesterday was too much for him. Eugene explains he has low blood pressure in the mornings, but insists he's not that tired and will be fine after moving around. Thunk. The Duke stands, announcing he's going to his room and offering a tour, which surprises Eugene, who asks if he isn't busy. Rise. The Duke explains he'll be much busier later, prompting an eager Eugene to accept the offer for a tour right now. Halt. Just as the Duke reaches for the door handles, he stops and glances back at a confused Eugene, who asks what's wrong. Kiss. Leaning in, the Duke gives a surprised Eugene a gentle kiss on the cheek. Flustered, Eugene touches his cheek and asks if that was a morning greeting, to which the Duke calmly replies, yes. Turn. The Duke turns away, stating it was meant as a show of affection and it's a shame it can't be reciprocated, making Eugene flinch. FWIP. Blushing, Eugene quickly gives a thumbs up, insisting they're already pretty close after a chibi flashback shows him pushing the Duke away. A letter featuring an image of the Duke and Eugene is being read. Its text mentioning Grand Duke Ivilaron. Flutter. The letter details how the Archbishop intervened in the conflict with the king, consenting to the marriage to avoid political pressure, and noting the Duke's consideration in holding a simple wedding, enraging the reader who thinks, what the hell is this? Bang! The furious, blonde-haired king slams the crumpled letter on his bed, fuming that Alexis, that cunning little brat, has made a mockery of him. Whisper. An attendant with brown hair leans in to tell the king that the Grand Duke offered lots of gold, while the Archbishop was gifted Alba's stone, implying he can be forgiven. The king smirks at the mention of the stone. Ha ha ha! The king laughs heartily, declaring that he can forgive the Duke's crafty attempt to gloss things over if he shows that much sincerity. TSK. Elsewhere, a serious-looking man with brown hair thinks to himself that he's run into an unexpected predicament. He recalls a glowing prophecy stating the owner of a divine relic is his master and must destroy the nameless demon god, lamenting how hard he worked to break it. He reveals his method. He killed most of the owners of divine relics and successfully turned one of them, the king, into his puppet. He now faces 2 unexpected variables. First is Duke Nassalard, the king's younger half-brother, who survived assassinations to become an indestructible hero on the battlefield. The second variable is Alexis Mikhail Ivellaron, who was dismissed as a threat because he lost his divine relic and came from a cursed bloodline. Since Alexis couldn't be a candidate for the prophecy and stayed in the north, showing no interest in politics. He wasn't considered a concern. A man with brown hair recalls his wise fiancé, advising him that he didn't necessarily have to get married, suggesting knights could simply cut down the mountain range instead. Smirking at the thought of the king's conflict with the Grand Duke, the man orders his attendant to bring him wine. He notes that both the Duke and his new husband will be attending the Queen's party. He declares his plan to manipulate events at the party to make the two aim their swords at each other. In a beautiful garden gazebo, Eugene sits with a young boy with brown hair. The boy, Killian, happily shows Eugene gifts, explaining they are presents from him, Lord Eugene. Eugene asks if the products are selling well, and the boy confirms they've been wildly popular since the Star Festival, with people lining up to buy them. Wow, hearing that the wait time to buy them is now days long, Eugene throws his hands up in a shower of money, celebrating his success. Killian explains the games can't be copied because they're patented, which inspired him to learn about patents himself, a fact Eugene finds adorable. Pass. An attendant hands Eugene the day's newspaper, and Eugene thanks him, asking for some tea as well. The newspaper headlines announce the triumphant return of Duke Christopher Nasselard, the victor of the war in the South. Eugene recalls from the novel that while Duke Christopher was shunned by the king, he became a war hero, revered by Viscountess Valdleron, the story's female lead. Flash! A system window with the quest Save the World appears, and Eugene remembers that the female lead, Dagona, is using any means necessary to achieve this goal. He wistfully thinks he'd love to change the entire story, but knows it won't be easy with his feeble body and the world's spoiler restrictions. He resolves to help them by providing a tiny bit of luck, just as he did when he found the divine relic Infertion for Alexis. Flap! As he reads the paper, Eugene wonders what is supposed to happen at this point in the story. He knew it. An article announces the grand opening of the capital's largest horse racing venue, Ride Scheinshoven. He realizes a crucial scene from the novel will take place there, which could be his chance to turn Alexis into a hero. Clench. With renewed determination, he clenches his fist, vowing to give it his best shot despite his limitations. Elsewhere, an aide informs the Duke that Viscountess Valdleron wishes to see him. The aide elaborates that the request came through the ISKCON company, with whom she has close ties, and the Duke thoughtfully considers this. The Duke's eyes narrow as he realizes her intention is obvious. He concludes that Duke Nasselard is trying to pull House Ivaleron into his fight for the throne, a fight the Duke believes he cannot win against the royal court's 7th rank knight commander. He decides to send a message back to Viscountess Valdleron. He declares that if he's to purchase a product, he'd prefer to inspect its condition with his own 2 eyes. Knock knock. A pair of knocks echo from his office door. Eugene's voice calls out, correcting himself from Your Highness to Alexis and asking to come in, which the Duke recognizes. Clack. Creak. After the Duke grants permission, Eugene cheerfully peeks through the door, asking if they can talk for a moment. Holding a clipboard, a sparkling Eugene stands before the Duke, who asks if he wants to go to a racecourse. Eugene eagerly explains his curiosity about racecourses since he's never been to one in the north. The Duke offers to buy him a horse, startling Eugene, who imagines a cartoon horse pleading, "Take me home, Daddy." In a proud, chibi form, the Duke dismisses racehorses, boasting that the war horses of Heinskin are far more majestic. HMPH. Frustrated, the Duke wonders why giving a present is so difficult, while Eugene admits he can't even ride a horse. Eugene lights up, proposing a family outing to the racecourse with Lion, and the Duke softly agrees. Overjoyed with the plan, Eugene holds a document and beams with a brilliant smile. As they stroll through the garden, Eugene mentions his games are selling well, and the Duke confirms he's heard they are very popular. Eugene wonders if the games seem childish to a knight, but muses that it might be fun for the knights to play together. Flinch. The atmosphere shifts as the Duke confronts Eugene about his continuous purchases of Kesslin herbs, demanding to know his intentions. Surprised, Eugene asks how he knew, and the Duke reveals he owns the warehouse's land. Eugene then confesses he wants to start a business. Eugene explains that because of Heinskin's cold winters, many people suffer from severe coughs but cannot afford expensive medicine. He elaborates on his research, revealing that the Kesslin herb is used in the South as an affordable medicinal tea. With a confident smile, Eugene finishes explaining the basis of his business plan. While the Duke points out the high distribution costs, Eugene counters that the herb is cheap and the new railway will solve that problem. He privately resolves that by stocking up on the glowing Kesslin herb, he can save the citizens, Ludwina and Lien. A dark vision reveals how the mastermind and the king used the herb to threaten Alexis, which ultimately turned him into a villain. A blood-soaked cloak lies discarded on the ground, covering someone with white hair. The vision ends on a blood-splattered Alexis, his expression hardened by tragedy amid the falling snow. Back in the present, the Duke smiles warmly and wishes Eugene success with his new business venture. Jolt. Startled by the Duke's tender gaze, Eugene quickly deflects by pointing out a stray leaf in his hair. Shake. The Duke brushes his hair, trying to find the leaf as Eugene playfully guides him. He finds and removes the small green leaf from his hair. Eugene watches him, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks as he says, "Oh?" Completely flustered, Eugene touches his own warm cheek, captivated by the Duke's handsome features. He begins to ramble nervously, confessing that the Duke is the most handsome man he has ever seen. Haha. The Duke laughs softly, telling Eugene he flatters him too much. As they walk on, Eugene silently wonders if the Duke would still smile at him after learning his secret. Stopping, the Duke turns to Eugene, stating there's something he needs to tell him. Eugene listens with concern, as the Duke asks him not to be too shocked by what he's about to say. Thump! With a nervous look, the Duke's heart pounds in anticipation. His black-gloved hand reaches out towards Eugene's. The two of them stand together on a peaceful, sun-dappled walkway. The Duke gently takes Eugene's hand in his own. The Duke hopes his revelation won't be frightening, but Eugene thinks his serious tone is already scaring him. He reveals he is the inheritor of a curse, and Eugene recalls it's the one from over 1,000 years ago. A dark aura emanates from the Duke, as he confirms he is the last receiver of the ancient curse. He describes the curse's horrific effect. The victim's heart would harden and turn to stone, killing them before adulthood. The Duke explains that those without mana feel chills from his touch, which is why he wears a blessed relic. Eugene connects us to the Duke's gloves, but notes that he himself feels nothing at all. The Duke asks Eugene to take off his glove and touch him, a request that leaves Eugene looking stunned. Slide, deciding it would be rude to touch his face. Eugene instead moves to touch the Duke's gloved wrist. Swish. Eugene places his hand on the Duke's chest, causing a tingle as the Duke thinks he's like a fearless foal. Clasp. After a moment's hesitation, Eugene gently takes the Duke's gloved hand. The Duke explains that holding Eugene's hand has the same effect as his relic, proving Eugene is immune to the curse. This revelation stuns Eugene, who realizes this detail was never in the novel, and it makes him uniquely useful to the Duke. An enormous fanged beast roars against the silhouette of a sword, illustrating the Ivaleron Knight's winter monster hunts. The Duke formally invites Eugene to accompany him on the hunt, assuring him he'll be safe in the rear. Beam. Believing it to be an easy task, Eugene happily agrees to the proposal. Crack. Reality hits as Eugene's happy illusion shatters, and he realizes it's actually a terrifyingly difficult task. In tears, he laments that this winter will be even worse with a coming epidemic and a massive horde of monsters. With a confident smile, the Duke tells Eugene he knew he'd agree. Flutter. Eugene thoughtfully considers that the curse is Alexis's greatest trauma. Beaming, Eugene clutches his chest and declares he is always on the Duke's side. The Duke grins and agrees they're in it together, which Eugene enthusiastically confirms. Eugene reflects that, while he's partly flattering him, he's also sincere in his desire to help Alexis with his curse. As his hand glows while touching the Duke, Eugene vows to help him 1,000,000 times over. A different man with dark hair and a veil thinks to himself that he is a stranger to this world. The man falls backwards into a vast, starry expanse of water and sky. Eugene thinks of his attendant Robert, his cousin Lion, and his aunt figure Ludwina as the precious people who helped him adjust. The Duke smiles gently, suggesting they head back inside. Cheer. At the race course, Lian jumps for joy, shouting that he won as a stunned Eugene looks on. Lian excitedly tells Eugene that he chose the winning horse again. Eugene explains internally that this is due to the law of luck conservation, where luck used for gambling depletes it for other situations. PFFT. The Duke offers to teach Lion about the dangers of gambling, noting that many families have been ruined by it. Woo! Eugene eagerly watches the arena, declaring that the 5th race is starting and horse number 2 will win. He recalls from the novel that after this race, a lost follower, a debt-ridden knight, and a monster will appear. Eugene hopes to use his holy power to find the follower, but but realizes it's impossible in the dense crowd. He suddenly remembers the novel's description of a woman with mystical purple eyes, realizing it must be Dagona. Noticing his reaction, the Duke asks what's wrong. Eugene stiffens and nervously claims it's nothing. Eugene recalls a scene from the original novel, where Alexis and the silver-haired Dagona gaze at each other. Gah! In a chibi panic, Eugene remembers that Alexis falls in love with Dagona. The story introduces Dagona Luwinska, one of the kingdom's most beautiful and mysterious women. After the world ended, she became its last survivor before her own inevitable death. Crash. Reborn as her 12-year-old self, she changed her destiny, finding wealth and power. She then enrolled in the academy to become a supporter for the story's male lead. Already knowing magic from her past life, she also mastered the sword, earning the name the Iron Witch. This powerful display captured the attention of Alexis, who asked her to dance despite his usual disinterest in women. However, with the mental age of a woman over 30, Dagona found both Alexis and the male lead too immature for romance. Jolt. Back in the present, Eugene realizes the race is over and reminds himself to stay alert for the Lost Follower's appearance. He worries that the crowd is too large to find his targets. Suddenly, a dark entity appears, and the crowd screams about a lost follower as a woman is taken hostage. Grr! The scarred Lost Follower growls, and Eugene notes his dark energy is stronger than before. The Duke tells Eugene to stay back, and then shouts an insult at the man to get his attention. A woman with white hair, whom Eugene recognizes as Dagona, challenges the follower to a duel. Dagona inwardly celebrates her own arrival, knowing she must save the hostage, a dear childhood friend. Shove! The follower violently pushes the hostage aside, who jumps to safety. He then leaps forward, brandishing his sword at a glowing magic circle on the ground. Flash Dagona counters by unleashing a powerful spell from her staff. Clang! Whoosh! The spell connects, staggering Dagona and knocking the follower back. Skreek. As the follower lunges to strike Dagona down, the Duke heroically steps in to protect her. Clash the Duke expertly parries the attack, sending the follower stumbling to the ground. Stab! Without hesitation, the Duke drives his sword through the fallen man's chest. Skreek! A piercing shriek echoes, and Eugene recoils in shock, realizing a monster has appeared. A grotesque blue monster with horns and a long tongue materializes. As the narration explains how monsters are born from dark energy, the red-haired knight Ludwina orders her knights to assist the Grand Duke and protect Eugene. Eugene thinks with excitement that he's about to witness the battle between Alexis and the monsters. He recalls the grim outcome from the novel, where many people were killed in the ensuing chaos. Slash! But now, with the powerful Alexis present, Eugene believes the monsters will be easily defeated. Bolt! Slash. The Duke moves like lightning, slicing through a monster before recoiling from an unseen threat. Bam! Crack! His sword strikes a glowing blue core on the ground, shattering it. Shatter! The blue monster core explodes in a flash of brilliant light. Wow! As the crowd cheers in amazement, the Duke stands with a calm, composed expression. Eugene internally celebrates, realizing Alexis saved countless lives that would have been lost in the original story. Smile. A soft, gentle smile graces the Duke's lips. Woohoo confetti rains down as the crowd roars with approval for their hero. Later in their carriage, the Duke asks Eugene if he was frightened, but Eugene calmly says he wasn't. Eugene gives a cheerful thumbs up, saying he felt safe with a 7th-rank knight. Grin. The Duke admits the flattery is making him more confident. Softly, Eugene asks if the Duke could hold his hand now. Eugene explains he's never had to work and admits he likes the Duke's big, firm hands. Clasp. Eugene holds their hands together, dismissing it as flirting since they're married, and clenches them while insisting Alexis has fine hands. Ha. The Duke lets out a hearty laugh, amused by Eugene's earnest compliments. Leon beams with pure, innocent happiness. Leon observes that the Duke, who doesn't normally smile, smiles around Eugene and even has tea with him, concluding he must like him. The red-haired knight Ludwina recalls that the Duke stopped smiling after learning he was cursed, blaming his father. He remembers how his father first rejected his cursed son, then essentially kidnapped him to secure an heir, controlling him like a puppet. After ruthlessly training him, the man broke Alexis' spirit, and Ludwina laments that she failed to stop it. But now, seeing the Duke smile, Ludwina realizes that Eugene has changed all of that. A maid recalls that after the wedding, the Duke seemed like a new person, and though the bed was untouched, something important happened that night. A radiant Eugene smiles, blissfully unaware of the effect he's having. Ludwina wonders if she should tell Eugene about the Duke's feelings, but decides to feign ignorance alongside a listening lion. Shh. After Lian suggests Alexis should just confess, Ludwina silences him, and he dutifully agrees to keep quiet. The scene transitions to a grand, sunlit estate. Eugene proudly reads a newspaper article hailing racecourse hero Grand Duke Ivaleron, giggling that Alexis is on every front page. Shrug. He holds the papers with a look of pure, cat-like satisfaction. He reflects that in this new timeline, the first meeting between Alexis and Dagona was rather uneventful. He recalls watching from a distance as the two spoke after the monster attack. From so far away, he couldn't hear their brief conversation. Clink. Picking at his food, he wonders if he might have overlooked something important. His thoughts darken as he remembers a bloody incident at the Queen's party from the original novel. A body was discovered in the banquet hall garden, and Dagona became the prime suspect. She was framed when her earring was found in the victim's hand, and though she escaped prison, her efforts were ultimately futile. The king and a shadowy mastermind had orchestrated the entire plot to eliminate her as an ally to Christopher. Chomp. Back in the present, Eugene thoughtfully eats his meal. Night falls over the quiet, sprawling estate. Dressed in a striking formal uniform, the Duke announces he's stopping by his office. Entering the grand hall, he calls for his aide, Harold, who quickly acknowledges him. Harold reports that his investigation into the king led him to Count Rito, but there was no useful information to be found. The narration explains that Count Joseph Alameda Chester became Count Rito at 30 and has served as the king's attendant for over a decade. Despite his position, he never sought wealth or political power, focusing solely on his duties. He shunned all vices, his only hobby being the patronage of artists. A female knight reports a new development regarding Duke Christopher. It seems Admiral Audrin has chosen to side with him. Harold adds that guns are reportedly being smuggled into the capital, and the Duke notes that Christopher has won over the stubborn admiral. The powerful Admiral Audran is introduced as the commander-in-chief of the Kinhar Kingdom's navy. The admiral stands stoically against a powerful wave, a symbol of his authority. The Duke recalls the admiral's rage as he criticized the king for engaging in a pointless war. Dressed for an event, Eugene looks sharp in a pristine white suit and a new emerald brooch. Eugene cheerfully tells the Duke he's looking handsome, causing the Duke to look away with a hint of a blush. He thinks, oh well, then proudly shows off the new brooch and buttons, gifts from Alexis. Ludwina compliments Eugene on his stunning appearance, which he playfully dismisses as flattery. An announcer formally presents Grand Duke Ivaleron and his consort as they make their grand entrance into the ballroom. A woman asks Eugene if it's his first time at the Queen's party, which he confirms. Eugene feels overwhelmed as guests bombard him with compliments and questions about the racecourse incident. He observes the Queen, recalling the novel never detailed her personality, leaving him to wonder about her true intentions. Eugene asks a gloomy Alexis how he feels. Alexis suggests leaving after their dance, confirming Eugene's suspicion that he dislikes crowds. Watching the couples dance, Eugene feels a sense of wonder, realizing he'd never have experienced such a thing on Earth. The narration reveals Christopher ripped Dagona's dress, forcing her to use magic to repair it and making them late. Dagona stands with quiet elegance in her flowing purple gown. The Duke asks if the silver-haired woman is the mage from the racecourse, and Eugene questions if he recognizes her. Eugene explains he saw her in the paper, identifying her as Viscountess Voldlaran, a war hero. He then gushes happily, comparing her stunning appearance to that of a moon goddess. The Duke turns his head away sharply. Eugene is stunned into a comical expression of shock, wondering what's wrong with Alexis. Shocked, he panics internally, remembering Alexis called Dagona his moon goddess in the novel and scolding him for being a sucker for a pretty face. The Duke observes coolly that Eugene's type doesn't seem to change. Eugene gasps, startled by the Duke's unexpected comment. Laughing brightly, Eugene insists that he's telling the truth. As the Duke remains silent, Eugene recalls a beautiful red-haired woman, thinking to himself how stunning she is. Phew. The Duke finally agrees, and Eugene sighs that it's a shame he has dark hair. Eugene wishes he could declare the Duke's feelings himself, but resolves to first deal with that woman. Glance. He notices Dagona with an older man in a uniform, wondering if he's a soldier. Nod. The Duke confirms the woman is Viscountess Vardon. Dagona approaches the Duke, mentioning she heard the park near his estate is perfect for walks. The Duke bypasses her pleasantry, instead questioning her reputation for handling valuable products and having a good eye. Crackle! Eugene despairs as he senses the terrible vibes between the two, feeling his matchmaking efforts have failed. He's momentarily offended that Alexis called him a product, but then smirks, recalling Alexis has always been arrogant. Alexis reminds Eugene it's time for their dance, and Eugene readily agrees. Bow. As they prepare to dance, Eugene finds the social customs oddly, both conservative and liberal. Eugene and Alexis hold each other in a dance pose, surrounded by a flourish of sunflowers. While dancing closely, Eugene tells the Duke he's curious about something. The Duke looks down at him, asking what he wants to know. After the Duke confirms he's aware of something, Eugene playfully asks him what he thinks it is. Eugene smiles up at the Duke, who looks away in quiet contemplation. Eugene reasons that even if their conversation was tense, Alexis must understand Christopher's importance since he called him precious. He speculates that Alexis and Dagona must have formed a bond in the dungeon. Eugene offers the Duke advice on choosing sides. Think about who you hate more, leaving Alexis confused. He explains that choosing based on dislike is easier, imagining a chibi version of himself facing off against another blonde boy. As Eugene explains, you can't live with someone you hate. The Duke listens with a serious expression. PFFT. The Duke smirks, thinking Eugene has a talent for strange solutions, like telling him to carve a path through mountains instead of marrying. A woman notes it's early, but the Duke says their dance is done, causing Eugene to panic that they can't leave yet. Christopher makes a radiant entrance, announced as finally being here. Eugene cheekily points out the valuable product has arrived, and the Duke agrees to see if he's worth the price. The Queen stands at the top of a grand staircase and summons Grand Duke Ivaleron. Search. As they head towards the Queen, Eugene scans the crowd, wondering where Dagona has gone. He recalls that in the novel, Dagona went to a secluded garden area to meet a relative. He remembers the moment her second cousin suddenly appeared before her. The cousin confronted Dagona, warning her to stay away from Christopher. The memory plays out. After she dismissed him, her cousin grabbed her. Pow! She struck him down, but plop, her earring fell, becoming the evidence used to frame her. Back in the present, Eugene sees Dagona and notices her missing earring, but hesitates to approach and cause a scene. Another woman approaches Ludwina, calling her Madame Iviliron and asking for help, telling Viscountess Ballardon something. Eugene gives Ludwina a charming wink, asking if she could help him out. Eugene winks charmingly at Ludwina, asking her for a small favor. He explains that the mage, Dagona, is missing an earring, and he wants to tell her without being rude. The Queen, a blonde woman in an elegant white gown, raises her glass for a toast. She announces that the Mirror Forest will be specially opened for this year's hunting competition. Murmur. Guests are shocked to hear the long-closed forest is reopening, as glowing red eyes watch from the darkness within. A majestic, glowing blue deer stands ethereally in the forest. The narration explains these blue deer are difficult to hunt because they can become transparent. Despite this, many wish to hunt them, as their blue horns are rumored to greatly boost male vitality. To prevent overhunting, the royal family limits the catch to 10 deer, though the competition remains fierce. The Queen announces that Duke Christopher and Grand Duke Ivaleron will also be participating this time. She laughs, declaring that with those two competing, 2 deer are as good as gone. Eugene laughs, recalling that in the novel, Alexis joined the competition, but never actually went hunting. He remembers how the king seized Inferion and forced Alexis to be his guard, cementing his role as a villain. Confident, Eugene smiles, knowing that won't be happening this time. He realizes a major incident is coming, and if Alexis participates, he could save many lives. The scene shifts to the Duke and his aides standing in a vast, sunlit library. The Duke turns to Eugene, asking if he is okay. Laughing, Eugene insists he's fine, but then sighs, thinking he failed to stay a step ahead and may have had too much to drink. As Eugene and the Duke exit their carriage at a grand estate, they are greeted by an attendant. A gleaming wooden treasure chest sits upon a plush red cushion. A royal attendant presents the chest, explaining it contains a quill pen decorated with ivory and gemstones. Reach. The Duke accepts the gift on behalf of the Queen as Eugene reaches out, trying to remember where he's seen the box before. Whoosh! The Duke shouts, "Wait!" and yanks Eugene back just as he's about to touch the chest. Eugene realizes with a deadpan expression that the wooden box was the entrance to a dungeon in the novel. He recalls that while most dungeons are natural, some are artificially created by mages to trap specific people and hide rare magic items. He remembers that Count Rito was the one who planned to trap Alexis and Christopher in such a dungeon. Chibi Eugene panics, realizing events from the latter half of the story are happening now, and he can't keep up. Beam. The Duke draws his glowing sword, telling Eugene to stay close while he investigates. The Duke unleashes a massive wave of energy, destroying their surroundings. Fidgeting anxiously, Eugene confirms they're in an artificial dungeon and worries that the gate won't open until Christopher arrives. Boom! The Duke warns Eugene to stand back just before a massive explosion rocks the area, startling him. Swish! Christopher appears, sword drawn, questioning if Grand Duke Ivalaran is responsible for this. The Duke presses his sword to Christopher's neck, demanding to know how he got there, while Christopher denies any involvement. Flash! Christopher explains he received a gift from the Queen, and a bright light erupted when he opened it. Clap. Eugene steps between them with a clap, shouting for them to hold on a second. Christopher lays out the facts. They were transported by a magic item from the Queen to a strange, windowless room where only the chandeliers create shadows. The Duke agrees the place is strange and turns to Eugene, asking for his opinion on where they are. Eugene sweats, smiling nervously as he tries to come up with an answer. The Duke and Christopher share a moment of tense silence, realizing the gravity of their situation. Eugene continues to smile awkwardly, caught between the two powerful men. Unfazed, the Duke smirks and says, if it's a dungeon, they can simply break out. The Duke offers Eugene a detox ring for protection, warning him that things could get dangerous. Halt! Christopher stops the Duke's hand, reassuring Eugene and revealing he's wearing special Oricocon armor. Wow! Eugene stares in awe as Christopher shows off the shimmering magical chainmail. A flashback shows Dagona weaving magic, revealing she used her wealth and connections to craft the impossibly thin Oricocon armor for Christopher. The Duke asks how such thin chains were made, and Christopher admits he doesn't know, as it was a gift from Viscountess Falardin. Eugene beams, calling the armor a precious item and graciously thanking Christopher for lending it to him. Christopher tells Duke Naslard Eugene his kindness will be remembered, making Eugene wonder if he's helped them become closer. Pull. Snug. The Duke pulls Eugene firmly against his side, announcing it's time to go. The three stand together, united and ready to face the dungeon's challenges. CSK. A tense standoff occurs between a blonde man and a dark-haired man. A blonde man in a white suit suggests investigating a blackboard, but Alexis warns Eugene against it, while Eugene privately frets about how to guide them. The man in white recalls that artificial dungeons hide secrets and thinks the blackboard and hourglass are the key to escaping. The dark-haired man states the answer is 60, and the man in white agrees to write it down before the time runs out. Snug. Alexis pulls Eugene close, warning him that objects in the room could turn into monsters and telling him to stay by his side. A blushing Eugene thinks that Alexis is the one who should be uncomfortable with their proximity. Alexis insists he prefers this, while Eugene internally panics about being a nuisance before quickly praying for power. They wait in silence before the blackboard, but nothing happens. A blonde knight laughs, ready to show off, while a pink-haired girl admits she's nervous, only for the knight to ignore her completely. The man in white confidently states he isn't nervous because he's with two brilliant knights. He praises the Grand Duke's fighting skills, and the blonde knight chimes in, mentioning his victory at the racecourse. The Grand Duke, Alexis, listens with a neutral expression. Grah! Monstrous horned rabbit appears as someone yells for Duke Nasalard to get ready. An eerie purple energy fills the air, startling Eugene as he stands beside Alexis. Eugene realizes the room has transformed into a boss's lair, and the blonde knight declares it's time to end this. Alexis cautions them to hold on, but a flustered Eugene insists they have some candy first. Arg! Eugene complains that he's getting dizzy from Alexis holding him during the fight. The blonde knight thanks Eugene, admitting he would have struggled without his logical approach. Eugene smiles humbly, saying he was just happy to be of some help. TSK. Throb. Alexis privately scolds himself for having immature thoughts. After a few moments, Eugene's initial excitement fades as they reach the final stage. Eugene cries out in horror at a calculus problem on the board as a concerned Alexis calls his name. He despairingly questions why calculus exists in a world filled with magic and holy power. Alexis calmly concludes the problem isn't meant to be solved, and suggests they just guess. Recalling from a novel that the answer is usually 0 or 1, Eugene decides to guess, hoping to get it right. As sand drains from an hourglass, the group watches in tense silence. Grah! Dash! A horde of demonic bears attacks, and 2 warriors charge forward to meet them. Swoosh! The blonde knight leaps through the air, his sword blazing with golden light. Roar! He faces down a massive bear, the dungeon's boss. Bang! Boom crack. Overwhelmed by the chaotic fight, Eugene feels sick and keeps his eyes shut. After the battle, the boss monster dissolves as someone declares it's over. The blonde knight realizes the boss lacks a core, meaning they must destroy items in the room instead. Beam! Suddenly, a grand chandelier begins to glow with immense power. Poof! As a man's sword vanishes, he's injured, and a worried Eugene calls out to him before collapsing himself. Eugene points out the remaining objects in the room, and Alexis's attention snaps to a winged snake on the door. Crack! The stone snake on the door cracks apart, unleashing a burst of red energy. Men rush to the scene, announcing the arrival of His Highness as Alexis holds an unconscious Eugene. Alexis urgently orders for a physician and holy water, as another man announces the Grand Duke Consort is injured. As his consciousness fades, Eugene hears Alexis call his name, thinking it's now safe to pass out. Slap! A woman slaps the blonde knight awake, shouting at him. The woman asks about the artificial dungeon, and he explains it was a gift from the queen, but he suspects another culprit. She scoffs, certain that the annoying Fly King was behind it all. Wondering how the king got such an item, she considers punching the knight for his carefree attitude. She chides him for joking about the scary artificial dungeon, and asks why he isn't wearing chainmail. The woman looks surprised to hear that he met both his highnesses there. She smiles, pleased that her plan worked, and Christopher is now acquainted with the Grand Duke. Waking up, Eugene wonders if he's dreaming, remembering the dungeon and finding Dagona's earring. He lies in bed, resolving to stop observing and start building his own strength for self-protection. He mulls over his options, dismissing the temple and wishing he could level up just by breathing. As 2 men discuss his fever breaking, Eugene wakes up, confused about when they arrived. Alexis dismisses his attendant, asking for privacy. Stroke. Eugene wonders why the Duke is sad. A soft sound escapes Eugene's lips. The Duke sits by his bed, calling his name. Alone, the Duke looks troubled and exhausted. Clack! A sudden noise jolts Eugene awake. He checks the time, noting Alexis returns late every night. Erg! Stretching, Eugene recalls being healed by holy water. Determined, he resolves to wait up for the Duke's return. Knock, 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 he calls out before entering the Duke's room. A weary, disheveled Alexis appears before him. Eugene notices the unusual smell of alcohol and cigarettes. He explains that he waited up because he missed him. The Duke gently reminds him to use his first name, Alexis. Eugene asks to talk, suggesting they move to the parlor. Alexis presses for his questions as Eugene notes his grouchy mood. Ramble. Eugene fires off his questions about the armor, the servant, and Alexis's well-being. Oh. Startled, Eugene finds himself pulled into a sudden embrace. Pat? He wonders if this is a form of puppy therapy. Alexis calmly answers all 3 of his questions while holding him. He's shocked to learn Alexis snuck into Christopher's room, but Alexis assures him it went smoothly. Eugene realizes the servant must have been hypnotized by Count Riho. Alexis insists he was fine, claiming Eugene's own injuries were worse. Nuzzling closer, Eugene flinches when Alexis casually offers to kill the king for him. Flustered, Eugene asks to be let go, but Alexis asks if he's uncomfortable. Kiss! Alexis surprises him with a gentle kiss on the temple. Kiss. Smiling, Eugene returns the gesture with a kiss on the cheek. He waves goodnight, while admiring Alexis's firm chest, unaware the Duke can hear his thoughts. Alexis smiles fondly, wondering how much longer he can resist the carefree little foal. Life continues with lavish operas and elegant balls. He recalls the many banquets he's been invited to. He declined all social invitations, feigning illness to avoid them. While some called him snobbish, the newspapers were filled with other scandals. Eugene greets Sir Rakaron, an asset manager introduced by Alexis. The manager reports success, and Eugene expresses his pleasure. Eugene confidently predicts their business venture will be a huge success. He confirms his intentions regarding his will with Sir Rakaron. Tap. Eugene decides to draft a power of attorney immediately. Scritch, scritch. He writes his will, leaving his precious herbs to Sir Rakaron. He's relieved, trusting the manager more than he would have trusted Alexis with the herbs. Clack! He receives good news. His shares have soared in value. The manager praises his foresight, but Eugene humbly credits luck. Privately, he knows his success came from knowledge of the original novel, clink. He sips his drink, dreaming of a wealthy retirement. Sip. He takes a moment, reminding himself not to get carried away, clink. He sets his cup down, a pensive look on his face. Knock, knock. A disguised Viscountess Valordin arrives with a box, thanking him for the invitation. Alexis coldly clarifies that he was not the one who invited her. Eugene greets the Viscountess, barely recognizing her in disguise. Clack. She presents the wooden box, explaining it is a gift for him. Clink. The Viscountess presents a shining suit of chainmail armor. She proudly explains to a chibi Eugene that she prepared it for him. Eugene realizes why she's so confident. Even Alexis couldn't easily obtain such a rare item. Alexis expresses his approval, and the Viscountess eagerly asks for Eugene's opinion. She coyly reveals she knows a highly skilled and secretive blacksmith. Clack! She presents another gift, a bracelet that grants complete resistance to fire. The next gift, she says, is even more special, a simple, glowing gold ring. Narration tells the story of Keishin, a legendary hero who could change his form at will. The Viscountess reveals the ring is not just a magic item, but a relic from the mythical age. Shroop! Eugene tries on the ring, noting that it's a bit loose on his finger. The Viscountess explains the ring allows him to transform into any animal smaller than himself. Phew. As Eugene panics, she quickly adds that it only activates when infused with mana. Eugene says he has no mana, but she reassures him the ring amplifies resonance, requiring only practice. Recalling a lesson on mana, Eugene focuses his energy, and a blue light envelops him with a shah. His vision suddenly lowers, and he wonders why everything seems so big. Alexis and the Viscountess shout in alarm, calling for Eugene and His Highness. A fluffy white paw appears as a tiny voice asks, "Meow." A very fluffy, very angry-looking white cat shouts, "Maya." Alexis sternly warns Viscountess Valordin to fix this by tomorrow, and she swears on her honor to ensure Eugene's safe return. Springing the fluffy white cat, Eugene jumps in panic, letting out a loud Maya. Lift. As Alexis picks him up, Eugene the cat panics internally about the embarrassing situation. Snug. Alexis calmly states he will take the cat back to his room. Held securely in Alexis's arms, the flustered cat can only let out a weak meow. Alexis asks the cat to speak unless his soul has also transformed. Eugene can only meow in response. Eugene the cat wonders why Alexis is trying to hide a laugh, suspecting he finds this amusing. Done. The cat has a sudden, brilliant idea. Nuzzle. He begins purring and rubbing affectionately against Alexis's cheek. The cat thinks smugly, certain his cuteness is making Alexis happy. Swing. Alexis carries him to his room, telling him to rest, but the cat is shocked they've arrived so quickly. Clutch! As Alexis calls his name, Eugene the cat clings to him, thinking, no. Hop. Refusing to be left behind, the cat leaps onto Alexis's shoulder. The cat nuzzles him again, and a sighing Alexis relents, agreeing to take him along. NYA. The cat grins. Victorious. Later that night, Alexis works at his desk, while the cat sleeps on a nearby table. Roll. The cat observes the mountain of paperwork, realizing the immense burden of being a Grand Duke. NYA. The playful cat tries to get Alexis's attention. Alexis recalls his initial anger, but admits that seeing Eugene try to cheer him up, even as a cat, is soothing. Alexis tells the cat it's time for bed, but Eugene lets out a protesting, NYA? Having already made himself at home on the bed, the cat looks back shamelessly. Now in a robe, Alexis finds the cat on his bed and asks if he intends to sleep there. The cat thinks frantically that he's too scared to sleep alone, as the room seems vast and menacing. He pleads his case, promising he doesn't even talk in his sleep. The cat escalates his plea, reminding Alexis of his promise and threatening to cry outside his door all night. Alexis thinks he'd throw a normal cat out, but Eugene just rolls over cutely. Rustle. Alexis sits up, telling Eugene there's something he doesn't seem to realize. Plop. The cat thinks, so what? I'm a cat right now, as he settles onto Alexis's chest. While sleeping, Alexis murmurs softly, flinch. He stirs, a slight frown on his face. The next morning, Eugene is human again and watches Alexis dress, wondering if he dislikes being seen. Alexis gently tells a tired Eugene to get some more rest. Eugene promises to cover up, misinterpreting Alexis's mood after their joke last night. Alexis sighs as a flustered Eugene offers to get dressed and wash his robe, asking then? Alexis leans in for a sudden, shocking kiss, followed by a lick. Alexis admits Eugene is turning him on and he wants more, but won't ask for forgiveness. Blush. A stunned Eugene touches his lips, realizing that was his first real kiss. The scene shifts to a table laden with an extravagant breakfast feast. A young boy asks if the cat will visit again, and Alexis replies that it probably will. Eugene glumly holds jerky meant for the cat, wondering if humans can even eat it. He closes his eyes, blushing as he realizes the jerky isn't the real problem. He nervously recalls the feeling of Alexis's tongue touching his lips during the kiss. When Alexis shows concern, Eugene laughingly dismisses it, blaming a poor night's sleep. A comment comparing the pretty cat to him makes Eugene spit out his drink in shock. Alexis states he only likes that one, and Eugene gives him a questioning glance. Eugene tries to stop thinking about the morning, but finds himself fixated on Alexis's lips. Eugene asks to speak with Alexis, who calmly agrees to talk. Alexis questions why Eugene is standing so incredibly far away from him. Eugene explains he's trying to prevent something, and Alexis seems to understand. A blushing Eugene confronts Alexis about the morning kiss, and Alexis replies that he looked provocative. A brief flashback shows the passionate kiss from Alexis's perspective. Do you like men? Eugene asks why Alexis won't answer his question, but Alexis says he won't right now. Step. Alexis advances, saying Eugene already knows the answer, causing him to retreat nervously. Alexis towers over Eugene, a confident smile on his face. From the garden, Alexis's voice calls out, asking only that Eugene be conscious of him. Now by the window, Alexis says there's something he wants to know. He turns the tables, asking if Eugene wants to know how he felt. Bleh. Eugene sticks his tongue out playfully, declaring he won't tell him either. As he leaves, Eugene reminds Alexis of his promise not to lay a finger on him. Alexis, in formal attire, denies starting a civil war, vowing instead to prevent one, as Christopher struggles against his bonds. Christopher pleads for the Grand Duke's support. Alexis agrees, but first wants to know if Christopher is aware of the king's secret mage. Alexis questions the strange inquiry, as Christopher internally notes that getting his help won't be easy. Yay! Eugene celebrates being the winner of a game, having broken 3 bells. A warm smile from Alexis causes Eugene to freeze, a blush creeping up his neck. Eugene panics internally, thinking this behavior is completely out of character for the Alexis from the novel. Alexis points out his flustered state, and Eugene can only ask if it's some kind of joke. Smiling, Alexis says he missed him and suggests a walk to ask him something. As they walk, Alexis reveals he met Duke Nassalard, who denied knowing about any secret mage. The news leaves Eugene completely shocked. He turns in disbelief, asking why Alexis would meet with Duke Nassalard. Alexis explains he had to confirm the Duke's knowledge, as a mind control mage would be a huge threat. He then tests Eugene, asking what Duke Nassalard needs most to win the war. Eugene correctly identifies the need for a 7th rank knight to counter the Royal Guard's commander. Alexis confirms his own importance in the war, but expresses concern that Eugene will be stuck in it to the end. Eugene soberly acknowledges the danger, recognizing they are discussing a real war. Alexis notes his partner's hesitation, thinking he wants to deny that they are allies. Resolved, Eugene places a hand on his chest and declares that they are a team. Alexis asks if he's sure, reminding him of the dangers ahead. Chibi Eugene advises against simply crushing the enemy commanders, suggesting they should minimize casualties to avoid public hatred. Thump thump. Eugene worries he gave away a spoiler, assuming Alexis is now plotting to wipe out the entire Royal Guard. He smiles sweetly, explaining that he just tends to worry a lot. With a mischievous grin, Chibi Eugene thinks that maybe they should just crush the commander then. Alexis compliments his wisdom and tells him to keep their strategy in mind. Reach. He unexpectedly reaches out his hand, asking Eugene to give him his. Eugene reminds him of his promise not to touch him, but Alexis clarifies that it's fine if Eugene is the one to take his hand. Blushing, Eugene accepts his hand, thinking he couldn't possibly say no. Alexis asks to place a respectful kiss on his hand, but Eugene panics, his mind once again fixated on Alexis's lips. Kiss. Alexis gently kisses his gloved hand, expressing his admiration. Flutter. The romantic gesture reminds Eugene that since he may one day return to Earth, he cannot be in a serious relationship. He looks at Alexis, wondering why he keeps doing things that stir his heart so much. Psha! As a gentle breeze blows through the flowers, Alexis softly calls out to Eugene. Alexis smiles knowingly, observing that Eugene seems to have a lot on his mind. Startled by the observation, Eugene looks up at him. He then smoothly compliments Eugene, declaring that his beauty outshines the flowers around them. Gosh, a completely flustered Eugene mentally begs him to stop acting so out of character. Looking at him intently, Alexis directly asks if he wants them to be a couple. Gently placing his hand over Eugene's, Alexis admits he's also unsure and says there's no need to answer right away. He offers Eugene a gentle, understanding smile. A tiny Eugene leans on Alexis's shoulder, wondering if he has seriously fallen for his handsome face. Ramble. Flustered, Eugene admits he can't stop thinking about their first kiss and promises to remain conscious of him, despite hating ambiguity. They stand together in the sunlit garden after his vulnerable confession. Announcing he's too embarrassed to be followed, Eugene says he's going to leave alone. Rush. He mentally scolds himself, frustrated that he can never seem to say anything right. Step. He suddenly halts, hearing something behind him. He turns back with a surprised and blushing expression. Flutter, the scene changes, revealing a large, bustling encampment filled with tents. Clamor. Amid the sounds of the camp, several men in uniform are gathered. Eugene looks out over the vast landscape of tents, appearing slightly overwhelmed. A young boy with dark hair excitedly tells someone about the big fireworks show planned for an upcoming wedding banquet. A narrator explains that Kinhar's parliament closes for the summer high society season. The Ivalaran family plans to return to Heinskin to hold another wedding banquet during the vacation season. The boy adds that his mother will invite a mage, recalling an amazing illusion he saw once before. Eugene jokingly asks if it's a 3D film, but is suddenly shocked to recognize a man in the distance, Hidmelin. Eugene glances over at the new baronet, Sir Hidmelin, feeling secure near their tents, but then sees the boy retreating. Smirk. A man with wavy brown hair greets them, saying it's great to see everyone again. Eugene formally greets Sir Hidmelin, who nonchalantly notes it's only been about a month since they last met. Eugene's mind races, recalling the previous baronet's suspicious death in a carriage accident, and his brother's strange injury, concluding that Hidmelin holds a grudge against Alexis for his likely involvement. Snickerman makes a sinister comment, warning that a lost follower could suddenly attack someone. Snap Eugene glares. Angered by the veiled threat, he realizes with alarm that Hidmelin must have run a background check on Lien to know his habits. Hidmelin mockingly calls Eugene a big shot, before sarcastically addressing him as the Grand Duke's husband and calling him Your Highness. Stomp. Eugene confronts him, accusing him of being a coward who only bullies those weaker than him, causing the man to flinch. With a confident smile, Eugene tells him to quit wasting their time and scram. He laughs brightly, clearly pleased with himself for standing up to the bully. The young boy cheers, proudly announcing that Eugene drove Hidmelin away. He excitedly reenacts the moment, shouting how Eugene told the man to scram and he actually ran off. Alexis approaches, unsurprised by Hidmelin's appearance, and calmly reassures Eugene that he will take care of it. Eugene asks to speak with His Highness, and the young boy agrees to excuse them. Eugene reports that Hidmelin claimed to be a knight for Count Nest. Alexis explains the Count is a debauched heir with no political power, questioning why he'd ask. Alexis discusses the late Sir Lunan's treasonous bid for independence, which the brown-haired man dismisses as nonsense, adding that Hidmelin Baird knows nothing about it. Alexis presents the chainmail armor to Eugene again, insisting that it is his. Alexis firmly refuses to accept the armor, explaining that Eugene, as a 7th-ranked knight, needs the protection, while a pouting Eugene worries about Alexis facing a stronger foe. The young man with light blonde hair declares he's keeping the prize for himself and won't give it to anyone. Looking at a shriveled chili pepper, he pities the confused black-haired man, wondering if his lack of vitality is why he's only the 2nd male lead. Alexis asks the flustered young man why he thinks he needs the antlers, coyly stating it's for the very reason he's imagining. A chibi version of the young man denies thinking anything, but Alexis insists that he's correct anyway. Mortified, he mentally begs his brain to stop imagining things, but an elephant's trunk only reinforces the lewd thought, making him groan. Ugh. The young man shouts, "Enough!" at a very confused-looking Alexis. He internally scolds himself for answering so rashly just as a guard announces the arrival of the king and queen. Rush. As Alexis suggests they go, he playfully asks the blushing young man to share his weird thoughts. Step, step. The young man scurries away, refusing to answer as Alexis follows, still asking. He defiantly tells a persistent Alexis to think whatever he wants, blushing furiously. Bustle. The bustling royal encampment is shown, identifying the arriving king and queen, as well as Count Rito and Commander Eslant. The overview of guests continues, showing Christopher and Dagona have also arrived. Woohoo! An excited cry echoes through the forest. In a private room, a man asks if the evidence of the independence movement is gone. The brown-haired man confirms Alexis took all of his father's documents, fearing he'll take the fall. The brown-haired man calls his companion a useless fool for being under a compulsion spell, lamenting that he feels a step behind his enemies. He recounts his failures with the artificial dungeon and inertion, now having lost the crucial documents about the North's independence. Realizing Hidmelan holds a grudge against Alexis, he decides to manipulate the man and use him as a pawn. The conspirators sit at a table, ominously agreeing that accidents are common during hunting competitions. Swish, slit, drip, a finger is cut, and blood drips onto a sinister web-like magic circle. Sha! Dark magic emanates from the bloody, clasped hands, activating the spell. Chills. The brown-haired man's expression is cold and menacing. His voice commands an unseen person, implanting the thought, "You hate Alexis," before ordering them to kill him with a knife. Grinning, he urges his pawn to kill Alexis and prove his power as the scene cuts to a slain deer, where the order is given to shoot the flare. Back at the hunt, a knight tells Alexis everyone wants the deer antlers, while others cheer in the background. Alexis smiles, revealing he plans to make the antlers into a health supplement for a blushing Eugene. As a flare lights up the sky, a shocked knight asks Alexis if he needs the antlers to boost his own vitality. Alexis instructs a man named Sheridan to guard their rear on the way back, who whines but agrees. Rustle. A man shouts a warning, and another lunges at Alexis, screaming his name. Clang. The attacker's face contorts with monstrous fangs. Skreek! With a knife to Alexis's throat, onlookers identify the attacker as Sir Hidmelan, now a monstrous lost follower. The guards shout in alarm, confirming the attacker is a lost follower. Another attacker strikes at Alexis from behind. Whoosh! Alexis dodges and counters with a swift movement, his expression grim. A man in glasses is brutally stabbed through the chest as a guard screams for his highness. Rush. A knight runs to Alexis's side, noticing he's bleeding as black blood drips from his hand. Slosh. Alexis drinks holy water to no effect. Ooze. The demonic energy in the wound aggravates his curse. Rip. Tearing his sleeve, Alexis warns his men to remain on guard for more monsters. Alexis declares they must return at once, while carrying an unconscious woman, but a glance at his cursed hand reveals the creeping darkness isn't gone. Eugene waits with a solemn and deeply concerned expression. Sitting beside the injured Alexis, Eugene holds his hand, thinking with frustration that he resents the gods and himself. Alexis and Eugene sit close together in a quiet, tense moment. Gritting his teeth, Eugene realizes that while the monster attack happened in the novel, Alexis's grave condition is a dangerous new development. He recalls the true purpose of Count Rito's ambush, to cause chaos while the priests, who could perform purification, were absent. With dawning horror, he understands the attack was specifically designed to delay Alexis's essential purification ritual. The dark curse spreads over Alexis's arm as he internally seethes at his affliction. Bump. Alexis gently rests his head against Eugene's, observing that Eugene seems to be the one in pain, but Eugene insists he's fine. Clasp. Calling him a liar, Alexis takes his hand. Creep. Eugene feels the intense, damp heat, realizing with alarm that the curse is actively consuming Alexis's arm. Eugene urges Alexis to admit he's in pain. He berates himself for failing to anticipate the attack in the absence of priests. Calling himself stupid, he regrets his poor judgment. His severe misjudgment is represented by a shattering magical shield. Stroke. Alexis gently reassures him that night training involves constant pain. He insists he can bear it, having survived worse injuries. But seeing Eugene's worried expression makes him falter. He finds he cannot stand to see Eugene look so pained. Eugene feels utterly alone, regretting his own complacency. With newfound resolve, Eugene swears he will be of help next time. Grin. Alexis accepts the promise, realizing he has fallen in love. A concerned man gravely informs Alexis that his arm is dying. Clench! Desperate to save Alexis, Eugene invokes his holy power by biting his finger. He resolves to act, even if it means defying Alexis's wishes. Eugene! Alexis shouts in alarm as a brilliant holy light erupts. A halo of ethereal roses forms above a tearful Eugene. He looks upward, completely surrounded by a sacred aura. Brushing Alexis aside, Eugene places his hand on the cursed arm to attempt a purification. Glow! He pours his power into the wound, wishing for the pain to vanish. As the wound heals, Eugene anxiously asks if he feels better. Feeling faint, he wonders why he has started stammering. Blur! His vision darkens as he begins to pass out from the exertion. Slump. He collapses into Alexis's arms, mentally complaining to the gods. Step, step! Alexis carries the unconscious Eugene toward a waiting carriage. Inside, Alexis quietly explains that Eugene has just awakened his holy power. He instructs Sheridan to secretly find a priest immediately. He then orders Robert to guard the room and ensure absolute secrecy. Plop. Sitting by the bed, Alexis decides to call Hurian as a precaution. Kiss. He gently kisses Eugene's cheek, wondering how he can ever repay him. A newspaper headline announces the monster attack that ruined the hunting competition. The news reports minor injuries and the royal family's tarnished reputation. Reading the paper, Eugene worries the widespread panic will only create more lost followers. Droop. He feels helpless, frustrated by his inability to reveal the future. Grumble. He complains about his new, uncontrollable glowing power. He resolves to ask Hurian to teach him how to purify demonic energy. Cursing the villain, he knows he was lucky this time and needs a better plan. Knock, knock. A familiar, coded knock sounds at his door. Spring realizing it's Alexis, he quickly sits up in bed. Rush. He hurries to the mirror to fix his hair. Creak. The door opens to reveal Alexis, holding a small card. Alexis explains he rushed over after hearing he awoke and asks about his new power. He reassures Alexis with a bright, cheerful smile. A brief memory of Alexis looking down at him flashes through his mind. Blushing, Eugene turns away and quickly dismisses Alexis's concern. He panics, certain that Alexis knows he's flustered and is teasing him. Smirk. Alexis teasingly admits he needed permission before touching him and offers his hand. Taking his hand, Eugene admits he just wanted to see him. While Eugene makes a promise, Alexis broods over the divine will contained within the healing power. He knows that great power from the gods always comes with a great duty. Determined not to lose Eugene to the gods, Alexis plots to corrupt his path to priesthood before asking if something is wrong. Alexis quietly asks, "Then?" as a blushing Eugene looks back at him. True. Eugene gives a surprised Alexis a quick kiss on the cheek. As Alexis wishes him a good night, a flustered Eugene peeks from behind a door to say it back. Roll. Giddy with butterflies. Eugene rolls in bed, deciding a little flirting won't hurt anyone. Tap. Tap. In a quiet office, a black-gloved hand taps impatiently on a wooden desk. A man reports that only a specific memory of an afternoon was lost, as if intentionally erased. The investigation reveals that several of the king's servants have vanished without a trace, and around that time, the king began mistreating his staff while always keeping his sword at hand. It's concluded that the king, lost to madness, harmed his servants with his sword, and someone is covering it up. Alexis thoughtfully touches his chin, realizing they are dealing with a significant nuisance. A man confirms that while the king's servants are normally gossips, none know anything about their missing colleagues, suggesting a powerful figure is behind the conspiracy. Alexis narrows his eyes, certain a mage skilled in brainwashing is manipulating the king. He gravely warns his subordinate to be particularly wary of Count Rito. An aide reports that the Viscountess from the Iskin Company has a gift for Eugene and wishes to meet with him alone. Alexis orders a warning sent to the Duke, cautioning that his information might be tainted. He sighs, fearing that the king's madness will inevitably lead to civil war and put immense pressure on his own house. He worries that Eugene and Lion will be in the most danger, noting that while Lion can be trained, Eugene is another matter. Contemplating a snowy fortress, he wonders if he should send Eugene out of the country or lock him away for his own safety. He quickly decides against it, admitting his overprotective need to keep Eugene where he can see him. Burst. A frantic Robert bursts into the room, shouting for his highness with a look of sheer panic. Spring. As Alexis shoots to his feet, Robert cries out that something terrible has happened to the master. Flap! A small, glowing bird flaps its wings frantically, letting out a weak peep. Droop. The bird lands on a branch, thinking how embarrassing the situation is. Alexis holds the now white bird, asking if it's Eugene transformed into a falcon, having just saved him. He tells his aide he'll take the bird, confirming he was heading to the garden house. Flap, flap. Inside, the bird flutters around an unimpressed Alexis, peeping insistently. A sudden vision of a shirtless Eugene makes Alexis blush and hastily promise to turn around. Gulp. He swallows hard, thinking that perhaps he should have stepped outside to give him privacy. Ahem. Composing himself, Alexis warns that transforming into a bird seems dangerous, worrying he could have broken his wings. Now human again, Eugene insists it's not dangerous and that he simply messed up the landing. He gives Alexis a reassuring and radiant smile. Alexis carefully adjusts Eugene's necktie, announcing that it's all done. As Eugene wonders if showing his neck is too risque, Alexis visibly flinches in response. Their eyes meet as Alexis admits he can't stop staring at his neck. Waving cheerfully, Eugene politely declines an offer, explaining he has a catechism session with Hurrian soon. Alexis notes that the session won't be easy, and Eugene agrees it looks tough. In a parody of the creation of Adam, Eugene laments that his amnesia also erased all knowledge of saints and gods. He complains that becoming a priest would mean giving up his newly acquired wealth. Alexis adds that priests are also forbidden from dating anyone. Blushing furiously, Eugene wonders if Alexis is asking him out, thinking how assertive he's being. Alexis watches him with a knowing, gentle smile. Grin. Eugene returns his smile, feeling a rush of happiness. Whirl! Turning to go, Eugene thanks Alexis for his help, only for Alexis to invite him to his office for tea after his session. Feeling newly motivated, Eugene thinks he'll do well with his lesson now. His confidence immediately vanishes as he despairs, sighing that there's no hope for him. Persian explains that holy power is a divine response, and that a case of it overflowing even after someone passes out is exceedingly rare. He continues, stating that such an event can only be found recorded in the Holy Scriptures. A vision shows Eugene standing with another man amidst a field of soft pink roses. The vision shifts to a towering godlike figure holding Eugene, illustrating the idea that God's will is inescapable. Hurrian advises patience, explaining that mastering divine grace is a slow process that took even him a long time. Eugene eagerly asks if there isn't a shortcut to make things a bit easier. Rejecting a quick path, Eugene comically decides that jumping off a cliff is too scary. Ramble, Hurrian's voice drones on, preaching that greatness requires patience and devotion to God's will. Taking the advice to heart, Eugene resolves to simply work hard without being impatient. A glowing card materializes, revealing his divine calling, a quest to save the world. Clasp. Filled with a radiant new purpose, Eugene beams, feeling certain he'll succeed this time. Tremble. His confidence shatters instantly as he slumps over, calling himself an idiot. Trudge. He walks down a long hall, recalling the moment he used his holy power in the carriage. He remembers desperately praying for Alexis to be healed, his intense wish manifesting his holy power. Listing the recent supernatural events, he realizes they all inexplicably revolve around Alexis. He runs with a sudden epiphany. Though others are the novel's protagonists, Alexis is the final hero. Knock, knock. Alexis peeks through the door, asking if he can come in and calling out to Eugene. Rise. Standing from his desk, Alexis kindly asks Eugene if his catechism session went well. Eugene admits it didn't, but says he figured something important out, prompting a curious Alexis to ask what. Taking Alexis's hand, Eugene asks him to wait as a wary Alexis questions what he's doing. Clutching his necktie, Eugene vows to stand by Alexis during the final battle and declares he needs the god's strength to do so. Shine. He channels his newfound conviction, focusing on a kind heart and awe for the gods as holy light envelops him. He successfully creates a blessed ring, proudly presenting the glowing blue relic to a stunned Alexis. Feeling proud, Eugene boasts that he can now make blessed relics and will soon be able to purify things, causing Alexis to note his sudden, intense devotion. A dark thought crosses Alexis's mind as he wonders if he should lock Eugene away for his own safety. Alexis reveals a gift he prepared, leaving Eugene to stare curiously at the covered object. Swish! He opens the long box, revealing a magnificent rapier resting on red velvet as Alexis calls it, a gift. Blushing with surprise, Eugene gently lifts the ornate sword from its case. Perk. Alexis explains it's a lightweight rapier and promises to find him a sword master back in Heinscan. The elegant rapier gleams, its blue and gold hilt and sheath sparkling with intricate detail. Eugene smiles warmly, the beautiful new rapier resting on his shoulder. A close-up highlights the fine craftsmanship of the sword's decorated sheath. Raising a determined fist, Eugene's resolve pleases Alexis, who is glad to see his fighting spirit. Alexis invites him to have tea and tells him to bring his new rapier as the scene shifts to a sunlit garden terrace. Clutch, Eugene joyfully hugs his new sword, thrilled with the gift. A translucent blue screen suddenly materializes before a startled Eugene. The status screen reveals his identity as Eugene, a transmigrator named Zhang Yujin, with abysmal physical stats but high magic and luck. Still processing the rapier, he stares in confusion, wondering why a status screen has appeared now. Surrounded by question marks, he gapes in utter bewilderment. The scene transitions to a sprawling, elegant garden estate. Nobles in fine attire mingle on the grand staircases and manicured lawns of the estate. Gaunt from a sleepless night, Eugene sits wearily on a bench at the garden party. He reminds himself to stay sharp, knowing Ludwina is also attending the season's last official event. A symbolic image shows a violinist playing before a beautiful, serene woman. Sitting alone, Eugene feels glad they are having the garden party before the concert. His companion approaches, noting he looks tired and offering to leave. But Eugene insists he's fine. The man tells him not to be stubborn, reasoning that they should at least watch one performance. Leaning back with a Eugene asks his companion to wake him if he dozes off, and the man agrees. As his companion leaves to get him water, Eugene watches him go with a happy smile. The status screen appears again, and this time, he calmly begins to examine it. He laughs at his feeble, frail physical stats, but notes he can't gauge if his intellect and magic are high. Displaying a trophy for Luck 92, he celebrates his one ridiculously high stat. A hazy memory shows a younger version of himself watching his parents in distress. He recalls his past life, where his family was torn apart by financial ruin until his father won the lottery. A sparkling lottery ticket appears as he remembers thinking his father's incredible luck was a miracle. He then recalls his father confessing that the winning numbers were ones he had randomly suggested, a secret kept to prevent him from developing a gambling habit. Slap! Eugene slaps his cheeks, forcing himself to think rationally about his situation. He considers his stats, noting that in stories like this, luck is an especially important spiritual stat. In a metaphorical scene, a reader cries, "No," as he begs a creator not to abandon a story, as readers dislike protagonists with constant bad luck. Gulp. Ding! A new quest notification appears before him, changing his objective to a much grander one: save the world. He grimly assumes the penalty for failing this quest is death, picturing himself as a tiny spirit in a world reduced to rubble. Considering the reward for success, he clenches his fist, realizing that returning to his original body and going home is a real possibility. His thoughts drift to the luxurious lifestyle he's grown accustomed to, filled with delicious food and fine liquor, sitting alone on a bench under a spotlight. He soberly reminds himself that this world, with all its comforts, is not his true home. Clench. Admitting he's never been homesick before, he, as Zhang Yujin, steels his resolve to save the world because his survival depends on it. His brooding is interrupted as Alexis returns, holding out a glass of water for him. Startled by Alexis's sudden appearance, Eugene looks up as his companion watches him with a questioning gaze. He takes the glass with a grateful and happy expression, surrounded by floating pink flowers. Alexis remarks that he must feel better now, and Eugene cheekily replies that something sweet would make him feel even better. Freeze. Eugene freezes in shock as Alexis remarks with a slight smile that he's the first person who's ever been able to order him around. Fidget! Flustered, Eugene insists he'll get the sweets himself, but Alexis asks what's wrong. Alexis insists on getting the sweets for him, telling Eugene to wait on the bench. Watching him leave, Eugene wonders if he should ask him out, realizing his time with him is limited, regardless of the world's fate. As Alexis walks away, Eugene decides against it, thinking it's not right to ask him to be his real partner so suddenly. He's struck by a sudden, panicked thought, questioning if he is even okay with dating another man. Twitch. Recalling their near kiss, he admits he wasn't repulsed by the feeling and glances back toward the path Alexis took. Quiet, He finds the garden strangely silent, looking around with a confused expression. Glancing, he continues to look around the empty garden path, a growing sense of unease on his face. A voice suddenly speaks in his mind, and he is startled to see a vision of a woman with long white hair telling him not to turn around. The voice, belonging to a brown-haired woman with glasses, apologizes for startling him, explaining it's a one-way magical conversation. Eugene recalls deliberately buying a worthless herb, knowing it would attract the attention of Dagona, who also knows about the future. A vision of a silver-haired woman smirking confirms his suspicion. She contacted him immediately after his purchase. The brown-haired woman continues her telepathic message, questioning his motives for buying a warehouse full of a useless herb. As she's about to ask what he knows, he cuts the thought short, realizing that spoilers are forbidden even between those who know what's coming. Swipe. Flutter. He thinks of the woman, identified as the Grand Duke Consort, with a serious expression. He acknowledges that while she is beautiful, her real value lies in the crucial information she holds. The perspective shifts to the consort, who thinks about the Kesselin herb and its future use in curing an epidemic, deducing that he must have a purpose. She pictures him behind a stage curtain, certain he has a clear objective for his actions. Elsewhere, a woman with long, pale blonde hair expresses her absolute shock upon learning this new information. She reflects that her regression has altered many fates, but she assumed the Grand Duke and his marriage would remain unchanged. Watching Alexis and Eugene from afar, she realizes with dawning horror that the Grand Duke Consort was behind the change. In a vision, she stands before Eugene, concluding that he must also know about the future. She looks out over a burning city, knowing that the end of the world is fast approaching. Ledwina recounts her efforts to save the world, having supported a man named Christopher with funds, status, and warnings about the king. However, she admits her knowledge is superficial, limited to what's in papers and unreliable rumors. She recalls knowing about an attack at a hunting competition, but being ignorant of who the target would be. She laments not knowing the attacker's personal motivations, details unavailable in newspapers, and resolves to eliminate any new variables. Step. Believing the key to stopping the apocalypse is in his head, she vows to retrieve it and telepathically warns him to ignore a sleazy playboy. Bow. A blonde man named Sir Halt greets Eugene, then uses the excuse of something in his hair to stroke his head affectionately. Sir Halt whispers, "Did you get it?" And Eugene, looking unfazed, replies yes, but seems underwhelmed. Stern. Jolt. Sir Halt is startled as a furious Alexis approaches, and Eugene quickly tells him to leave because his husband is coming. Gone! As the blonde man vanishes, a stern Alexis tells a cute, confused Eugene they will watch one performance before going home. Eugene playfully reassures a tense Alexis that he's not interested in every blonde man he meets. Looking at Alexis, he cheerfully suggests they go to the bookstore instead. He beams with a bright, happy smile, clearly delighted with his own idea. Blushing, Eugene asks if Alexis is asking him on a date, but Alexis calmly clarifies that he's just asking to hang out. Grin. Alexis smiles warmly at a blushing Eugene. Rise. He helps Eugene to his feet, agreeing that it's time to go. Alexis tells him they will sneak out before the next performance begins. Their departure is interrupted by a summons from the Queen for Eugene and Madame Evelyn. A royal attendant formally delivers the Queen's summons to Eugene and Alexis. Eugene and a brown-haired woman greet the elegant blonde queen, with Eugene noting this is his second time seeing her. An offer is presented. The king will give them the Alanda Plains for the mine. The brown-haired woman questions the offer, and the queen confirms the plains are her personal land. Quiver. Eugene inwardly seethes, realizing the king is trying to trick them. The queen explains the plains are a symbolic land tied to her family's budget and reputation, which must eventually be returned, leading someone to realize they would be giving up the mine for nothing. The brown-haired woman firmly states she would not dare accept the Alanda Plains. She questions how she could accept a deal involving the queen's own land, but the queen insists it's his majesty's wish. Rise. The queen stands, concluding her part of the conversation and directing them to speak with Grand Duke Evileron. Eugene deduces that the king, unable to get the mine from Alexis, is using the queen in a petty scheme. Lift. The queen presents a small box to a surprised Eugene as a personal wedding gift. Snatch. Yank. The gift is suddenly torn from his hands, leaving him stunned. Stab. Shink. In a flash of violence, the queen is stabbed, and the brown-haired woman collapses as blood splatters onto a horrified Eugene. Chaos erupts as people rush to the fallen queen, and the brown-haired woman points at a blood-soaked Eugene, accusing him of the attack. Alexis recalls his recent visit for his marriage certificate, while the king muses that he never thought he'd sacrifice his own queen. The queen's servants accuse Eugene, who remains silent and is thrown into a cold dungeon as someone worries and pushes for a quick trial. Alexis bows grimly before the blonde-haired king. The king casually invites Alexis to sit, remarking on their unexpected meeting. Two men stand behind the king, one of them smirking with satisfaction. Standing his ground, Alexis coldly demands the king state his demands. The king feigns surprise at his directness before asking if Alexis wants the Mana Stone mine. With a sly smile, the king admits Alexis knows him well, but warns that the mine won't be enough to save his husband. Alexis stands defiantly before the imposing, shadowed figure of the king. After the king mocks his loyalty, Alexis asks if his majesty has considered another possibility. Twitch. Alexis shocks the king by suggesting he doesn't care if Eugene dies, and might even side with an enemy duke. A gavel hangs in the air, symbolizing the weight of the coming judgment. Alexis makes a stunning offer: exile Eugene, and in return, he will give up the Mana Stone mine and deliver the head of anyone the king chooses. The king agrees to begin the trial in 2 days, cynically advising him to find a good lawyer. When Alexis asks to see his husband, the king mockingly agrees, sending a man named Esland as an escort to prevent an escape. Reunited, Alexis reassures a somber Eugene that he knows he's innocent. Alexis considers helping Eugene escape but deems it too risky, as he must also protect his mother and lion. Squeeze. Eugene nervously clasps his hands together. Plop. Alexis gently places his gloved hand over Eugene's, offering silent reassurance. A flustered Eugene asks why he's kneeling, but Alexis calmly replies that it's natural to kneel before his husband. Clasp. Alexis takes Eugene's hand in his own. He reminds Eugene of a time in the castle garden when holding his hand made him feel better. Eugene smiles, saying it's the same for him and that everything will be all right, as Alexis thinks that God knows the truth. Holding his hand, Alexis looks at him with a gentle smile, recalling his promise to be with him through the winter. Leaning close, Eugene thanks him and promises to end the trial quickly. The escort, Eslen, addresses Alexis, feigning regret for having to defend the Ivaleron family's honor. Eslen smirks as he offers to take Eugene to the dungeon, revealing he knows about the secrets of House 172. Alexis warns the commander to stick to his duties unless he is looking for trouble. Staring back with narrowed eyes, Alexis warns him not to cross any lines. Eslen appears shaken, wondering how Alexis could have possibly found out. A reveal shows that Eslen has been trafficking steel, salt, and gunpowder from a secret basement. Since these are items exclusively sold by the kingdom, his crime is a serious offense punishable by severe consequences. Alexis reflects that while Eslen's crime is minor, it can be used to threaten the commander's funds, exploiting his gambling addiction. A woman tells Alexis not to trust the police entirely, even if he's won them over with money and connections. The woman reveals they are seizing his trafficking routes, and Alexis resolves to prepare for Eugene's safety. Alexis coolly tells Commander Eslen to escort him to the dungeon, and Eslen laughs sarcastically about his difficult orders. In a cold cell, a shivering Eugene wraps a blanket tighter around himself. He thinks that while he's not being tortured, the stone walls and floor are freezing cold even in June. A silver-haired woman in a uniform appears outside his cell, and a shocked Eugene asks how she's there. Rattle. She tells him she's breaking him out, leaving a stunned Eugene to question her. Eugene firmly refuses the escape, shouting, "Number." Placing a hand over his heart, he tells the woman, identified as a Viscountess, that there is another way. Eugene declares he will prove his innocence at trial, as the Viscountess recalls thinking the Grand Duke had given up on him. He asks if there's truly a way. Confirming his decision not to escape is because the Grand Duke also mentioned the trial. Eugene reveals what the Grand Duke told him about a skilled mind controller, warning her to be suspicious of anyone close to the king, which confirms her own suspicions. He reflects on giving Dagona information under the guise of speculation, hoping his actions won't lead to disaster. Dagona pleads with Eugene not to die before leaving, and he calmly bids her farewell. As Alexis approaches, Eugene blushes. Alexis tells Eugene he'll need a magic item and new clothes to ward off the cold, prompting Eugene to wonder if the king's power is absolute. Alexis stands outside the cell and calmly asks for Eugene's hand. Pause. Alexis extends his hand through the bars, and a hesitant Eugene reaches back. Eugene notes that his hand is dirty, but Alexis gently dismisses his concern. Clasp. Their hands finally connect through the bars. With tears welling in his eyes, Eugene quietly admits that he's been having a hard time. Drip. As a tear falls, a concerned Alexis calls out his name. Eugene cries silently, surrounded by an image of pink flowers. Turn. He wipes his eyes, pretending it's just dust, but Alexis reassures him that it's okay to cry. Eugene forces a bright smile, insisting he's fine and that it was only a little dust. Squeeze. Alexis holds his hand tighter, joking that the dungeon is indeed quite dusty. PFFT. A flustered Eugene realizes he's joking, and Alexis confirms it with a smile. Eugene asks Alexis to take his mother's heirloom and Caitian's ring for safekeeping, worried the simple-looking ring might be stolen. Swish! Alexis turns away, calmly telling him it's not the end of the world. He turns back, holding the very ring Eugene mentioned, leaving his husband stunned. Alexis gently slips the wedding ring onto Eugene's finger, telling him he must keep it on. Eugene thinks to himself that with Caitian's ring, he could easily escape, but he hesitates. Looking at Alexis's brooch, he admits to himself, I just like him. Kiss. Eugene kisses Alexis's hand, vowing to save the world, stand by his side, and create a happy ending. Elsewhere, Eslant smirks to a companion, noting that the Grand Duke was clearly bluffing about letting his husband die. His companion agrees it's unfortunate, as Eslant curses a crazy witch for complicating his plans. A flashback shows a bloody hand, revealing Eslant was referring to the late queen whom he assassinated. The queen is shown to have sacrificed her life to place a curse on Eslant to protect her son Christopher. The man regrets that Christopher survived, lamenting that his plans keep going awry. He consoles himself by noting he knows the Grand Duke's weakness, his love for his partner. The man schemes to curry favor with the 7th-ranked knight by gifting him more tobacco. 2 days later, the scene opens on the grand facade of the Supreme Court. Murmur. A crowd of faceless nobles fills the courtroom gallery. A blonde woman and a dark-haired man sit among the spectators with grim expressions. The judge looks down from the bench as Eugene stands before him. Dressed in black, Eugene and Alexis stand together, presenting a united, somber front. The courtroom is shown from a high angle, emphasizing the empty witness stands. 2 women in legal attire react with looks of shock and dismay. Eugene listens calmly, expecting to hear testimony that the queen's attendants were too busy stopping the bleeding to properly assess the situation. Eugene reflects that while the knights weren't direct witnesses, the dagger was found right in front of him. The judge formally asks the defendant, Eugene Lickbent Ivilleron, if he will make a statement. A nervous Eugene faces the cold, judgmental stares of the courtroom nobles. Nod. From the gallery, Alexis gives a subtle nod of support. Eugene places a hand over his heart and declares his intention to make a testimony of faith. PFFT. The judge scoffs, permitting the testimony only if Eugene can prove he is capable of it. Beam. A brilliant blue light fills the courtroom. Bathed in a holy glow, Eugene stands with a resolute expression. A shocked voice from the crowd identifies the light as an aureole. A spectator leaps to his feet, pointing in disbelief at the divine sight. Clamor. The gallery erupts in awe and confusion, wondering if he is a saint, since only angels possess aureoles. With the holy symbol glowing behind him, Eugene calmly begins his testimony of faith. Stunned, the silver-haired Viscountess Dagona watches from her seat. Testifying before a divine overseer, he recalls the moment the brown-haired woman stabbed herself. He solemnly swears that he did not stab Queen Horensea 5 days ago. The glowing aureole serves as a testament to his truthfulness. He continues, refuting the false rumors of an indecent relationship with the late queen. The judge asks if he pleads innocent, and with a confident nod, Eugene affirms that he does. Grit. The judge grits his teeth, realizing the aureole proves the Baron's innocence, and that he has no choice but to accept the testimony. Bang. As the gavel falls, a radiant light shines from a smiling Eugene. Boom, crack, rumble. Suddenly, an explosion shatters the stained glass window, and a startled Eugene calls out for Alexis. A man watching from a high balcony expresses his disbelief. He laments that he was watching from a secret area to enjoy his victory, completely unaware that Eugene possessed holy power. A cloaked figure explains that being chosen by a nameless demon god allows him to resist most holy powers. The man realizes that if Eugene's power affects him, he must be a direct agent of a god. Grit. He clenches his jaw, determined to uncover Eugene's true identity immediately. Rumble. Alexis stands beside a young woman, muttering that this event isn't supposed to happen yet. Crackle. As crimson lightning strikes the courthouse, Eugene questions the meaning of already. His eyes widen in shock as he remembers this exact event happening in the novel. Rumble. He recalls the story. Dark clouds, red lightning, and the dead rising from their graves. Peak. He worries, realizing this catastrophe occurred in the latter half of the novel. Looking toward Dagona, he surmises that she is likely unprepared for this premature event. He turns back toward the chaos with a determined nod. Dagona bolts from her seat in the gallery. Rush. Snatch. Alexis grabs Eugene's arm, halting him and warning him of suspicious activity outside. Eugene considers the threat, knowing the undead are relentless, and that even Alexis will be worn down fighting them alone. He resolves to find a solution to the crisis. He recalls that the sacred relic in the High Temple is the key to stopping the monsters. Outside, people scream in terror as animated skeletons begin to attack. Alexis tells Eugene to stay with his mother inside the court's protective barrier before rushing off. Tense, Eugene realizes the attack's timing is no coincidence. He wonders if Count Rito is behind this as a shadowy figure looms nearby. Rumble. The courthouse shakes as panicked screams fill the air. Thinking quickly, Eugene realizes he must find a substitute for the sacred relic to purify the area. Bolt. He suddenly dashes away. A red-haired woman calls out his name as he sprints up the stairs. Rush. Step. The woman intercepts him, and he stops, surprised. Surrounded by a holy aura, he places a hand on his chest and pleads for her to let him pass. The red-haired woman considers that, since Eugene's power is strong enough for an Oriole, she can help him escape if necessary. Eugene offers to escort her to safety and thanks her, calling her Ludwina, as she resolves to go with him. Eugene observes the undead horde, noting that, while the scene matches the novel, Alexis fighting the dead is a new, unexpected variable. As his allies fight valiantly, Eugene faces down a skeletal horde. He knows these foes are tough. Powered by demonic energy, the ancient dead will just keep rising. Worse, the demonic energy reanimates them with the skills they had in life, making them an even greater threat. Fight. Realizing the only way is to completely burn out their demonic energy, Eugene resolves to perform a purification rite. Looking over the corrupted city, he steels himself to purify a massive area, wondering if he has the strength. He worries about his inexperience, having only recently learned the technique from Hurian. Resolved, he commits to helping Alexis, saving innocent lives, and ensuring Count Rito's plan fails. Flash. He accepts full responsibility, determined to fix the novel's plot that he himself has broken. Whoosh. A brilliant pillar of holy light erupts from the cathedral, piercing the dark, corrupted sky. A concerned Alexis calls out to Eugene, who stands beside Ludwina, channeling his power. Glow. Realizing demonic beings are weak to sunlight, Eugene focuses his holy power to clear away the clouds. Onlookers stare in disbelief at the divine light banishing the darkness, one murmuring, "My goodness." Eugene smiles, proud that his holy power, though not overwhelming, is enough to suppress the demonic energy. Stunned by the display, Alexis can only think of it as a miracle. Eugene collapses from the strain, and a worried observer knows he can't be okay after using so much power. Murmur. As the crowd kneels in awe, Alexis stands silently over the scene. Alexis glares coldly at the awestruck crowd, curtly telling them to mind their own business. Dagona urgently warns Alexis not to let the temple take Eugene, and with a squeeze of his fist, he realizes they'll never let go of someone who can manifest an Oriole. He foresees the immense pressure that will be put on Eugene to abandon his life and become a priest. Dagona cautions him to hide Eugene well, reminding him of the grim fate of the Latipedian saint. The legendary Latipedian saint is recalled as a powerful figure who once prophesied the future of the kingdom. However, the story tells of how a greedy king captured the saint to monopolize his power, leading to his tragic death. Holding the unconscious Eugene, Alexis grimly wonders if Dagona is comparing him to that tragic saint. As Dagona pleads for him to hide Eugene, a furious Alexis threatens to kill her if she says another word. Squeeze. Alexis holds Eugene close, determined to protect him from the vultures, who will now flock to his power. A man in modern clothes finds himself in a vast, ethereal hall made of light. Looking around the divine space, he realizes he is in the realm of the gods. Mumble. As a vision of Eugene appears behind him, the man wonders if this place is actually his own soul. Ramble. Walking a path of light, his soul thanks the divine presence for the holy power and muses on navigating the changed future. Sigh. He walks into the light, cheekily asking the divine presence if it wants him to be devout or not. Blink. Eugene's eyes flutter open as he awakens in a soft bed. He looks out the window in confusion, wondering if he's seeing snow. Shuffle. Thump. Getting up, he realizes he's at Heinskin Castle and wonders how long he was unconscious. His eyes widen in horror as he remembers the epidemic, which was supposed to happen in autumn. A frantic attendant rushes to his side, relieved he's awake, as Eugene asks how much time has passed. The devastating Black Nightmare Plague is described, a disease that spread in autumn and killed its victims within days. A magical herb and a cup of tea are shown, shimmering with hope. The attendant explains the herb Eugene purchased saved them, as it became unobtainable after the outbreak, prompting Eugene to think the gods are on their side. He anxiously asks about the others, learning that, while half fell ill, the herbal tea saved them. The attendant reports that while the madam recovered, old man Bach sadly succumbed to his illness. Eugene looks down, heartbroken, that despite his efforts, he couldn't save everyone. The attendant beams, attributing the miraculous recovery to Eugene's own holy power. Explaining that Eugene's power sustained him, the attendant still offers a warm drink, which he gratefully accepts. A portrait of Alexis shows him with a stern and somber expression. Eugene notices Alexis's gloomy demeanor, recognizing it from when they first met and wondering what happened. Alexis bluntly asks Eugene if he knew the Black Nightmare was coming, leaving him stunned. Startled by the accusation, Eugene calls out his husband's name. Grab. Alexis violently clamps a hand over Eugene's mouth, refusing to listen to his deceiving words. Alexis glares, asking if Eugene knew about his hatred for prophets, assuming that's why he hid his foresight. A flashback reveals a young Alexis enduring his father's brutal training after a prophecy declared he would be the last heir. Eugene realizes that Alexis, with his deep hatred for prophets, is now facing a difficult choice. Holding Eugene's face, Alexis coldly tells him they will never see each other again. As Alexis turns to leave, a shocked Eugene shouts, "No," and wonders what is happening. Eugene bursts out of the room, only to see Alexis already walking away down the hall. Alexis states that if Eugene had revealed his foresight sooner, he'd be dead, and orders him to leave. Freeze. Eugene understands Alexis isn't angry about the deceit, but because he despises prophets. Watching him go, Eugene sadly remembers Alexis's confession that he liked him. He recalls Alexis's promises to stand by him and the kiss that made him feel the same way. Sniffle. Crying, Eugene thinks that if Alexis truly cared, he would listen, insisting he never meant to swindle him. He resigns himself to his original mission, save this world, and finally return home. Sob. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Eugene breaks down and weeps. Rub, rub. Waking from his thoughts, Eugene wipes his eyes, confused about why he was crying. Swoosh! Clutching his pillow, he wonders if he should really leave the castle after their fight. He reassures himself that with the country house and manor he was gifted, he will be fine on his own. While packing his few belongings, he notes most are gifts from Alexis and decides to take a cross that needs repair. A red-haired attendant tells him that while fights happen, leaving like this isn't right, but Eugene remains silent. Eugene bids the staff farewell, wishing them good health as he departs. Before he goes, he decides he should at least tell Alexis that he is leaving. An aide informs Alexis of something, and Eugene notes that his husband looks as weary as if he'd just returned from battle. Clasp. The aide recalls that during the 4 months Eugene was comatose, he saw an expression of longing and sadness on the Grand Duke's face just once. In the memory, a miserable-looking Alexis sits vigil at Eugene's bedside. The aide finds it unbelievable that the famously cold-hearted Grand Duke would fight with his husband the moment he woke up. The aide relays a message from His Highness, who insisted Alexis read a letter and threatened a consequence for refusal, prompting Alexis to ask what it is. Looking haggard, the aide explains that the letter details how Alexis can repay a lingering debt. The aide cries in frustration, lamenting being caught in the middle of their lover's quarrel. A red-haired attendant remembers that Alexis remained silent even when the madam came to visit him. Alexis stares ahead impassively, his thoughts hidden behind a stoic expression. Russell. He opens the letter, which reminds him of his debt for the lives saved by the Keelan. The letter instructs him to pay off his debt by helping Duke Nassalard. Alexis stands quietly, holding the letter as he processes the command. Crush. He crumples the letter, angered that the sender has always favored Duke Nassalard. Throb. As a dark presence looms in his mind, he wonders if this was his benefactor's true goal all along. The aide asks what's wrong, reiterating that His Highness wanted to make sure he read the letter. Swish! Burst! Alexis abruptly rushes past the stunned aide and bursts through the doors to confront Eugene. Eugene calmly states that the gods have chosen the future king, and that he won't argue, knowing Alexis won't believe him anyway. He sees this as an opportunity to save the world, and resolves to stop Alexis from backing out of the looming civil war. Eugene admits he intentionally hid his powers, as an enraged Alexis shouts his name, ready to erupt. He acknowledges that despite his anger, Alexis is still holding back significantly. With a sad and apologetic heart, Eugene thanks Alexis for everything and bids him a final farewell. The scene shifts to a bright view of the manor Eugene now calls home. He recounts how Ludwina visited him at the manor, but he suddenly developed a fever, forcing them to cut the tour short. Plop. Lying exhausted in bed, he wonders why he's still so weak after taking medicine and getting plenty of rest. He reflects on how emotionally and physically draining his fight with Alexis truly was. He laments being bedridden again, finding it especially depressing to be sick all alone. A fond memory surfaces of him nagging Alexis to make him tea with alcohol to help him sleep. Tap. Covering his face, he curses the gods for silencing him and Alexis for casting him out so quickly. He steels himself, deciding not to cry since he will be returning to his own world soon enough. His thoughts turn to the one person he longs to see again. He finds comfort in the warm, smiling image of his mother. Reading old newspapers, he catches up on 4 months of news: the Queen's divorce, Christopher's return as a war hero, and the rise of monsters and dungeons. Realizing time is short, Eugene decides he must help Christopher win the Civil War. His thoughts interrupted by a knock. He sits quietly for a moment, bathed in a soft light. He reads a letter from Dagona, who is requesting a meeting tomorrow. The butler misreads the signature as Cation, wondering how the sender knew where to find them. Eugene smirks, deciding he'll make preparations to meet Dagona in secret. Press. Elsewhere, a weary Alexis pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. He agonizes over his doubts, wondering if Eugene's affection was merely a duty to God. He recalls how Eugene's letter had rendered him completely speechless. Throb. He's tormented by the thought that Eugene's kindness might be a lie, fearing it would drive him mad. Knock knock. An attendant named Sheridan announces his presence at Alexis's door. Sheridan reports that a spy has sent news about his consort, Eugene. Choo-choo! The scene transitions to a train journey. Rattle. In a wig and cloak, Eugene checks his reflection, hoping his disguise will hold. He recalls giving a powerful testimony at a trial, and summoning a grand holy barrier. Creak. Arriving at the destination, he tells his butler he's feeling sick from the ride, but will be okay. Wobble. Exhausted from the long trip, he unsteadily exits the carriage. He steps onto a desolate platform, wondering if the Black Nightmare is keeping people away. He spots a familiar woman and calls out her name, Dagona. He tells Dagona he came alone, and she admits she's glad, finding his husband intimidating. As they walk and talk about his motion sickness, a dark-haired man watches them from the shadows. Flash! Memory emerges of a silver-haired woman casting a barrier to protect their secrets. The silver-haired woman invites Eugene to sit down, and he agrees. She apologizes for the urgent meeting, explaining the topic was too sensitive for a letter. She confesses that she told Grand Duke Ivaleron that Eugene was a prophet. She apologizes, but Eugene accepts his own role in the deception. He smiles gracefully, deciding to set aside his disappointment for now. Phew. He insists they proceed, though she worries he looks too pale to continue. Recalling past struggles, Eugene insists on dealing with the problem immediately. His expression is grim as he steels himself for the uncertain future. A symbolic image depicts Alexis and another man standing sternly back to back. Crack! As Eugene plans to relay information to Dagona, a sudden sound startles him into silence. Alerted by the noise, Eugene tenses while the silver-haired woman rises from her seat. Doom. The man from the train station stands in the doorway, and Eugene panics. He stares in shock, wondering how the man could have possibly followed him. A flashback to the train confirms his suspicion. They were traveling together. To Eugene's astonishment, the woman greets the man as Your Highness, revealing him to be Alexis. Alexis looks down at them, coldly acknowledging that his husband is there. He confronts Eugene, who demands to know why he's there after telling him to stay away. Eugene challenges him, asking if he wants to be the subject of unsavory rumors. HMPH. Annoyed, he remembers Alexis's harsh words telling him to leave and never return. He proudly declares he is there under his own knightly title, not as the consort, which Alexis calls ridiculous. Realizing he's cornered, Eugene decides his only option is to stall for time. Flash. The silver-haired woman's magical barrier suddenly encloses the three of them. Trapped inside the barrier, Alexis angrily demands to know if they intend to drag him back. Eugene steps forward, vowing he will not bring dishonor to the Ivaloran name. Grasp. He reaches out and firmly takes Alexis's hand. Flinch. As Alexis calls out his name, a brilliant holy light erupts from their joined hands. Slump. Overwhelmed by the power, Alexis suddenly collapses unconscious onto the floor. The silver-haired woman cries out in shock, asking Eugene what just happened. Eugene calmly explains he used holy power to put him to sleep, now worried about the consequences. The blonde man tells a seated dark-haired man and a white-haired woman that it's fine. The dark-haired man closes his eyes, thinking, this is just a way to buy some time. The blonde man places a hand on his shoulder, resolving to tell him everything before being taken away. He anticipates that the dark-haired man will be furious when he wakes up. He smirks, concluding it doesn't matter since the man probably hates him now. As a hand clutches the man's lapel, he thinks if he was meant to die, he'd already be stabbed. Beam. He decides to infuse him with more power to ensure he wakes up the next day. The white-haired woman questions his actions, stating she needs the Grand Duke's power. When he asks how she knows, she coolly states that the Grand Duke owes her, but refuses to say more. Tremble. An attendant panics over the consequences of putting the Grand Duke to sleep as the white-haired woman opens a portal with a flash. The blonde man thanks the white-haired woman, who accepts his gratitude. She explains how she exposed Count Rito's smuggling operation, forcing him to step down from his position. While sipping from a cup, the blonde man asks if the king attempted to protect the count. Beam. The white-haired woman beams with laughter. She recalls that the count was protected by an exceptionally skilled knight. She continues, explaining the knight vanished after leaving the palace, and now they're searching for him. Clink. Setting down her cup, she declares it's her turn, revealing she has information to recruit the 7th rank knight, Count Hemeric. She explains that after years of war, the count realized the current king was not in his right mind. However, he is hesitant to join the civil war, having pledged to never kill again. She suggests they propose he defend from the rear instead of fighting on the front lines. The blonde man states the real problem lies with the other 7th rank knight, Sir Radulos, a monster slayer who wanders the kingdom. His expression turns to shock as he begins to mention a place that person used to be. Kig! He suddenly chokes and coughs up blood into his hand. As the concerned woman asks if he's okay, he nods, thinking he can't reveal the grave's location. He steels himself, determined to find a subtle way to give her the information. Now with brown hair, Eugene feels sick, dreading the long 21-hour train ride. A woman tells him his butler insisted she take care of him, prompting a blushing memory of the stern man. Eugene smiles and thanks the brown-haired woman for her kindness. She narrates that Eugene successfully recruited both the hooded man and the elder count for her. A man in a blue military uniform covers his face, thinking they can't be certain yet. Bathed in a purple glow, the Grand Duke looks on as a voice notes he will likely join their cause. A blonde man reflects on not being able to see Eugene off, recognizing his own obsession, an obsession Eugene himself doesn't realize. A woman at a desk reassures herself that leaving a note for the Grand Duke is enough as they prepare to depart. Eugene looks utterly exhausted, while the dark-haired man stands over him grimly. The story introduces Radulos Horakan, a legendary commoner who rose to become a 7th rank knight. His lost love, Sena Carleon, is shown, though Radulos remains unaware she has passed away. A flashback reveals they were lovers 20 years ago, but her father disapproved, intending to marry her off to a noble family. Sena receives a newspaper announcing Radulos' death in battle, a devastating shock while she was pregnant with their child. To escape an arranged marriage, she fled south, where she died in childbirth, never knowing Radulos was actually alive. The narrator explains that they told Sena's daughter the truth and received a keepsake from her. Overcome with grief, Radulos clutches the keepsake and weeps. Turn. As he cries, the brown-haired woman turns to look at him. Sniffle. Watching the scene, Eugene wipes away a tear. The woman tells Radulos that she knows he's been looking for Sena and offers to arrange a meeting with Eugene as the Grand Duke watches from afar. The Grand Duke observes Eugene, thinking he's overworking himself and vowing not to let him disappear again. Tremble. Flinch. The Grand Duke's eyes narrow as he spots the group on the street below. A blond man laughs cheerfully, seemingly unaware of the Grand Duke's dark expression. In a cute doodle, the blond man asks if crouching is enough to hide, while the dark-haired man looks on, unamused. The blond man asks the Grand Duke if his offer of support is still valid now that he's recruited 2 powerful knights, causing the Duke's eye to twitch. As they walk together, a thought bubble suggests that a higher power seems to be at play. As Alexis holds a blonde-haired person, confirming something is still present, a terrifying eye opens in a dark abyss with a thudding dun-dun. Bolt Alexis shouts for Eugene as whoosh, a purple light envelops a startled Eugene. Whoosh! As the group is pulled into a vortex, Alexis shouts for Eugene again, and with a bolt and a swoosh, he lunges to grab him. Crash! Eugene lands hard on the ground in a dark, unfamiliar place. He silently stands, taking in the strange, sparkling blue cavern around him. Pause. Eugene touches his throat, realizing with confusion that he can speak but can't hear his own voice. Tap, tap. A stern-looking Alexis appears, causing Eugene to think his name in shock. Eugene wonders if the dungeon is making him hallucinate, as he sees other figures behind Alexis. He questions if it's really Alexis and why he's here, wondering if he's been caught. The brown-haired woman places a reassuring hand on Eugene's shoulder, who looks at her with uncertainty. His eyes widen in sudden surprise. Flash, a bright blue magic circle flares to life on the floor, with Eugene standing at its center. Swarm. The group rushes to Eugene's side, asking if he's okay as he realizes he can hear again. Eugene smiles, assuring everyone that he is fine. The woman asks if they are in a dungeon, and the man beside her nods in confirmation. Eugene explains that dungeons typically reflect the appearance of the area where they were created. He theorizes about their location based on the fact that they were temporarily unable to hear. A monstrous blue siren with a mermaid's tail emerges from the water. The brown-haired woman identifies the creature as a legendary siren and warns of its enchantment skill. Eugene advises everyone to speak as little as possible, explaining that talking makes the siren stronger. He adds that he cannot cast his holy barrier while moving, urging them to be careful. The woman introduces Sir Radulos to Grand Duke Alexis Ivalaron, and the 2 men greet each other. The blonde man lays out their formation, placing himself and the Grand Duke at the front. As the man asks for other ideas, Eugene shivers, clearly feeling unwell. Eugene asks the Viscountess for a spell to dry his clothes, but she suggests they will dry as they walk. Alexis interjects, asking because his husband's face has gone pale, shocking both Eugene and the Viscountess. Apologizing for not noticing, Alexis insists they dry off as the Viscountess begins casting a spell. Eugene internally fumes, questioning why Alexis followed him when he thought he'd never see him again. Feeling faint, Eugene worries he's about to collapse from his worsening condition. He decides to ask Dagona for a spell to lower his fever. Step. Alexis walks over to a concerned Eugene, asking him what is wrong. He asks how Eugene is feeling, leaving him momentarily speechless. After checking his temperature, Alexis confirms Eugene has a high fever, just as Eugene admits he needed to ask Dagona for help. Dagona steps forward, saying she will heal him immediately. A blushing Eugene tries to dismiss her concern, insisting he's fine to keep moving. Resigned, Eugene climbs onto Alexis's back, deciding to take the easier route. Flashback, the siren lets out a pained cry as it struck down. Exhausted, Eugene reflects that the monsters were no match for 2 7th-rank knights, feeling drained from maintaining his holy barrier. Stomp! The blonde knight delivers a final stab, and Shaw, the screaming siren, dissolves into nothing. Tap! Eugene suddenly slumps forward, and a panicked Alexis catches him, crying out his name. Slump. As his arm falls limp, Eugene thinks he won't be fooled by Alexis's apparent concern. In a quiet room, Alexis watches over a now blonde-haired Eugene, who is sleeping soundly. Blink. Eugene's eyes flutter open, his expression dazed and confused. His mind screams Alexis's name in utter shock. He remembers fainting in the dungeon and questions why Alexis is now with him. Hoping Alexis will be gone if he falls asleep again, Eugene is startled when Alexis's hand clenches the sheet, and he asks if he's awake. Erg. Eugene asks how long he was unconscious, and Alexis informs him it's been a day due to his high fever. Overwhelmed with questions, Eugene decides now is not the right time to ask them. Bow. Instead, Eugene gets out of bed and bows deeply, thanking Alexis for everything. Eugene thinks that looking away first is a sign of weakness, while Alexis looks on questioningly. In a memory, Alexis holds Eugene's face, reminding him he said they would never see each other again. Alexis earnestly asks Eugene if he still likes him. FWIP. Eugene mentally dismisses the question, thinking it would reveal his lingering feelings. Alexis admits he was worried about Eugene getting involved in a scandal with the Viscountess. Covering his face, Alexis confesses he was also angry when he heard his husband ran away. Flinch. Eugene recoils in shock, realizing Alexis followed him out of anger. Alexis begins to explain himself, admitting he broke his promise to never see Eugene again. Alexis confesses he couldn't stop loving him, leaving Eugene stunned. Clench. Eugene grips the sheet, refusing to forgive Alexis for his sudden confession after being so furious. As he turns to leave, Alexis tells Eugene to rest, suggesting they discuss his return later. Eugene calls out for Alexis to wait, insisting he has something to say. Alexis tells Eugene he doesn't have to believe him, and can even think him crazy. Believing it's his last chance, Eugene resolves to do something he knows is absurd. Tap. Alexis touches his face, concerned about the blood he coughed up. But Eugene blames the dry air. Eugene flashes back to when Alexis promised to be on his side, remembering he liked him. The memory continues as he recalls how they grew fond of one another. Flutter. He admits he still liked Alexis enough to miss him, even after their bitter parting. Back in the present, Eugene realizes he still doesn't know his quest's reward. His expression darkens with resolve as he clutches the bedsheets. With a smirk, Alexis simply asks, "What?" Alexis's tone hardens, as he asks if Eugene is admitting to deceiving him and if he should now repay his debt. Eugene demands to know why his words are being twisted. Explaining he's trying to save him, Alexis questions if Eugene truly believes his feelings were a lie. Sniffle. Resigned, Eugene tells himself this is what he must do to return to Earth. Rub. Wiping his eyes, he curses, feeling he should at least give Alexis a proper explanation. Burst. A sudden light shines as Eugene's expression fills with determination. HMPH. Eugene demands to know what Alexis wants, but Alexis just asks why he is crying. Snap. A frustrated Eugene snaps back, asking why it matters when they weren't supposed to see each other anymore. Stare. As Alexis stares, Eugene wonders if his husband has gone insane, defiantly asking, "So what?" Clink. Alexis grabs his arm, just as Eugene cries out for him to wait. Foosh. In a flash of light, Eugene's determined eyes are all that's visible. Transported to a vast, empty hall, Eugene lies on the floor, wondering if it's happening again. Erg. He sits up, clutching his head in frustration. Sigh. Smack. After sighing, he smacks his own face, regretting blurting out his feelings. Deciding there's no use dwelling on it, he resolves to live without regrets. A mysterious, glowing silver artifact with interlocking rings appears. Eugene reflects that it's no surprise Alexis was the villain in the original story. Mutter. He worries that now that Alexis has kidnapped him, confinement is next. Eugene considers his predicament, relieved Alexis hasn't drawn his sword, but certain his pride would prevent him from helping Christopher. Drag. A chibi Eugene clings to Alexis's cape, wailing for someone to help him and vowing to just stick close if they fight again. Kick. Kicking a piece of his torn sleeve, he laments the mess and wishes the gods had made him a max-level character. Now dressed in a regal white uniform, he wishes he had been made a powerful 6th-rank knight instead of just receiving holy power. He complains that he wasn't even given a proper status screen, as his quest details are all missing. Looking at the quest window, he notes the objective, time limit, reward, and penalty are all unknown, leaving him unsure if he can even go home. Blush. He wistfully thinks that if he had known, he wouldn't have fallen so hard for Alexis. He concedes that his request for a status screen was technically granted, just not in the way he wanted. Clench. He clenches his fist and calls out, "Excuse me." He looks up with a determined, almost sly expression as he prepares to speak. Rattle, rattle. Alexis finds the door to the room is locked. He turns back to the room, where Eugene is lying motionless in bed. Eugene sleeps fitfully, his face flushed with fever. Plop. Alexis recalls getting stranded in Wieste when the king stopped all trains north. Stroke. He gently touches Eugene's head, admitting he used his husband's illness to hide his own absence from his domain. Huff huff. As Eugene breathes raggedly, Alexis notes his bad cold. Erg. In a flashback, a sick Eugene assures Alexis he just needs medicine and rest, and Alexis hesitantly agrees. Alexis worries, wondering why Eugene's fever is only getting worse after several days. Flinch. He remembers the moment Eugene fainted, and his temperature began to rise. TSK. Conflicted, he thinks he expected fury but got only tears, leaving him unsure how to react. Alexis covers his face in frustration, sighing that fighting monsters would be easier. He watches the sleeping Eugene, torn between hating and liking him. His turmoil continues as he debates whether to abandon Eugene or again keep him confined. Grit. With grim certainty, he concludes that Eugene will never forgive him. Sitting by the bed, Alexis quietly tells himself that nothing is going to happen. Tap tap. Dressed in a formal suit, Alexis adjusts his cravat, preparing to leave. Hiss! A white-haired woman fumes that Alexis didn't even say hello, while Dagona recalls he left abruptly 4 days ago after she treated Eugene's fever. The white-haired woman accepts his silence, deciding to skip the small talk. She smiles brightly, announcing that the date for their plan has been set. With the preparations finished, she tells the stoic Alexis there's no reason to delay. Over a snowy city, it's revealed their plan will commence on December 1st. In a quiet room, she repeats to Alexis that the date has been set. She confirms again that the plan begins December 1st, as Alexis listens intently. Alexis narrows his eyes, thinking it's bold of them to act so soon after recruiting the 7th-rank knights. He tells a kneeling knight surrounded by red energy that he is aware and will provide details later. The knight declares they will need Alexis's support on the chosen day. Alexis assures the white-haired woman that he'll arrive in time, as the trains will be running again soon. She smiles, stating he met her condition of winning over the knights, leaving no room for deliberation. When she asks about Eugene, Alexis coldly rebuffs her, saying it's none of her business. Alexis explains he had to borrow His Highness's wisdom, as even the greatest sage can't know everything. Hearing this, Alexis realizes her words can only mean one thing. He understands Eugene and the Viscountess aren't using each other, but simply share an objective, just as Eugene once helped him. Memory flashes of a blonde man bathed in a holy golden light. The vision continues, showing hands gently resting on the blonde man's shoulders. Alexis admits he despises prophets, but she argues it's better for a prophet to be misunderstood. Clack. Announcing her departure, she promises to get in touch when the time is right. Alone, the white-haired woman lets out a sigh of relief. Her expression hardens with resolve as she thinks that Christopher needs powerful allies. She reaffirms her goal to make Christopher king in order to save the world. Holding a crown, she declares that Christopher possesses the qualities of a good ruler. She reflects that his anger over the king's injustice is genuine, not just for survival, as a blood-soaked Kate billows. Her eyes shine with conviction, certain this is why Christopher must be king. A vision of a crowned Christopher appears, hailed as a heroic king for a peaceful world. She steels herself, willing to endure a little hostility to achieve her grand ambition. Slap! She slaps her cheeks, renewing her determination. A warm bowl of yellow soup is presented. Eugene awakens, looking weary but lucid. Despite the soup, he finds himself craving a hearty piece of meat. Reaching for the bowl, he notices a new ring on his finger, realizing Alexis even took Caitian's ring. Squawk. He sarcastically imagines turning into a bird to escape, giving a thumbs up to an unseen Alexis. Clack. Relieved to be out of a dungeon, he picks up his spoon, though something still feels off. A quest window materializes, finally revealing his mission's terms: save the world, with the reward being the choice to go home or stay, and the penalty being a forced return home. He reflects that while not what he expected, his request was heard. Even the complaints he filed were taken care of. He remembers asking to see his reward, which triggered the quest's second update. Seeing the updated quest details, he feels they really want him to stay. Clench. He grips the sheets, determined to return home after completing his quest. Remembering his family, he realizes leaving means everyone he saved will die. He questions how he could abandon the 10,000 people he saved. A phone displays the novel's title, as he accepts this world is its own reality. He knows he could never live with himself if he left them to die. Overwhelmed by the weight of his choice, he breaks down in tears. Wiping his eyes on a balcony, he calls out, "Is someone here?" He's stunned to see Alexis standing by a carriage below. Burst. As Eugene calls his name, his spirits lift, admitting he's now glad to see him. With a sudden, bright smile, he asks if Alexis would catch him if he jumped. Alexis looks up, stunned and concerned by the unexpected question. Leaning over the balcony, Eugene repeats his daring question to Alexis. He thinks that seeing Alexis makes him feel a little rebellious. Alexis panics, shouting for him not to jump and questioning his sudden impulse. Playfully, Eugene whispers that it's because he has been kidnapped. Back inside, he sighs, wanting to avoid another argument with Alexis. Alexis now stands before him, his expression serious and unreadable. Alexis asks his plans now that he's well. Eugene declares he'll return to Heinskin. Tap tap. Alexis reveals he's staying, and that Duke Naslard has also decided to stay. Eugene's eyes widen in shock at the news. Alexis asks if the D-Day is why he's staying, but Eugene denies knowing what he means, realizing the timeline has changed again. Calmly seated, Alexis waits for a real answer. Clench. Eugene denies any connection, staring intently at the silent Alexis. Eugene insists the Duke's fate and Alexis's feelings are separate, then asks if he'll die if Alexis likes him. Flustered, he quickly insists that he's not going to die. Spark. An electric tension fills the air as Alexis asks again. Eugene tells him to think what he wants. He blushes with embarrassment over the awkward exchange. He laments that telling Alexis not to like him now feels like empty words. Wince. His pride hurts, but he knows he can't yet reveal his true identity as Jung Eugene. HMPH. Standing defiantly, he claims he has no feelings because he hates Alexis now. A tiny, chibi Eugene is thrown into a state of utter confusion. Alexis admits that as much as he hates Eugene for being a worker of God, he still likes him and tells him he cannot hate him back. Tremble. Eugene trembles, shaken by the raw, conflicting confession. Alexis remembers being out of his mind in Daiwan, unable to see Eugene's face and just denying his words. He realizes it's possible to both love and hate someone simultaneously. Submerged in a metaphorical sea, he admits he's drowning in these two emotions. Alexis recalls realizing Eugene had a secret and was always flustered, concluding he was a fool. He then approaches Eugene, asking why he's looking away. Hug. Alexis suddenly pulls the startled Eugene into a tight embrace. The two stand together, wrapped in a silent, unexpected hug. Eugene struggles, demanding that Alexis let him go. Alexis whispers that he once considered killing Duke Naslard, leaving Eugene horrified. He explains it's because the Duke's death would prevent Eugene from fulfilling God's will. Eugene internally reels, thinking Alexis must be a psycho. He flinches, imagining a gruesome, bloody scene. Trembling, Eugene demands to know if Alexis is out of his mind. Grin. Alexis coolly dismisses it as a mere thought, adding that he despises prophets. Flinch. Blushing, Eugene flinches away from Alexis's words. He squeezes his eyes shut, defensively thinking, so what? Held tightly in Alexis's embrace, he gasps that he can't breathe. Pat, pat. Alexis gently pats his back, asking him not to cry. Eugene denies crying, tells Alexis not to be so cold, and demands to be released. Droop. His shoulders slump as he declares he won't like Alexis anymore. Alexis remains silent, his expression unreadable as Eugene looks away. He knows that regaining Eugene's trust is now his highest priority. A painful memory surfaces of him telling Eugene he'd never see him again. Eugene recalls the moment with a jolt, thinking he'd take those words back if he could. Overcome with regret, Alexis places a hand over his heart. Twitch. The memory still hurts Eugene, even after all this time. In a flashback, he recalls never intending to accept an apology, but now things are different. He looks on with a complicated expression, his resolve wavering. Alexis offers a sincere apology for knocking him out before. He admits that even if he could go back, he'd do it again so Eugene could hate him. Surprised, Eugene insists he doesn't hate him and apologizes for knocking him out in Daiwan too. Declaring them even, he asks for a favor regarding Dagona, making Alexis twitch with irritation. Irked, Alexis snaps that he should call her by her formal title, Viscountess Valarden. A piece of armor glows with magical energy. With a serious expression, Eugene tells Alexis that he should leave now. Internally, he celebrates, proud of how convincing he sounded. He resolves to tell Alexis his true identity after saving the world. wondering about Alexis's true motives. Alexis decides to let Eugene push him away, trusting the secret will be revealed in time. The two men share a look of intense, unspoken understanding. Hiss. Eugene fumes, vowing to squeeze Alexis for everything he's worth. Tap. Alexis suggests they skip the goodbye kiss, and Eugene coldly agrees. Clack. As the door shuts behind Alexis, Eugene is left alone in the room. Sigh. The emotional toll hits him, and he slumps to the floor in exhaustion. He tells himself to stay strong in the face of Alexis's feelings, but he admits it's impossible to control his heart, calling himself an idiot. Sitting alone in the vast room, he feels like a total fool. He daydreams of being a typical isekai hero after getting hit by a truck. But as he imagines a romantic moment with Alexis, he questions the idea of love. Whoosh. Cringing at the thought, he tries to focus on his mission, but his feelings for Alexis only grow stronger. An image of a dashing Alexis lingers in his mind. He remembers a happier time, walking with Alexis through a sunlit garden. He wonders if Alexis would still like him if he knew he was Jeong Eugene, and his thoughts drift to his mother. Trickle. A tear escapes as he longs for his mother's comfort and praise. Spring. He shakes off the sadness, reminding himself he has a quest to complete. With renewed focus, he decides to concentrate on saving the world. Swish. Looking out the window, he wonders how long he'll be confined to the manor. He remembers flatly refusing Alexis's request for him to return to Heinscan. He recalls explaining to Alexis that he still had things left to do. Alexis reluctantly agreed, but only if he promised not to leave the manor. Now he sarcastically enjoys his luxurious voluntary confinement. He admits, however, that it's disappointing he rarely gets to see Alexis. He sadly watches Alexis retreat down the hall, noting he only gets a brief nod each day. Seeing more nights, he realizes Dagona's plans for the Civil War are diverging from the novel. He considers that with their current advantages, their side has a much higher chance of victory. Eugene lists their allies: 3 7th-ranked knights, a 6th-ranked knight, and a 9th circle mage, confident they can dethrone the king. He declares that the crown will ultimately belong to Christopher. Annoyed, Eugene wonders if Alexis is avoiding him, wishing he'd been updated in person. HMPH. He resolves to confront Alexis the next time he sees him. Dash. His thoughts are interrupted as an attendant rushes in, addressing him as Your Highness. He asks if something is wrong, and the attendant nervously reports that a man named Felton has been injured. The attendant explains Felton was badly burned by hot charcoal while trying to melt a frozen gate and begs for help. Eugene enters a room where several men stand grimly over the injured Felton, who lies shirtless on a sofa. Gasp! Eugene sees the severe burns covering Felton's body, while Felton insists through pained breaths that he's okay. Beam Eugene smiles warmly, telling him it's important to be healed as soon as possible. Sha! A brilliant holy light envelops Felton's arm and torso as Eugene's healing power mends the burns. Felton stares at his completely healed skin in disbelief, letting out a quiet "whoa." The onlookers erupt in a collective shout of wow at the miraculous sight. The men gather around, thanking Eugene and remarking how lucky Felton was. The group decides to celebrate with drinks, and a chibi Eugene beams with excitement at the idea. Wag. Eugene eagerly anticipates having a drink, feeling it's been forever. He looks around happily, noting that everyone has gathered. Alexis suddenly appears, asking what's happening, and an attendant explains how Eugene healed Felton. Alexis cancels the celebration, stating his husband is on medication and instead calls everyone to a strategy meeting. Trudge. As the disappointed men head out, Eugene sadly mourns his lost wine, and Alexis calls his name. Surprised, Eugene asks, "Me too?" When Alexis tells him he's needed at the meeting, Alexis reveals he plans to lure Commander Eslant into a trap and asks if Eugene wants to hear about it. Pointing to a map, Alexis explains their plan. They'll use Duke Nassalard's actions to draw out Eslant, which is when they'll make their move. Eugene approves of the plan, adding that with Eslant gone and many knights already siding with Christopher, they'll have no one else to worry about. A hand grips an ornate, blood-drenched sword. An old man cries out in despair as coins fall around him, a special tax having been levied. A flashback shows a bandaged and injured knight, highlighting the severe abuse they suffered. After Count Rito was dealt with, the king's wickedness was exposed, and many turned against him, calling him crazy. Throb. A strange, powerful energy pulses within Eugene's chest. During the meeting, Eugene expresses concern that their tall, buff knights will stand out too much if disguised as civilians. Alexis reassures him they'll retreat if necessary, while Eugene privately notes how big the northern men are. Reach. The meeting concludes, and Alexis offers to escort him back. Stare. Eugene simply stares at Alexis's outstretched hand, feeling confused. Pout. He feels a pang of disappointment, wondering why he's upset when the meeting went well and he got to see Alexis. Scratch. He struggles with his feelings, realizing he can't be mean to Alexis because he doesn't actually hate him. Steeling himself, he decides he has a question. With his hand over his heart, he prepares to speak. He looks at Alexis and asks, "What happened to Count Rito?" A dark vision reveals a cloaked figure performing a chaotic ritual, spreading fear to empower their master. Flinch. Eugene visibly recoils from the implication. Alexis explains he must ask Viscountess Valardin for the details and will give him an answer soon. Eugene smiles, thanking him and thinking how glad he is that Alexis is so quick and smart. Twitch. Before leaving, Alexis sternly tells Eugene not to follow him. Step. Halt. Eugene stops in his tracks, feeling a surge of annoyance. Argai. He clenches his fists in frustration, angered by Alexis's calm demeanor and the gods who prevent him from revealing his true identity. Gra! He lets out a primal scream of frustration in the empty, ornate hallway. Elsewhere, Alexis thoughtfully wonders if Eugene is angry enough to grab him by the collar. Knock knock. Just as Eugene decides to wash up, an attendant announces that the Grand Duke wishes to see him about a message from the Viscountess. Fidgeting with his collar, Eugene tells his attendant he needs a moment to get dressed again. His attendant tearfully tells him his happiness is what matters most, and urges him to get divorced, but Eugene calmly reassures him. Alexis stands with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Eugene asks what Dagona's message is, but Alexis tells him to come closer. Noticing a wine bottle, Eugene wonders why Alexis is drinking, a habit he usually avoids. The Viscountess's message warns that with Count Rito gone, their defenses might be compromised, especially at sea. Eugene realizes with concern that something bad is about to happen in the sea. Alexis asks if he has a reply for the Viscountess, but Eugene simply says no. A faint, knowing smile appears on Alexis's face. A flashback shows a holy basin that no priest has ever managed to fill completely. It's explained that even powerful priests can only channel a small jar's worth of holy power, but Eugene's capacity is like a massive urn, standing before a waterfall of divine energy. He holds a glowing, ornate chalice filled with holy power. Swirls of pure energy emanate from the powerful artifact. Looking at the chalice, Eugene remarks that it seems pretty useful. Alexis clarifies that Viscountess Valardin is lending him the artifact, and Eugene agrees to put it to good use. Alexis offers him a bottle of rare whiskey from the Knights, telling him he can drink it after his medicine. Gasp! Stunned, Eugene rejects the offer, reminding Alexis they aren't on good terms. He admits to himself that Alexis is a good person, and his harsh words were likely a warning. Eugene gently places his hand over Alexis's heart. The tender gesture seems to surprise Alexis. Eugene declares that Alexis will just have to endure his one-sided crush, leaving him utterly confused. Kneel. Eugene gasps in shock as Alexis suddenly drops to one knee before him. A soft, rosy light surrounds them as Alexis looks up at him. Clench. Alexis's fist tightens as he wonders why Eugene is kneeling again after their last apology. Awkward. Eugene awkwardly tells him to get up, but Alexis only says his name. He reminds Alexis that kneeling will only make things worse, since he already said forgiveness wasn't necessary. Alexis looks up at him, his expression earnest and unwavering. Flustered by the gesture, Eugene wonders to himself why Alexis is being so cute. He admits he already forgave him, but knows things can't return to how they were. Deciding to be honest, Eugene says he has a secret he must reveal. He tells Alexis that he believes they should keep their distance from one another. Tap tap. He walks away, thinking Alexis would call him crazy if he knew his soul was swapped. Afraid of being hurt again, he asks if Alexis has a secret mission that prevents him from being honest. He asks if Alexis wants distance, because he's unsure how he'll react to the truth. Beam. Eugene smiles with understanding, while Alexis's expression turns glum. Alexis covers his face, realizing with despair that he's lost Eugene's trust more deeply than he imagined. Eugene watches with concern, thinking he would accept Alexis even if he confessed to a terrible crime. Alexis reflects on his own insensitive words, believing Eugene must have his reasons for this. Sigh. He wishes he could return to the past, but Eugene bluntly says it wouldn't change anything. Resigned, Alexis decides he should just be thankful Eugene isn't avoiding him anymore. The sudden shift leaves Eugene looking slightly dumbfounded. Alexis asks how Eugene would even know when his supposed secret mission is complete. Leaning close, Eugene asks if he must simply wait until the time is right. Alexis asks him to be patient, seeing himself as a loyal dog waiting faithfully. Eugene smiles, amusingly feeling like he's become Alexis's loyal dog. Alexis feels a surge of hope, believing this means he still has a chance. Seeing Eugene's haste, he feels confident the end of their mission is near. Eugene agrees to wait, and Alexis announces he's finally leaving. As he turns, Alexis silently wishes they could go back to the sweet days of the past. Steeling his resolve, he knows this is his last chance, and he cannot afford any mistakes. A document with a portrait of Christopher declares that the kingdom's sacred crown is not for a lunatic. Tap. A hand places a file on the table, beginning a report on yesterday's ad hoc committee meeting. A blonde nobleman explains to an elder that the meeting's sole purpose was to force the tyrannical king to step down. Nodding in agreement, Eugene recalls enjoying the part that ridiculed the king as a coward with no honor. He thinks that despite everything, the king refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing. He recalls an article about Christopher ignoring the king's summons and staying home. Clench. As an image of the falling crown appears, he grips his pants, certain the king will lose everything and be dethroned in the worst way. Standing defiantly, he stares forward, a dark, shattered silhouette looming behind him. Tap, tap, he taps his arm, thinking that their plans are pointless if they can't catch Count Rito. With his arms crossed, he maintains a serious and thoughtful expression. He remembers from the novel that after the king's death, the dead were resurrected, causing absolute mayhem across the capital. He knows the previous battle was merely a taste of the horror to come. Standing with Dagona, he considers that even with the information he gave her, there's a bigger problem. The true threat, he knows, is the dead that will rise from the ocean. Knowing that holy power is the only weapon against them, he concludes he must stay in West. Seated at a desk, he thinks about how he even filled Tataroof's goblet with his holy power. Seeing a photograph of Alexis on the papers, he feels confident that his plan will work. Looking out the window, he feels assured that everything is proceeding smoothly. A dark-haired man suddenly appears, flatly telling him, "No, Eugene." Droop. Realizing he's been caught, Eugene slumps in defeat and reluctantly agrees. The man slips a ring onto his finger, warning him not to run away, and Eugene obediently agrees. Hee. With a sly look, Eugene wiggles his fingers, showing off the new ring. Whack! His smile vanishes as he's violently struck in the head from behind. Splash! Shocked by a demand to do it again, he's hit with a splash of water to the face. Throb! His head pounding. He feels a sharp pain and vaguely remembers being struck from behind. Clunk! He looks down in horror to find himself shackled to a chair. A man with a mustache looks down, announcing that he's finally awake. The mustached man stares at him with a menacing, shadowed expression. The man asks if Eugene remembers him, leaving a flustered Eugene speechless. Slap! The man strikes him across the face, shouting that it's not even half of what he deserves. Throb, crying out in pain, Eugene clutches his throbbing, reddened cheek. Slap! Slap! The man hits him again, taunting him about the person who adores him and how furious they'd be. Bwahaha! As his captor laughs maniacally, a bruised Eugene glares, thinking the man is insane. Clench. Panicking and unable to think clearly, Eugene grips his fist in desperation. His gaze hardens with resolve as he focuses, thinking, "One moment, my lord." Step. A brown-haired man steps forward, placing a hand on the captor's shoulder as Eugene recognizes him as Count Rito. Count Rito assures the mustached man he will keep his promise, thanking him for his help in capturing Eugene. The mustached man offers Eugene to the Count for a beating, while Eugene wonders about their alliance. The Count then politely introduces himself. Gulp. Terrified, Eugene asks who he is, deciding it's best to feign ignorance. Count Rito leans in, listing all the questions Eugene must have about his identity and motives. The Count forcefully grabs Eugene's chin. Gulp. Eugene swallows hard as the Count gets closer, demanding to know what mission the gods gave him. Whack! Count Rito slams his head back and as blood drips down his face, Eugene senses demonic energy and asks if the man is a lost follower. The Count recalls feeling sickened by the holy power radiating from a distant cathedral, annoyed that Eugene doesn't even scream. He remembers his fury that Eugene ruined his plans, followed by his elation when Marquise Taylot found him. He recalls his original plan to kill Eugene immediately, but reveals he's since changed his mind. As blood streams down Eugene's face, the Count vows to make him suffer a slow, painful death. FWIP. The Count pulls out a blade, telling a shocked Eugene that they serve different gods. Bound and helpless, Eugene defiantly shouts that Grand Duke Ivaleron will punish him. The Count scoffs at the mention of the Grand Duke, then cryptically asks why he thinks his ring wasn't taken. He reveals that a large crystal in the room creates a barrier that blocks all use of magic items. Holding an ornate sword, Alexis stands resolute. Flinch a voice warns that by the time Christopher learns the truth, it will be too late, as a vision of a hanged man appears. The voice taunts that he can at least rejoice in dying a martyr. A brown-haired man leans menacingly close to a bruised and bleeding Eugene. The man smirks, telling Eugene everything will be over soon as a thorny aura surrounds them. Eugene stares in wide-eyed terror, his face bruised and bloody. A flashback shows a young boy holding a teddy bear, standing before a shadow that looks like a pool of blood. It's revealed the boy lacked empathy, loved no one, and was chosen by a nameless demon god. Reflected in his terrified eye, Eugene realizes this man will kill him without a second thought. Back in the present, Eugene peeks out of a cell, thinking he can't be too far away since it's still daylight. Gulp. He nervously considers transforming into a bird and flying away. He finds hope, believing he can escape once he finds Alexis and Christopher. Ha ha ha, his captor laughs maniacally, vowing to resurrect the knights in the royal mausoleum, causing Eugene to flinch in horror at the desecration of a sacred place. Doom. The man proclaims the 1,000-year-old capital will crumble to dust as a red demonic energy envelops Eugene. Elsewhere, a long-haired woman with silver hair doubts even Dagona has prepared to defend the royal mausoleum. A powerful, glowing, sacred relic is revealed to be protecting the mausoleum already. Sweat. Eugene realizes with horror that if the dead rise, Alexis won't be able to stop them, just before his captor pins him down, declaring he is destined to die there. Held down, Eugene calls out for Marquise to come back. Phew! Stealing his resolve, Eugene thinks to himself that he can't screw this up. Swoosh! A white bird escapes the room as someone shouts to get him. Swing! The captor curses and orders the bird shot down as it flies out a window. Twing! Wobble! Twing! Arrows barrage the bird as it struggles to fly. After losing the bird, the captor, Count Rito, is enraged and vows that Grand Duke Ivaleron won't get away with this before calling for Marquise Taylot. Count Rito asks Marquise Taylot if he's scared, and the Marquis admits he is, as his knights are no match for the Grand Dukes. Tap. Count Rito leans in close and menacingly suggests the Marquis go to his bedroom and drink poison. Meanwhile, a man reports to Alexis that Eugene was last seen 3 hours ago, giving him more than enough time to have left Weist. Alexis calmly orders his men to go after them immediately. In a memory, a smiling Eugene worries about what he would do if he lost Alexis. An aide tells Alexis that the one with the biggest grudge against him and his consort is Marquise Taylot. Alexis resolves to find the Marquis, and his aide reports his last known location. Tap tap. The white bird lands carefully on a branch. The bird rests for a moment among white flowers. Swoosh Alexis catches the bird as it flies to him, noticing a bloody wound. Shocked, Alexis asks what happened, then quickly rephrases his question to find out what led to this. Fwoosh. The bird transforms back into a cloaked Eugene, who shivers with chills as he clutches his chest, asking for a moment. Alexis calls out his name, his expression tense, as Eugene feels dizzy, wanting a hug but needing to report his findings first. Tap. Eugene reveals that Marquise Taylot and Count Rito are the culprits, causing Alexis to react with fury in a trashed room. He warns that the dead will rise from the mausoleum, and they must stop them. Alexis insists Eugene rest, explaining the adrenaline is masking his pain and that the mausoleum can wait until he drinks holy water. Wipe. After drinking, Eugene reports Rito's plan to raise the dead, and Alexis pulls him into a sudden, tight hug. A surprised Eugene calls his name, but Alexis just wants to hold him, though Eugene insists they have no time. Teary. Eugene doesn't understand Alexis's apology, blaming his own secret for the situation. Alexis blames himself for not providing more guards, but Eugene insists that's not it. Eugene tells Alexis to worry later, then gasps, realizing he left his wedding ring behind and smacking himself in frustration. Swish, he pulls away, stressing that they must hurry because Rito claimed the sacred relic is useless and they need to warn Dagona. Smile. A small, confident smile appears on Alexis's face. A flashback shows the king erupting in a rage, summoning Commander Estlin after seeing Christopher's public post. Two faceless noblemen smirk, unaware that they are being abetted by Dagona. Dagona watches the schemers through a magical vision, revealing her manipulation. Alexis and his knights stand prepared before a large stone building. A cloaked figure mocked Christopher's last stand with his knights. Three determined noblemen stand united before a glowing magical sigil. Clench, trapped by dark thorns, a man desperately screams for his enemy to die. A brutal strike echoes through the air. From a balcony, a horrified Eugene groans as he witnesses the bloody aftermath below. Tap. A man gently covers his eyes, telling him not to look. Flinch. The surrounding soldiers recoil in horror from the mangled corpse, knowing it's finally over. Before a divine backdrop, the blonde nobleman looks on in stunned silence. The soldiers step forward, affirming their loyalty. Bow. In perfect unison, the soldiers bow deeply to their commander. Beam. A radiant smile brightens Eugene's face. He cautiously inches closer to the fallen commander's body. Flinch. The brown-haired man's words make Eugene flinch, admitting that killing the commander first was indeed easier. Tap. He touches Eugene's shoulder, then squeezes his arm to get his attention. He softly asks Eugene to call him by his old name, causing him to blush. In a flashback, a battered Eugene remembers how escaping was his only thought during his kidnapping. Now safe, he realizes how close he came to dying without ever telling Alexis his true identity and feelings. Fidget! He nervously fidgets with his hands, lost in thought. He reaffirms his goals: survive, save the world, and confess his secret to Alexis. Standing amidst a field of roses, his resolve is clear. He adds another, equally important goal to his list: making everyone love fried chicken. Blush. He leans in close, and a deep blush spreads across Alexis's face. Boom. As he asks to see Dagona, a sudden explosion cuts him off. Rumble. The ground continues to shake violently from the impact. Alexis holds him tight, both watching the sky turn an ominous red. Rumble. Amidst crackling red lightning, a royal flag waves defiantly. Done. Three imposing figures make a dramatic entrance. Done. Mounted on a horse, a blonde commander leads his army forward. Below, his soldiers stand assembled in perfect formation. The commander looks down upon his kneeling troops, a silent promise passing between them. Done. The wind catches his magnificent purple cape. The blonde commander's gaze is sharp and unwavering. Amidst a cloud of white dust, a figure stumbles and falls. The commander stands before his army in the Great Hall, ready to lead them. Alexis delivers the shocking news. The king has abandoned the palace. The commander orders his knights to pursue the king while the others follow him to the mausoleum. Crackle. The sky is torn apart by violent red lightning. Crackle! As lightning illuminates the chaotic battlefield, a lone hand reaches out from the carnage. Screak! An undead knight attacks a soldier as the sacred relic's power fades, leaving the living vulnerable. Riding through the chaos, they feel the air growing heavy with demonic energy. Eugene turns in shock at the sight of a man with long, pink hair. He turns back with determination, knowing he must intervene. Shah. He closes his eyes and channels his power into a small golden goblet. Whir. A glowing magic circle expands from their feet as Alexis stands guard behind him. The divine light spreads outward, washing over the beleaguered soldiers. Foosh. The wave of holy energy purges the entire battlefield. The commander raises his sword high, rallying his men by declaring the Saint of Miracles is with them. Dash. Filled with renewed hope, the soldiers let out a mighty roar and charged. Phew. Eugene sighs in relief as Alexis looks on, amazed that this wasn't even his full power. Nod. Alexis acknowledges Eugene with a nod as he looks on. A group of knights stands at attention, ready for what's next. Slash, crack, clang. In the midst of battle, a knight cuts through hordes of skeletons. Squeeze. He knows using such strong power comes at a great price, but Eugene doesn't care about his own safety. It's revealed that Eugene was unconscious for months after expelling the dark gods with his holy power at Mautika Park. The narration explains he must have filled himself with more power than he could handle. Grip. Holding a goblet, Eugene glances back with a determined look. Alexis looks down at Eugene with a concerned expression. Sha! As a wave of holy light cleanses the area, the surviving men cheer their victory. Eugene's eyes slowly open, glowing with divine energy. FWIP, Alexis quickly pulls the hooded Eugene into an embrace. A white-haired woman with an ornate staff declares she will treat the severely wounded first. Under his hood, Eugene thinks it would be faster if he helped with the healing. Gasp, grab! Alexis stops him, suggesting they leave it to the Viscountess to avoid confusion. Pause. As Alexis holds his hand, Eugene wonders if the battle is finally over. He realizes with certainty that it isn't. Tense, Eugene looks up and asks if the fight is truly not over. Alexis tells him he'll find out if he waits, and a blushing Eugene agrees. Alexis, looking tired, tells someone to rest, since there aren't many serious injuries. Eugene claims he isn't tired at all, but both Alexis and another man insist he's just running on adrenaline. Twinkle, blushing, Eugene asks for the uncomfortable cape to be taken off. Alexis tells him to wait a little longer as Eugene clutches the goblet. Sigh. Resigned to waiting, Eugene decides to refill his goblet with holy power. At the palace, a narration explains a plan was created to replace the monarch with minimal sacrifices. A glowing scroll details the plan, called the abdication document process. This was the only way to take the throne without having to kill the king. The narrative shifts, explaining the king's escape plan failed due to internal conflict. His aides began to quarrel after the king suddenly demanded they return to the palace. Some aides tried to change his mind, but ultimately failed. In a desperate act of self-preservation, one aide threatened the king with a sword. During the infighting, the king lost several of his loyal followers. As the conflict died down, Christopher's men finally found the defeated king. The king, the novel's final boss, stares ahead, realizing his end is near. Gulp. Realizing how badly the king messed up, Eugene resolves to stay vigilant. Nod. Nod. Eugene and Alexis silently agree with the Viscountess. Alexis leans in, causing Eugene to blush. A flustered Eugene insists there's no reason for his reaction, as Alexis recalls his earlier comment. Eugene thinks to himself that Alexis's sharp wit is handy at times like this. He worries that the Orichalcon armor still hasn't been repaired. Tap. Eugene rests a hand on Alexis's chest, determined to stay and protect him. Swish. Alexis turns around as Eugene looks up at him with a question in his eyes. The king rages, shouting about a bastard child wanting to take his position. Chills. A tense atmosphere descends upon the throne room as the king glares at his opponents. The king declares their actions treason and orders the usurper's arrest, but Christopher remains calm. Christopher quietly urges his majesty to calm down. The king explodes with fury, questioning if Christopher understands what he's saying. Grah! He screams for his sword to be brought to him at once. Christopher closes his eyes, remembering all those who died because of the king. He resolves that the king must be removed from the throne. Shut up! The king silences an advisor, shouting for his men to kill the traitor. The king screams furiously at their defiance. Christopher resolves to calm the raging king. Crash! The king furiously rejects their touch, vowing to kill them all as the scene freezes. Snap. Dark power suddenly erupts from the king. Watch out, Eugene cries as Alexis steps forward to shield him. Doom. The king's transformation begins with a low growl. The white-haired woman shouts a warning as Christopher watches in horror. A horrifying, fanged monster fully emerges. Grah! A blood-curdling roar echoes through the room. Doom. The king's face contorts, his eyes glowing red as he growls. The grotesque, fanged monster stands menacingly. Grah! The men scream in terror, realizing the king has become a monster. FWIP. Eugene stands ready, his expression determined. A flashback reveals the king became a monster and murdered Christopher. In both timelines, the king became a monster and took his own life with the cursed sword Gullenberg. A voice notes that this time, Christopher has the fateful sword. Foosh! A massive magic circle erupts with holy power. Dash Alexis and Christopher rush into battle. Slash Alexis's blade cuts through the dark power. Swoosh! The monster strikes, but a powerful slash intercepts its attack. Crash! The monster's attack misses, slamming into a wall. Thud. The monstrous king collapses, the ground rumbling. Eugene urges Alexis to go after him quickly. Alexis remains silent and still. Swoosh! A lone figure leaps down to face the monster. Grah! A final? Decisive silences the monster. The defeated monster writhes one last time. Alexis acknowledges Christopher with a silent nod. Stab. To seal the monster, Christopher impales himself with the sword. The palace stands silent after the battle. Christopher admits the plan went awry. Stifling Eugene decides to help manage the chaotic aftermath. Dagona! Eugene calls out as the white-haired woman arrives. The three men meet with Dagona in the hall. Dagona smiles, looking immensely relieved. Alexis glares as Dagona mentions the old misunderstanding. Eugene notes the tension has eased, and Dagona praises the Grand Duke's understanding. The awkward dynamic is shown in a chibi flashback. Eugene asks Dagona for a moment to explain everything. He recalls the moment he finally told Dagona his secret. He revealed everything, and Dagona's first instinct was to demand an execution. Clench. Dagona is visibly shaken by Eugene's confession. He explains that a special ring helped him survive, offering his thanks. Alexis asks Dagona to retrieve Eugene's wedding ring. A moment of stillness passes between them. Flop. Eugene relaxes, feeling like the story is finally over. He happily admires the view of his friends. He muses on the perfect trio of hair colors. Alexis offers to prepare a room for Dagona. Lift. Alexis sweeps the exhausted Eugene into his arms. Alexis, carrying Eugene, asks Dagona if this is the room she's chosen. Dagona smiles and agrees, saying she'll inform the head butler. As Alexis walks away thinking their talk is over, Dagona notes they were saved by Eugene's intervention at Mystique Park. She muses aloud about the legend of God's messenger visiting in human form, hinting at Eugene. The mood darkens as a tense silence falls between them. Gulp. Dagona swallows nervously under Alexis's unseen gaze. Alexis coolly asks if she intends to continue speaking such nonsense. Dagona points out that even mages are wondering about the consort, but Alexis dismisses it, looking toward the peacefully sleeping Eugene. Eugene slumbers soundly, unaware of the conversation about him. Dagona quietly concedes to his highness. Alexis watches over the sleeping Eugene, lost in thought. He recalls Lion once calling Eugene an angel, a comment which now holds a completely new meaning. Alexis gazes down at Eugene, his expression filled with a dawning understanding. His thoughts drift to the holy sword, Infertian, that Eugene found. He ponders the power of the blade and the weight of the crown. Alexis questions what Eugene truly wants after working so hard to crown a new king and stop the undead. A divine hand appears as the narrative explains that capricious gods often meddle in human affairs. Sometimes their interference is for the benefit of humanity, while Alexis doesn't understand why the gods chose Eugene as their messenger. He decides that for now, he only wants to focus on him. Brush. He gently caresses Eugene's cheek, accepting him as the baron from a fallen family, and, most importantly, his husband. Eugene awakens and asks what time it is, finding Alexis watching him. Erg. Groggily, he asks if Alexis was there the entire time he slept. Alexis calmly recounts the recent chaos, the dead rising, the king becoming a monster, and new ruler taking the throne. Poorer. As Alexis gets him a drink, Eugene cheerfully claims he's fine and was just sleepy. Taking the cup, he suddenly remembers and asks about his ring. Alexis reports that Viscountess Valardin found a fire at Marquis Taylit's townhouse. He continues, explaining the Marquis was discovered dead, having ingested poison amidst the flames. While Count Rito remains missing, Alexis presents the ring, much to Eugene's delight. Clack. Alexis sets a cup down, explaining the Viscountess found the ring in a secret room filled with magic items. Kneel. To Eugene's utter shock, Alexis suddenly kneels before him. He holds out his gloved hand and asks Eugene to give him his. Stunned, Eugene realizes what is happening. A memory of their wedding flashes by as Alexis gently slides the ring onto his finger, just like before. Flustered, Eugene insists he can tell him while standing up. Ignoring him, Alexis gently kisses his ringed hand, leaving Eugene speechless. Thump. Eugene's heart pounds in his chest from the unexpected gesture. Alexis begins his deduction, ruling out Eugene being a killer or a member of a secret religious order. Gulp. Eugene listens with growing anxiety as Alexis accurately connects his memory loss and personality change to his fall. flinch. However, Alexis points out the sudden acquisition of holy power remains unexplained. He looks Eugene in the eye, stating he knows about the future and is following a calling from God. Thump, thump. Eugene's heart races in panic, as he fears his secret is completely exposed. Alexis voices his final terrifying question. Did the real Eugene die that day? Done. The question hits Eugene like a physical blow, leaving him frozen in dread. Seeing his reaction, Alexis smiles faintly, concluding his theory must be correct. He asks if Eugene is a banished angel or one sent by the gods, a celestial being appearing behind him. Quiet. Eugene remains silent, unable to answer the impossible question. Alexis decides it doesn't matter, as long as he isn't a true angel. He reasons that if Eugene were an angel, he would eventually be called back to the heavens, a thought that startles Eugene. Kneeling once more, Alexis declares that he doesn't care who or what Eugene is. He is his husband and his only love. A silent emotional understanding passes between Alexis and Eugene. Alexis hopes to one day learn Eugene's true name, causing Eugene to blush. A chibi memory shows a flustered Eugene being comforted by Alexis. Still kneeling, Eugene wonders if this moment is just a dream. Slip. He asks Alexis to let go of his hand for a second. Hug. Eugene suddenly embraces a startled Alexis from behind. Squeeze. He promises to do whatever Alexis wants once this is all over. Blush. Alexis is visibly flustered by Eugene's heartfelt promise. Spring. Alexis pulls away, chiding him for making such promises, but Eugene insists he's serious. To prove his point, Eugene enthusiastically offers 100 kisses, leaving Alexis speechless. He decides now isn't the right time, vowing to follow through when everything is resolved. Alexis gently cups his face, asking him to forgive him for now. Admitting he was furious but is now okay, Alexis forgives him for everything. He begins to confess something he's been wanting to tell him. Eugene's eyes widen in nervous anticipation. Alexis explains he finally realized why he couldn't say it before, recalling a memory of the original soul. Overjoyed, Eugene insists there's nothing for Alexis to apologize for. Left to his complete shock, Alexis suddenly sweeps him up into his arms, snug. Alexis embraces the flustered Eugene, telling him not to apologize. He accepts that Eugene had a secret he couldn't tell anyone. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden alarm bell interrupts their tender moment. As Eugene asks what's happening, Alexis identifies the temple's warning bell, signifying an invasion of the capital. Dagona bursts through the door, calling out Eugene's name. She frantically reports that the dead are rising from the sea and must be stopped immediately. A flashback reveals that bodies from past epidemics were buried on a nearby deserted island. The narrative explains Count Rito discovered this and resurrected the dead to attack Wieste. Glint. From atop Michelle's steeple, Alexis and Eugene survey the royal palace. Whoosh! Eugene clutches his cloak, realizing he can see the entire city from this vantage point. Ah! Gah! He curses Count Rito as the horrifying sight of undead swarming the streets comes into view. Alexis gauges the distance at 8 kilometers and asks Eugene for his plan. Swish! Eugene turns, presenting the small, ornate cup. Phew. He notes he has some of the goblet's holy power left, and his own, besides. Glimmer. Below, a man in a red coat looks up, noticing a strange light. Dagona stands among the undead, now bathed in a protective, sparkling light. She looks up with a relieved smile, recognizing the source of the holy power. Flash! A massive barrier of light erupts over the entire city. Whoa! Alexis breathes, completely stunned by the scale of the magic. He thinks that, while he knew Eugene was chosen by God, he never expected a barrier this large. Squeeze! Alexis clenches his fist, realizing Eugene is greater than he ever imagined. He muses that until now, the temple had shown little interest in Eugene. They likely held back because he was the Grand Duke's consort. But this miracle changes everything. In a dark chamber, a priest senses the event, knowing the temple can no longer remain silent. Alexis believes he has seized a critical opportunity, feeling his plans are falling into place. Standing behind Eugene, he silently vows that he won't let anyone take him away. Flash, the brilliant holy light continues to protect the city. In a darkened reflection, Alexis reiterates his resolve. His plans are coming together, and he will protect Eugene. Slam. Elsewhere, the red-haired Count Rito furiously pounds a railing, gritting his teeth in frustration. He resolves to create a new opportunity, fearing Eugene's power will thwart his master's plans. Rito grimly recounts his failures, not killing the hero Christopher, not sealing the cursed sword, and his plan to use Whist failing. A sinister, hooded figure smiles, channeling dark power through an intricate, skull-adorned magic circle. Count Rito fumes that his goal to present Whist to his master has failed because of Eugene, resolving to use whatever means necessary to succeed. As a new day dawns, the scene shifts to the now peaceful capital city of Whist.